Adopted by Humans. Book 3 begins. Chapter 1. A great human author much revered by history once wrote, "I begin my story with the beginning of my life," or something like that anyway. Not recalling it exactly is probably why I only got a B on my creative writing course at the University of Louisville that year. But like that author, I suppose I should begin at the beginning. And if it was one thing that was proving true about time on Earth, well, it was that every day seemed to bring new beginnings. Finding out that my sister was on Earth did not bring down a shocking revelation to me. I didn't leap into her arms with heartfelt warmth, nor did she with me. This may sound strange to the humans who bought this book in droves, but the truth is, I didn't feel much about her one way or another. And why would I? I hardly knew her. I had only the vaguest recollection of there being other siblings around. The truth is, Dlamacin family bonds barely existed in those days, the days of my youth. Strange as it may seem in the modern era, our lives revolved around service to the needs of Dlamius. We are tested early, soon after birth, and placed on various tracks of education and work. We have very few real choices of our own, and very few have the ability to buck the system off their backs and carve their own path. Those who show outlier tendencies are routed into paths where they will cause the least disruption, while those who are more compliant are moved in more common paths of labor or research. We don't, at least most of us, don't seem to have the same reckless, agitated nature of humans for new stimulation and experience, but some do. Of those that do? Well, I did say that some of Bonnie Red's crew had mud on their fur. Criminal classes usually get routed into dangerous jobs, and nothing was more dangerous than scouting the void. Myself, I was routed down an academic path which saw me separated from my mother at an early age. Who exactly my father was, I didn't know. My mother never spoke of him. He was gone, and that was that. By the time I was old enough to ask, I was already routed into the education system that would turn me into the academic I eventually became. And it seems my older sister ended up in a very different path, one she did not care for, at least if I was to judge our first interaction. We left the coffee shop, and my growing curiosity compelled me to ask as we walked together, "Where are you staying?" "In the ruins of Chicago," she answered, and I stopped in my tracks. She stopped one step past me and turned around. "What?" she asked and flicked her reddish-brown fur back with one tossing motion of her head. "The ruins." Ruins? I had to repeat the question because it seemed so utterly absurd. "Yes," she answered. "There are still buildings there and a few scattered groups of humans. But isn't that, I don't know, kind of dangerous? Isn't that area quarantined and whatnot?" I was a bit aghast at the very idea that people even could live there, let alone that they would. For those of my readership who are not familiar with Earth history, the reason Louisville became Earth's capital is because it became the major transportation hub for the then dominant North American Union after a devastating war that erased a number of cities from existence in whole or in part. Chicago was one of those places, and rather than rebuild, Louisville was expanded with a new rail system and highway system in addition to its airport hub, thus making it a center of trade and travel on par with Brasilia, New Kyoto, and New London. Suffice it to say, some humans are quite stubborn and refuse to abandon the ruined places. How they survived through the radiation I didn't know, but when she explained where she was living, I was fairly sure that Bao did. "Maybe it is dangerous, but so what? I want to rise to the top of my field. It's my only chance anymore, and you're not going to get in my way again." She snapped at me. Her teeth probably would have been bared if we hadn't been in public, but strangely enough, I wasn't bothered by her hostility, only curious about it. "You keep saying that, but what did I ever do to get in your way?" "I barely even remember you," I answered her, and she let out a snort. "I'll tell you that over dinner. To be honest, I'm too infuriated right now to say much more. I'm going to pick up some supplies and head back to Chicago. I'll sync my datapad to yours. Just send me the address and I'll join your family for dinner tonight." "I'll explain whatever then," Bao replied, and to that I could only nod. "Fine," I said, and tapped the sync option on my datapad a moment later. "I'll see you then. It's probably best that I explain all this to them before introducing you. It might even give me some interesting information." I started wandering away, and if I must give a true accounting in the historical record, then the fact is, she was almost forgotten in that moment. All I really had on my mind was the data I could collect and what kind of introduction or explanation I could offer. Bao, for her part, I would later learn had a lot more in common with me than I thought. She wandered toward the hoverbus stop that would take her away from where we met, already typing up her own thoughts and cataloging what she expected to observe. If I'd known it at the time, I would have said I was proud of her for that, but I didn't. When I thought of her at all on the way home, all I thought of her was, she is a rival. Chapter 2. I went home and found Boatswain and Byron relaxing at the kitchen table. I have to say, it wasn't really until I got halfway through this volume that I noticed at some point I had begun referring to the Walker house as home. I never did go back to figure out just when that took place. Strange as it may sound for an academic of my standing to say, but I didn't want to know. I too much enjoy the fact that it just happened, without my even noticing. Which brings me to my next point about the curious nature of human families. They handle surprises in some very strange ways. Bosun and Byron waved to me when I came in, trying very hard to balance the pizza slices in their hands while they chowed down, dripping grease onto a glass plate and mumbling muffled words of welcome. If you're curious, as the question has been asked much over the years, my intervention on behalf of the two Dlamacin security guards led to some interesting consequences. Bosun did lose his position of opportunity with the Zenti. It went to another of our people, who unfortunately perished when the Zenti razed our embassy to the ground 150 years later. Unfortunately, when they killed the Dlamacin security forces, they took both the Dlamacin and their human colleagues hostage. It seems they concluded that the human capacity for affection was a weakness they could exploit to make demands. I needn't tell you the results of that miscalculation after a century and a half of Dlamius and Terran cooperation. For now, it is enough to know that both our security officers were able to stay on Earth in the long term, and it saved at least one of their lives. Now with that out of the way, when I entered the kitchen and saw Michael desperately trying to crawl up a leg, I was surprised to find that the leg belonged to Captain Bonnie Red. "Ahoy there," she said, and began licking the pads of her fingers clean of pizza grease. She was dressed in her usual outlandish attire, right down to the tri-corner hat and eye patch, though lacking the sword for the moment. Beside her, Fauve was fangirling, which is to say she was fairly shaking with excitement. "Anywho," Bonnie resumed her story, "me and me crew launched some rocks at a smuggler outpost to make it look like a bunch of meteors were heading their way, and after they went and used up all their cannons, then we come in guns blazing." Bonnie held out her arms like she was holding a double-fisted blaster, started shouting, "Boom, boom, boom!" and knock out their shields in a few hits. Without no cannon, all they got is their blasters. And there isn't a blaster out there that can punch through the shields of the red spark for it can blast the blasters. We plundered them smugglers right good we did, and made enough credits on the contraband to set up a couple other outlier ships, in order and set 'em on their routes. They do right good business now, and of course, she tapped her chest and puffed it out proudly while tilting her head up, I get me own modest cut and bring out the firepower when it be needed. William and Rebecca were clearly only listening out of one ear, fidgeting with their data pads and drinking coffee, occupied in their own worlds. But William remarked offhandedly, "You mentioned you were short of crew. You should look at hiring some human ex-military, Marines, Starmata, that sort of thing." "Aye, that's me plan, Willie. Get me 150 humans fit for the void, and anything less than official military heavy cruisers?" Her smile became the picture of predation, and her ears went back all at once. "And there be nothing in this galaxy what I ever found what stands a chance against my ship, not with a crew of the mightiest predators there ever were." Fauve preened a little at the praise toward her species, but only said, "That is epicness. You should have your own VR game." "Aye, lass, one of these days I'll write all this down and maybe sell the story to a developer crew or something," she said, and looked down at the clambering Michael. "Your wee pup has some mighty hands for a young'un." She then reached up and pulled him into her lap and said to the walkers, "Thanks for letting me sleep last night off here, by the by." "Think nothing of it." Fauve suggested it would be good for Bailey's budding spirit of adventure to be fueled by something other than alcohol, Rebecca remarked, and the two female humans traded a look I never quite deciphered, and they refused to explain. But that reminded me of my barely bested hangover. "I'm never drinking again," I vowed, recalling the furtive contest of trying to outdrink the captain the night before. Captain Bonnie put one hand to her head, where the bourbon must have been pounding her brain like a war drum, and said, "I'll drink his share." "The hell you will," I answered, causing Byron to briefly choke on his pizza as his sense of humor overcame his capacity to chew and swallow properly. He wasn't alone in that, to be sure. I approached the table, took up a slice, and sat at the table. There was an empty plate waiting for me, and as I tore half of my slice away and swallowed, I said, "So it turns out Bonnie Red's passenger is my half-sister. Oh, and she doesn't like me. Oh, and I invited her for dinner. If it's too much trouble, then I can use some of my stipend to take everybody out to eat. Who wants barbecue?" While my Dlamacin counterparts simply raised their hands, I have yet to meet one of my species who did not love the stuff. From our human comrades, the response was far more dramatic. What? The adult humans set down their datapads in sync with one another, and Fauve swirled her head around from Captain Bonnie Red to me. You have a sister, Fauve exclaimed. What response Byron might have had is forever lost, as Bosun was busy pounding on his comrade's back to keep the threat of choking at bay. Apparently so. So, is that a no to the barbecue? I asked. I don't mind Asian fusion, but the deals are better, even if I do have to shower to get the sauce off my fur later. My blasé attitude toward the situation seemed to only intensify Fauve's sudden bout of both enthusiasm and dismay at once. Where's she staying? Why is she here? What's she do for work? What's she like? Fauve's rapid-fire questions came on faster than the mini-blasters of a shuttle raider, but I had very little in the way of answers. I don't know, was the answer I gave to most of them, leaving the humans at the table all fairly confused. I just never knew her. She got cycled off to her labor class before I was of age, to come here the way she did. Honestly, she has to have some outlier in her. Usually that would mean military training. They're a bit more of the risk-taking sort, I explained, and both Bonnie Red and Bosun preened proudly with tails wagging. Damn right. They agreed with sharp and approving nods of my assessment. But I don't think she had it, so I really don't know anything. You'll just have to ask her everything tonight. I explained. So, who wants ribs, my treat? The rest of the humans' hands went up in unison, even Michael's. Though I think he did it just because the rest of us did, I was still ready to count it as a unanimous vote. And with perfect timing just like that, the appointment notice dinged on my datapad for her arrival at my home. Strange as it may sound in my own way, perhaps feeding off the energy of my humans, I was more than a little excited. Chapter 3. Humans are very excitable. I think that is the best way to describe it. Some of that excitability seems to decline or at least moderate with age, but even so, they're an intemperate species on the whole. Quite frankly, after a century on Delamius and a life of drudgery, I found humans to be delightfully refreshing. I will note that since coming to Earth, my own ability to be excited by things has gone up a great deal. Perhaps my whole species has the capacity for happiness that humans do, and we've just so repressed ourselves that we didn't even notice that we've somehow made our proud and ancient civilization into a dystopia. If you are reading any version before the 3rd edition of this book, that previous paragraph did not exist, as it was censored by the ruling body. Suffice it to say, within 200 years of publication, views have changed. As of the hour of that note first being written, the first hint of change on my homeworld reached my datapad. Dlamacin laws change slowly when they change at all, and I was notified that the first tender steps toward our transportation changes was taking place per my recommendation. I hadn't the reputation yet that they would listen to me alone, but with Professor Sixlith signing off on my research, that added the weight needed to begin the first tentative steps of study. It was the only time I ever saw the words "the most fun I've had in my entire life" written in any form of official communication. Broader rollouts of transport laws allowing the open air to strike the faces of my species would take time, but it was successful enough in our capital that they were ready to start the slow spread of change, using it as a reward for meeting productivity quotas, passing inspections, etc. I confess I did not even at that time realize how truly small our lives had become along the way. We were the strongest race in the galaxy, and yet we were unhappy. We just didn't notice because we knew nothing else. I am a Dlamisa of science, reason, evidence, and logic. I place little stock in intuition, but as I read and reread that line from a minor functionary, simply relaying information to the inciter of change, I felt something come over me. A little flash of the intuition I think so little of, that it was only the first pebble of a very large avalanche about to come crashing down on my people. I am but one of my kind on Earth. Bonnie Red and her crew are not even 200 in total, and they're not likely to go back to the homeworld if they can avoid it. My half-sister is not even published yet, and I still didn't know if she even had any connection to the university. But what would happen when human mass migration began? My species intrigued humans a great deal, and they're an active species much like my own. When they travel to Dlamius or our colonies, and when Dlamacins travel to Earth in large numbers for trade or education, can we even hope to stay the same? One human throwing a ball in one of our preserves might just be enough to throw an entire workforce there into chaos. And once we started opening up to each other, and I considered that inevitable, would my people ever want to be away from our humans? Or the other way around? Bosun threw away the opportunity of a lifetime to stay with a human he barely knew for months. If it came down to it, would I have quit university and applied for residency on Earth? A scary thought, but I think I would have. Dlamius never grants citizenship to non-Dlamisans, long-term residency at best. But when humans' residency visas are due to expire, I could picture only two outcomes: mass riots, or it is totally unnecessary, because the highest levels of government feel the same way as the most unfortunate outlier, and have already made accommodations for humans like the Maxiki have. Unprecedented is the word I would use, but even that seems somewhat of an understatement. Now, as to what had my humans excited, specifically Fauve? Well, the hour of Bao's arrival was coming near. Normally, as human young go, Fauve was an even-tempered girl not given to outpourings of emotion, and even at that moment she wasn't expressing a lot. At least not obviously. The humans call it bouncing off the walls, though. It is where there is an abundance of energy without a ready outlet. Usually it is the result of anticipation of the future. Humans, you see, differ from Dlamisans and all other predatory species I know, in that they do not live in the moment. For most species, forward planning is hard, even for mine. It is a deliberate act that requires a steady mind. But humans live in the future. The moment is an obstacle to that which they anticipate. They are always thinking ahead. The next episode, the next day, the next vacation, the next game. It is one of the few areas where I must critique them in a negative fashion. Happiness, once it finds a species, is a very present thing. But humans seem to enjoy anticipating things, more than the things they are actually anticipating. Perhaps it makes them skilled planners when this energy is tempered in some fashion. However, it also makes it very difficult for them to focus on what is right in front of them. I suppose it is fair to say that this is one of the gifts Dlamisan philosophy brought to mankind in later years. Of course, if you're reading the 5th edition of this set, you already know how this resulted in new levels of political, military, and economic might for the alliance between Dlamisans and humans alike. Perhaps it is unprofessional to throw in a personal remark, but I will say it anyway. The Zenti never saw that coming. Now, as I was saying, I was seated in a rocking chair in the corner of the living room, a common area where the household could mingle and watch a program or play games together. A very social space, similar to the kitchen but without the ability to prepare food, and Fauve was being quite antsy. What is it like to have siblings on your world? Do you get along? Do Dlamisan siblings play games together? She threw many questions at me, but if I'm being honest, she didn't like my answers. Humans take family for granted, but for Dlamisans, family is just an engine to create functional and socially useful citizens that can take a role in our society without being a burden on it. I was not close with my mother. When I showed intelligence by learning at an early age, she reported it. I was tested, and I was routed through the system of the state until I reached academia. I was at home for decades, but a Dlamisan parent is an instructor, not a companion, and where Fauve was loving and close with her parents and sibling, I was not. My half-sister, assuming she came about like most of us, was probably the result of a mutual agreement after a state reproduction incentive. Where humans expect to have children out of mutual devotion and affection, a Dlamisan in those days did not. If her upbringing was like mine, and I am sure it was, she was tested, parental observations were noted, and she was routed down the path chosen for her with little individual input from her. But somehow she'd bucked the entire system and gone off on her own. Fauve looked at me very strangely as I explained all this, and the constant bouncing of her feet slowed down little by little until they stopped. She then patted the place on the green couch, asking me to sit with her. I got up from the chair, approached, sat, and she put her arms around me and gave me a very big, very tight hug. I didn't really know why, but that felt even better than usual, and she held on to me like that until we were interrupted by a knock at the door. Chapter 4. Fauve broke the hug to go and get the door. It swung open, and she stood there with a bright smile on her face. She then opened the second door within the door. I must hesitate here as this is a subject of frequent questions. The door within a door is referred to by humans as a storm door, meant to protect the inner door from the outside world. Earth, you see, is a death world. A very high extinction rate, one of the largest in the known galaxy to harbor intelligent life, and some areas where humans settle are subject to horrific storms which flood communities in water, lava, ash, mud, snow, or rocks. Rivers overflow their banks, seas sweep far into land, almost whole nations are sometimes swept clean. As such, humans in this part of the world use 2 doors as opposed to 1 for extra security. More than one of my species, and others, have run face first into them when not properly briefed to look to make sure both doors are open. Bao, it seems, was briefed, or figured it out the hard way, as when Fauve opened the red wooden door, she remained at the entrance awaiting invitation to come in. My half-sister did look like a female version of myself, a slight build, and with a mix of red and dark hair. Interestingly, she chose to dress in the fashion of a human female. A long blue skirt hung down just past her knees, and a shirt that buttoned up just below the neck. "Hi! You must be Bailey's sister." Fauve's enthusiasm seemed to catch her by surprise, and she looked over toward me just as I stood up from the couch. I nodded to give her some encouragement. I didn't want my Fauve getting a poor impression after all, and Bao went with it. "Yes," she answered, and when the clear door was pushed open, Bao stepped within. To my surprise, Bao actually extended her hand to Fauve in a human gesture of greeting. Fauve accepted the handshake, and then used the house intercom, which is to say she turned her head over her shoulder and shouted as loud as she could, "Mom! Dad! She's here!" Bao's jaw dropped at the noise and she immediately looked my way. Are they always that loud? If someone is far away, yes. I answered her and then put away my datapad. Since we were going out, I chose to wear normal human clothing, slacks, standard button-up shirt with short sleeves, both tan in color. Nothing that stood out, other than the fact that I happened to be an alien. "Oh, come on, it's not that loud." Fauve answered with a roll of her eyes as she made way for Bao to enter the room. She looked around, swiveling her head like a twisty chair. "You say that, but you..." Bao answered, and ran her fingers from both hands up and down her furry ears. "Don't have 8 of these." "All right, that's fair," Fauve said with a shrug. "Are you rich?" Bao asked as she looked around the living room, the fireplace, the wall of old bookshelves, the painting of the sea in the dark of night that was so vivid you could almost hear the waves rolling in. She looked at the couch and the workstation, with its complex array of computer equipment in the corner all neatly arrayed. "I never lived like this on Dlamius, and I don't know anyone who did." "What about you, brother?" Bao asked me with a bite to the last word that would have snapped a bone if it had been in her jaws. "No, other than the standard computer equipment, but this isn't the whole house either. This is just one room," I explained, and Bao's jaw dropped again. "Wait, this is not a multi-dwelling?" she exclaimed. Her entire body went stiff, just as William strode in with the others in tow. "No, and we're not rich. We're well off. But in our terms, we're just upper middle class." "Well, she's rich." He pointed at Fauve, who blushed. "Dadu, am not yet," Fauve mumbled, her face going a brighter red when my sister looked at her again. Bao cocked her head at the nearly 15-year-old human. "Is this a joke? I still haven't gotten good at telling when humans are being humorous." "Humorous," I corrected my sister just before Rebecca explained. "No, it's not a joke," she said, while bouncing a giggling Michael on her hip. "She inherited several million credits from Percival Barnum recently. It's in trust until she comes of age, then she'll be rich." "Child exploitation for the win!" William shouted with mock glee and thrust his index finger triumphantly skyward. "Da-adu?" Fauve said reprovingly and fixed his grinning face with a mock glare. I have to add at this point that the Walker family was able to laugh at things like this precisely because they would never actually do them. Because they loved one another, they could laugh, tease, and joke in ways that might disturb, upset, or frighten someone else. If someone actually suggested to William that he try to seize Fauve's assets for his own use, or suggested it to Rebecca, I am fairly sure violence might ensue. By the same token, Fauve would never have left her parents destitute if they were in need. While humans do have a significant capacity for greed, when they care for one another, no amount of money matters to them when set against the welfare of the one they care for. Fauve saw no need to protect herself from her parents' natural human avarice, because her parents did their job in protecting her from the world. Thus, they could joke about something awful, and it wouldn't occur to any of them that they were serious. My sister, however, stared at Fauve, agog. "Sis is several million credits? Like, real credits, right? Like spend what you want when you want and live comfortable forever kind of credits?" "Yes," Fauve answered. "And you, how?" Bao blinked her big brown eyes over and over again, as if she were trying to wake herself up from a dream. "Aye, lass," Bonnie Red said and gave her head a shake. "I know it's a lot to take in, but that's how it is here. This isn't Dlamius with just enough of everything. I've been traveling the cosmos for over 50 years, visited a lot of worlds, met a fair few humans on some of those. And humans are big believers in prosperity and increasing the quality of life. They may not live long, but they pack a lot of living in all those years. I'd take 50 years living like a human over 600 as a Dlamison." Bao swallowed the lump in her throat. "So, where do you all sleep? Do I even dare to ask?" "We all have our own rooms," Fauve answered. "Except Mom and Dad, they share one." "But this is the exception, right?" Bao asked, staring dumbly at what I had to admit was, by Dlamison standards, absurd levels of luxury. Not really. Yes and no, I guess, William answered. Soldiers get tighter quarters mostly, and some cities are too crowded for this, but your average apartment is just a smaller version of this to one degree or another. So, Bao drew her fingers along her snout and seemed to be at a loss for words. I can only assume she was about to say something about where she had been living for the last few weeks, but she didn't get the chance, and by the time I remembered to ask, she had long since forgotten. Whatever it was, the sound of several bellies rumbling at once, including her own, interrupted those thoughts, and both Fauve and Bonnie Red spoke for the rumbling stomachs of us all. "Let's eat!" she exclaimed, and pointed toward the door as if we'd gotten lost on our way to it, which in a way, I suppose we had. Chapter 5. It was a fairly crowded car, if I'm being honest. William and Rebecca were fine, taking the front 2 seats. Fauve, however, was smushed between Bosun and Byron. They both took their responsibility for protecting her very seriously. You may be wondering why that is. Well, the threats had tapered off quite a bit. The very public trials, the jail sentences, or the simulated punishments did quite a bit to dull the nerves of hostile people. But every now and then, for all the verve and vigor she showed, I sometimes caught a hint that something new came in. Our other 2 guards, of whom I have written little, were little written of precisely because they often paid visits to those responsible. Fauve would forward a message, say it was nothing, but then our guards would be reduced for hours or even days. Then they would be back again. I was not privy to the nature of what was said, and to my shame I was too cowardly to ask. But whatever it was, Bosun and Byron knew. They knew and did not like it. As such, when we traveled together, she had at least one hulking guardian with her. But just now she was a trifles mushed between them. My sister took a place by the door, and at the suggestion of Rebecca, Captain Bonnie Red chose to seat herself in the most logical place. She seemed quite surprised that the captain agreed, but then again, Dlamisons are a practical lot, and short of the trunk, there weren't any other options if we were all going to share a car. So Bonnie Red claimed the only reasonably available space there was, my lap. The one bothersome thing about it was, she left her hat on. I did ask her why, but she said according to the musical artists of Earth, a woman should always leave her hat on. To this day I do not know what she was talking about. She refused to apologize or explain or apologize for not explaining, but every now and then I would tell the story, and some human would find it utterly hilarious, and likewise refuse to explain. Suffice it to say that the hat was oversized and blocked my view of the road, and I will admit her tale felt quite good. Life on Earth is full of little trade-offs. We, by which I mean the Dlamisons in the car, were well aware we were drawing close to the food before the humans were. The city of Louisville has always had a reputation for good food and great variety. Even centuries before the present, it was a unique international place within an otherwise quiet and insular state. Nowhere is this more evident than in their dining. I previously wrote about the omnivorous nature of humans, but since I must be honest for the record, I had very little experience with it. I tried a handful of dishes at the university dining facility, and I have had the occasional pastry at the Heine Brothers coffee shop, but on the whole I preferred Rebecca or William's cooking. I suppose I just wasn't that adventurous. I also didn't really realize what I was missing. The endless variety of cultural contributions combined into a sea of smells that besieged our senses as the car took us deeper into the city. Like most major cities, this one had what might be simply referred to as a food strip or restaurant district. Simply put, if your food can't make it there, it certainly can't make it somewhere else. As a major transportation hub, the airlines constantly brought new customers into the city, and most restaurants of any means made sure the travelers knew where to find them. Those with fewer means had young people standing outside with food samples or signs, greeters encouraging customers to walk inside. With our sensitive noses, every kind of spice and herb we never knew existed was assaulting our senses. Human cars were not very good for allowing our tails to express happiness, but that did not stop them from trying. The place we chose to eat had been an established part of barbecue dining in Louisville since the 21st century, and I had been dying to try it ever since the first evening escorting the crew of the Red Spark out. When one of their drunken crew members and their military escort stumbled back to formation slathered in sweet barbecue sauce that probably took hours to clean out of her fur. The establishment, Babybacks, was a family affair. You may have noticed this routine nepotistic habit of humans. Teresa took over her grandfather's business, and while she mentored Fauve, I fully expected that she would pass the business on to a relative of her own. Mavis was learning from her father how to take on the role of a coach for the Cardinals football team. Percival's son joined his business with intent to one day inherit it. So it was with the restaurant business. This one in particular. The family which ran it carried it on through good times and bad for hundreds of years, down into the present, and became an institution in its own right. The odd dynamic of human nature is such that while they love the new to the point of being mad for it, they also steep themselves in traditions, protecting ancient historical sites, books, objects, and occasionally, even people. Yes, certain people were designated as treasures because of their skills in particular arts. In Japan, it was the ability to create certain dyes. In France, it was a family of winemakers. In this particular city, a single chef was designated to be a treasure for his ability to prepare food in a long, long tradition. And that was where I was taking us. Was it perhaps unethical to use university money on an extravagant evening out on the basis that it was research? You could argue perhaps that it was. You could also argue that it was my own petty revenge at my department for considering recalling me and taking me away from my family, and thus causing us all to worry. I dare say that it was comeuppance, and perhaps a little bit of assimilation into my new home, that led to my decision to have one extravagant evening out on expensive barbecue. Either way, I was looking forward to it, and, since I am forced to be completely honest, and I know she will not object, I suppose I didn't mind being a seat for at least a little while. Chapter 6. To say we were excited to eat would be an understatement. Barbecue was a favorite North American customary food, and as such, you could find restaurants featuring it almost everywhere. A little bit about human dining habits before we feature the events of the restaurant itself. Humans are an exceptionally social species, and as such dining alone is seen as inherently sad, even when the person doing it is actually content with their life. Eating alone is seen as indicative of loneliness or unhappiness, and even today, if you observe their films, if a director or storyteller wants to show that someone is lonely or a loner, they will almost always show the subject eating by themselves. Food is social, and as near as I can tell, always has been. Food is a sign of safety, as people do not typically eat when in danger unless they have no choice. Food is a sign of luxury or poverty. What people eat shows what they have access to, and what they have access to grows or shrinks based on their access. Even on the modern earth there are differences to be found, but I had yet to learn how much so. We arrived at the parking lot and slid out of our seats. The parking area was nearly full, but this was to be expected. It was a Friday evening after all, and even though work schedules for humans were flexible, certain hours were generally expected that the vast majority of people would be off. This ties back into their socialized natures. While it isn't uncommon for Dlamacens to eat together, on my homeworld this was purely about efficiency. You ate, you got back to work. You were allotted the equivalent of 30 minutes to consume what you needed to, and then return to your tasks as fast as possible. The large meals we consumed existed only because it was more efficient if everybody ate at once, and if all the sustenance was in the same place. Taking joy in eating? Actually spending resources on just making it enjoyable? The long socialization of a 2-hour dinner just talking and savoring one course after another? Despite months on Earth, this was proving to be as hard to adjust to as it was delightful to learn. We entered with wagging tails for the Dlamacens and hungry bellies for us all. The rich smell of barbecue sauce and smoked meat was so heavy that I would swear that even if we'd stuffed our noses, we would still have smelled it. We made our way through the sea of booths and tables, guided by a woman who, to put it simply, would have fit well on the football team, but had a smile on her dark skin that was as bright as day. "Hey y'all, welcome to Bobby Bucks," she said, and led us with a confident saunter that could have belonged to either an assertive soldier or a confident cheerleader. She led us to a long table with enough chairs to spare, but I really didn't notice anyone or anything except, of course, for my sister. Bao's tongue was lolling out as she stared at the food, and I noticed that the way she walked had a kind of almost frantic urgency. She would have overtaken the server if the woman hadn't taken up the better part of the pathway, and might have tried to do it if there had been a chance of getting the food one moment sooner by doing so. "How long since you've had a full meal?" Bonnie asked her as we sat down, and the server said, "I'll be back with your bread and some water to start. Go ahead and place your orders as soon as y'all are ready." She gave us all a warm round of smiles and politely left us to converse with each other. Bonnie wasn't the size of Boatswain or Byron, but like most scouts of the Dlamacen military, she had undergone modification. Like humans, our people learned a long time ago that big people tend to survive more fights than short people, and part of the modification process for our military includes a little fiddling with their genetics. This meant that Bonnie grew a full head taller than my sister, so my sister looked up at her and said, "Is it that obvious?" "Yes. I live on a ship that spends months at a time in the void. Even with modification to reduce our food needs, we still have to ration. Sometimes we have to ration a lot." "So, how long?" Bonnie explained, and Bao put her hand over her belly as it rumbled. Since I got to Earth. I live in the ruins of what used to be Chicago, Bao said, and the humans at the table stared at her in open disbelief. You can't be serious, William asked. No way, that's gotta be a joke. Isn't the radiation there deadly? Rebecca asked, and pursed her lips for a moment before she clucked her tongue and said, It's not nice to make jokes about that. A lot of humans died there. It's just a radioactive grave now. I'm not joking. And yes, there are still people there. Winning their trust has not been easy. Bao answered, and the table was quiet for a moment, just as the waitress returned and set down several bright red baskets full of golden bread that looked as if it had been baked already slathered in butter. Beside each basket, she set down several small glass bowls with a scoop to add yet more butter to it, and then she began placing cups filled with ice water down by each of us. Y'all just push the button on your table if you need something before you're ready to order, she said, and left us alone again. The button she referred to was on the little screen which sat in front of every seat at the table that we would use to select our meals for the evening. Bao was already going through her screen, panting with hunger while we spoke. That's not exactly true, Byron said, contradicting Rebecca. The radiation levels have been decreasing for years, though I'll be damned if I know how people could be living there long enough to see that happen. The same reason I was able to survive there, Bao answered. The answer clicked for Bonnie Red immediately. You were modified. What was your designated career before you ran off? I was an RGC specialist. Bao said it as if that should mean something to the rest of us. Radioactive gene control specialist. My job was to work with radiation to induce mutation in biological life, to find useful ones that we could use for general improvement of our species. All of us were modified to make us resistant to radiation as a safety precaution. And before you ask, no, I did not like the work. Bao explained her speciality, and I saw expressions of understanding dawn on others. Fauve, though, had questions of her own. That sounds interesting. Why didn't you like it? Because I had to work on biological life, Bao explained. Like plants and simple cells? Fauve asked. The Dlamacins at the table were silent. Like plants and multicells then, right? Fauve pressed. Bao's silent stare was answer enough. Chapter 7. Fauve's face paled. There was nothing left of them, if that matters. They were brain dead, kept alive on machines. Bao explained it clinically. I won't say the work was without value. We saved many lives, and all the gene modifications that made our military the most feared one in the galaxy came out of people doing my job. She felt the judgment of the table, and I think if she hadn't been as hungry as she was, she might have left. I didn't want to. I didn't like the work, but it was where I was assigned. Even doing it to living bodies. Fauve cut her off. People. The word you're looking for is people. She informed my sister, and Bao, to her credit, nodded. Yes, people. You humans don't understand. You're new to the galaxy. But ask him. She pointed to Boasfin. Ask her. She pointed to Bonnie Red. Heads swiveled back and forth between the pair. It wasn't lost to my awareness that she hadn't pointed at me, but it was something I could address later. The Zenti aren't the only threats out there, Bosun finally admitted. Evolved prey might not often have the fortitude for space travel, but that does not mean they're all weak like the Maxiki. The peace we have now, it wasn't always so. Dlamacins live a long time, so we remember wars that are ancient history to you. It's not that it's meant to be cruel, Bonnie added as she placed her order. It's just that we live our whole lives protecting the species. If you get old enough and eventually can't contribute, they give you the long rest. You get put to sleep on a table, and then your body is used to continue to help protect Dlamius. It started, 1,200-odd years ago? A long time before we were born, at least. For some, it's the closest they get to immortality, since their names are added to the list of contributors to the life of Dlamius. Bonnie's words may have sounded as if she were defending the work, but the way she said it, the way she finished, with her eyes gone hard and her teeth exposed a little longer than was polite, I could feel her general disgust. Is it really that bad out there? William asked. It can be, Byron remarked. I went out a few times after the thing with Teresa's parents. There are a lot of no-man's lands out there between species. And there are plenty like the Zenti, who are quick to fill those gaps and raid on either side of it, counting on the fear each side of the border has for the other to get away with it. And from what I saw, this is considered peaceful and stable. What I saw, though, it reminds me of the history lessons of the 20th to 22nd century power games. I remember that, Fauve said with a snap of her fingers. Countries would give a bunch of weapons and money to little powers just to stir up trouble for their bigger enemies. That's about the size of it, Bonnie Red replied. Smart girl. A long time ago, though, things were a lot worse. I guess it was bad enough that we started doing what we did, and have just been doing it ever since. Until right just now, I never really thought about it being all that different. It could still be that way again, Bosun said, contradicting her at once. Dlamius is a superpower. Earth has seeded more worlds in the last 50 years than most species do in 500. The Zenti were humbled enough to talk peace, but victory creates fear too. The galaxy is a scary place if you don't have people you can trust around you. And there's a lot of fear of you all now too, he said while looking straight at William and Rebecca. Us? They said and put their hands on their chests at the same time. Humans, Bosun answered. Your technology is almost on par with species that haven't changed much in 600 years. You recovered from a horrendous war that should have set you back by 1,000 years and did it in less than 100. And everybody knows about your utter disregard for your own safety. He and Bonnie Red wagged their tails enthusiastically. One of your best qualities, if you want my opinion, Bonnie added with a series of rapid nods. Your species really lives. You don't just trudge toward death like so many others. Maybe we've just remembered the worst times so much we don't even know things can actually be any better. But her job, she pointed toward Bao, is just a reflection of that. Wait, where's the pirate talk? Fauve asked. Aye, lass, was ye fond of the way I was a-wordin' things? Bonnie asked, her tongue lolling out as she panted in what was probably her attempt at imitating human laughter. I turned on my translator, Bonnie explained, but I can turn it off if you like the pirate in me so much. Let's not for the moment, William interjected before Fauve could agree, and she pouted for a moment while she placed her order. It wasn't cruel to them, Bao said, returning focus to her former work. Their lives were empty enough as it was. They volunteered for it because it was all over for them anyway. But I hated it. I hated that I was good at it, and I got out of it as soon as I could. Forgive my interruption, sister of mine, I said, as I finally finished placing my order. But I have to ask, how? You don't just walk off the job on Dlamius. You have to apply for permission to quit and gain reassignment. If you were good at your job, there's no way they'd have let you leave. Bao looked over at me, her hands placed one over the other on the table surface. She didn't look at me with anger, which was a first for her as far as I knew. I didn't even detect any anger pheromones, which I have to admit was another unexpected change. Then, after she gathered her thoughts, she said, First I had to want to go, to know I wanted to leave, that I wanted something different, better. And as much as I hate to admit it, I got the opportunity thanks to you, brother of mine. But the desire? The desire came from her. She inclined her head toward Captain Bonnie Red, and the silent confusion at the table was loud as thunder to the table. Chapter 8. The only dark I like to be left in is the void of space, Bonnie said, drumming her fingers on the table. It was a very human gesture. It said something about how much she'd assimilated. For those shorter-lived species, you must understand, a Dlamisa is naturally very patient. We have time. We don't have to rush. We do things efficiently because it is necessary, but as long as we know something is being done as efficiently as it can be, we tend not to be impatient about it. But for humans, everything must be bigger, better, stronger, faster. Everything is rushed and hasty, and if it is as fast as it can go, well, they will always ask, how do we make it faster? I rather like that trait, but it took a long time to get used to. Bonnie, however, seemed to have gotten used to it long before we met, and as such, she was used to a degree of haste most of us simply were not. Hence, the oddity of the drumming fingers. She did not, however, have to wait very long. I also attended the university, but for my work. While there, I was browsing the data library footage for Xeno actions, and came across footage that hadn't been properly sorted. Footage that you left behind, Bao explained, and Bonnie jumped to the obvious conclusion. The pirate movies? She asked. No, Bao answered. The footage of your encounter with humans. I then pulled the data you drew off of. That was when I found your pirate movies. They looked so free, so utterly and completely free. No probing over bodies that are dead in all but name, no constantly being tired, no endless parade of reports, no... Bao swallowed the lump in her throat that I don't think she noticed until she had to get rid of it. I tried to switch jobs, to go into Terran studies, but you, little brother, beat me to it. Axlith chose you over me, but that didn't stop me from studying. That didn't stop me from learning. And, her ears all went back, I may not be as smart as you are, but ambition counts for something too. She closed her hand into a fist. And even if you did beat me here, you also gave me the opportunity. I suggested I pay a visit to a system I found out that the Red Spark frequented, faked a report from you since I had your family ID, pretending you'd sent a sample for pickup, got myself a ship off-world, and used my saved-up credits to buy passage to the Red Spark's port instead. Then I was free. Bao sighed long and loud and leaned back in her seat. I never felt better than the day I saw my homeworld shrink into a dot and disappear. I didn't even know I was that unhappy. I didn't even really have words for it until I learned enough of Terran languages. She glanced out of the corner of her eye toward me. I want to study humans, to learn how anyone can be this free, this happy, and still get anywhere with their lives. I'm convinced that if I can find the answer to this, not only will I be able to get a pardon for abandonment of my duty and travel anywhere again, but that I'll make it so our whole species will be better off for it. We were all quiet at the table, and to put it lightly, I was surprised by literally all of this. Job abandonment is a serious crime when you're in government employ, and everybody in her position was in the government's employ. My sister had made herself a fugitive after a proxy encounter with humans. I have said many times in many ways that humans can have a significant impact on our species. The security forces got drunk for one night with their human counterparts and stayed in touch. The logs I reviewed from Bonnie read showed that she still had some quiet communications with the human ship's captain, despite having only encountered him for a single day. I put my entire career on the line more than once and considered abandoning it all if they tried to make me leave. Not to mention the rest of Bonnie's crew had become instant celebrities on Earth. Bosun threw away a major opportunity for advancement because he would have had to leave Byron behind. For whatever reason, it seemed our species was just destined, even created to be entwined with one another, like we couldn't help but experience love. Now on top of all that, Bao turns herself fugitive just for a chance to live like a human and pursue some other dream that might very well be impossible. The more I learned, the more study I knew was needed. But in that moment, all I could think to say was, I'm not sure if I should say you're welcome or sorry or what here. Bao sat up straight again and looked over at me, directly into the eyes and said, or rather perhaps I should say, demanded. You don't need to say either, but what you do need to do is ask me why I came looking for you, dear brother. Any response or question from me was stifled by the sudden arrival of our server with heaping platters of food with steam rising like little clouds. There were golden fries, little strands of potatoes fried with various rich herbs that tantalized our nostrils and looked so crispy they might break open at the touch. Ears of golden corn slathered in white buttery sauce sat in metal foil where they'd baked in their juices. For myself, a full rack of ribs so sweet and tender-looking that if I'd lost all my teeth, I am sure I could have chewed them still. The meat threatened to fall off the very bone. And then came the beer, rich dark ale served at room temperature. Entire volumes could be written on the expansiveness of this feast that my university was so generously paying for, in no small part because there was simply so much of it to be had that we could scarcely see the table beneath our respective plates. Fauve eyed our beers enviously, but content with a non-alcoholic root variety, as it was enough to let us toast. We raised our glasses and Bonnie said, "To peace among worlds." Who could argue with that? So we answered it in that spirit, to peace among worlds. The glasses all clinked together as was custom for humans, and we then drank deeply before we began devouring in earnest. If our bellies could have been filled by the savory scent alone, they would have. The meat, though, would serve well enough. The way it all but melted on my tongue as I tore it from the bone and let it slide down my throat. A good meal truly is a paradise denied to my homeworld. Of course, that still left the question that Bao demanded that I ask of her. So when our server was gone, I broached it. Why did you come looking for me? It clearly wasn't out of some familial affection, even if you've learned human phrases about that sort of thing. Bao swallowed the bite of a fist-sized hamburger she'd ordered for herself, and paused her effort at busily ordering another, looked at me again and said, "To ask for your help. My humans are in trouble." Chapter 9. One thing I like to think my sister was right about. I like to think that as Dlamacens go in general, I'm fairly smart, and as such I concluded the likely nature of the problem. It's the radiation, isn't it? Bao nodded. Wait, Rebecca interjected. I'm a biologist. I have a fair bit of experience seeing the effects of radiation poisoning. Is someone going to explain a little more about what's going on there? Byron? What didn't you add just then? Rebecca asked, and I must add praise for her insight. Byron knew there were people there and had been for a long time, but he hadn't said how he knew, and she had not missed it. The highly evolved socialization of humans involves a great deal of what is referred to as subtext. You have to look for cues and prompts, not just what is said, but what is not said. If someone says, "I haven't seen so-and-so," they could be telling the truth even if so-and-so had been in the same room with them. The speaker may have just kept his eyes closed. If they say, "I don't have that item," it could be because they did have it but sold it or got rid of it. If you're reading the 4th edition of this work or later, you likely recall how this complex trait of man was regarded by the galaxy at large. Some of the more subtle species found humans to be delightful, while others considered humans to be naturally duplicitous. Myself, I consider them merely subtle in their social interactions, and that subtlety is a result of their highly evolved cooperative nature, a companion to their frequent use of small lies that I covered in the first volume. Now in that moment, Byron had a chunk of steak in his mouth, and I noticed that he took his time in chewing it before giving Rebecca her answer. When he did, it was quiet and deliberate. Long time ago, Chicago was real corrupt. In the extreme, their official police department even routinely tortured prisoners back in the 20th century. Places like that, their breeding grounds for inhumanity, and the nation that once ruled there used people, prisoners, even kids for radiation experiments to see what would happen to them. It's old world stuff. I only know about it because we got briefed when scouting the area to check radiation levels. Long story short, a lot of the buildings were resistant to radiation, and a lot of the people who lived there were at least somewhat resistant, enough so that they were able to stay there and survive. But that was what? 200 years ago? Rebecca asked. Around that. Byron agreed and pointed his fork at her. And you're right. From what they told us in the safety brief, most people were known to have died. The rest, it wasn't pretty for low birth rates, high infant mortality, and no outside support. What lives there now? He shrugged. People, I guess, but when I was there we never saw anybody. Only a couple of drones caught sight of anyone. But from the sound of things, she knows more than me. He tilted his head toward Bao, and my sister took a long, deep drink of her beer before answering. Allele grafting, Bao answered, and I admit I had no idea what she was talking about. What's that? Fauve asked when she saw her mother pale. Crude genetic modification, something Dlamius experimented with early on. It's like gene insertion to modify an organism, but it is to that what a nuclear bomb is to a sniper's bullet. Crude and inefficient, like the GMO experiments of inducing mass mutations then selectively breeding traits, but this is totally accidental. Bao explained, and Fauve shook her head. I'm still lost, she admitted, and her mother put her hand on top of her daughter's. The easy explanation is, if I gather, that people ended up fused at a genetic level with various other living things. Rebecca answered, and Fauve looked down at her plate. That sounds painful, she said. No, but it is usually lethal. Bao replied, the survivors there stay isolated. They told me the old world was a hostile place that would treat them horribly if they went out. They've kept to the ruins, growing crops as best they could and raising animals. But they don't live well. Life expectancy in the ruins of Chicago is about 40 years if you survive infancy. Their existence, it's nasty, brutish, and short. So different than... Bao looked around the restaurant where people ate and talked in good cheer and plenty. Then this. It was at that moment that our server returned and placed a second burger with a patty of meat as thick as Bosun's fist down in front of her. Thank you, Bao said, and inclined her head toward our server. The woman, bright-eyed and all smiles, inclined her head. I'll have your desserts out in just a few minutes. Y'all just sit tight. She then sashayed away, humming something pleasant but unfamiliar to me. My sister, clearly, had picked up something of human culture and mannerisms, and was adapting better than I would have thought. I could only speculate as to her reasons for going into dead zones like the old city ruins, but it likely had to do with the government of Dlamius. She knew very well that we were exceptionally cautious as a matter of policy, and weren't likely to push our luck by asking to venture into somewhere that wasn't especially safe. My sister still hadn't acknowledged how she avoided the embassy detention when she even got to Earth, but I dare speculate that Bonnie Red knew more about that than she was likely to say. So I left it alone. Bao, however, had her mind elsewhere anyway and said, the problems are hunger, disease, and things are getting worse. A lot of the old buildings are starting to crumble. They're losing their shelters, and what they can build out of the scraps just isn't very good. They need care. I'm doing the best I can while I study them and write up my findings. She hung her head. Her fingers trembled so much she dropped her burger back down onto her plate. But I can't help them alone. I'm not even a real medical doctor. I'm a geneticist, and I've never seen anything like this. The human genome is a mad amalgam of things that I never dreamed of. Did you know that even a normal human's genome is made up of 8% retroviral markers? How many plagues hit this species? And some of these actually get incorporated into functional use. It's madness. And I can't help them. I'm trying. But no matter what I do, I can't do it alone. Please, help me. My humans are suffering and I can't bear it. I'm not strong enough for this. Smart enough for this. Dlamysons cannot cry. But we are capable of sorrow. Looking back many years beyond the present moment in which I recorded all of this, I can say that we are as capable of it as any human. But we as a species and a society had rendered ourselves utterly numb to everything, just to get through life and survive to protect ourselves. We lost part of ourselves. Maybe we buried it. Maybe the ones who lived in the worst of times locked it away inside themselves and lost the key by the time the next generations were born, or feared to let it be unlocked lest we face destruction a second time. But meeting humans was letting us rediscover ourselves and all that we were truly capable of. That moment, however, was like thunder out of a clear sky. I can only guess how hard it must have been for Bao to hold back her plea for as long as she did. And I think a lot of her resentment toward me was just what she used to focus herself and keep all that at bay until she could ask for help at a proper time. I doubted that dinner was the time she intended. However, it seemed she couldn't hold back any further, which did not make it make more sense. Why come to me? What can I do? You may not be a specialist in human medicine, but I know less than you. Why not appeal to the Earth government? William asked. And if they're so averse to outsiders, how did you get in with them? I'm not Homo sapien, and by their own reckoning, neither are they. Not anymore. They're Homo sapiens animalia, Bao answered. It was Rebecca who filled in the meaning for them. Wise man animals? She asked, and not a one of us could think of what to say when Bao acknowledged Rebecca's translation of the Latin phrase. Chapter 10. Before I proceed with my writing of what Bao went on to explain next, I want to point something else out. My sister comes across to me as quite cantankerous, stubborn, willful, and frankly a little hot-tempered and hostile. Maybe this is a result of her experiences. But the cause of the what does not change the what, yet somehow, even her cantankerous and hostile self, very much the opposite of the polite, quiet, and cautious me, and even very different from the brash and bold Bonnie Red, had somehow bonded tightly enough to humans that their loss impacted her deeply. She couldn't bear their suffering, and just by coming to me she was taking an enormous risk. Ambition is in the blood of Dlamysons, and she was an aspiring rival. It wouldn't have been unheard of for one rival to sabotage another, and to sabotage her, all I had to do was make a call to the embassy, let them know she was a fugitive, and I can be sure that Earth would cooperate in allowing her detention. After all, goodwill was riding high between our worlds after the recent exhibition, and according to the embassy the last time I spoke with them before that night, they were talking about holding games on Dlamius to determine who would be the first emigres to Earth to join the nascent Ballyball League. An illegal would be a sticking point. I could have had her removed with ease. I could have had her sent home to face judgment for abandonment of her duties, forging official documents, and who knows what else she did that hadn't even come up in conversation yet. So coming to me was an enormous risk. But she did it anyway, and she didn't do it for herself. She did it for what she called her humans. If even she could make a statement like that, I tried to picture our ambassador chasing a ball. It was very hard, but I was rapidly losing my doubts that it was impossible. They don't trust normal humans, but they'll trust aliens? Forgive me, sister, but I have my doubts, I said, and to my surprise, several of my humans glared at me. What? I asked. William was not a forceful man. He was no hulking brute. Even when he was a soldier, I can only imagine him as the nerd of the group. However, that didn't mean he was incapable of it. He was a father, after all, and he had the respect as well as the love of his family for a reason, and it was in that authoritative spirit which I'd never heard from him before that he spoke to me next. Things may be different for us now, Bailey, but for a long time, diseased people, deformed people, even people with barely noticeable or irrelevant differences were barely considered to be people. This group she's talking about, they've been isolated a long time. They only know the old world legacy, and they know it killed their city. Whatever happened in there, first their ancestors were killed, and then as far as they could ever know, they were abandoned. I suppose that wouldn't lend itself to trusting people, I muttered. Sorry. Fine. Whatever. But will you help me? Bao asked. I still don't see how, I answered. You have an in with the ambassador, and you're about to be at least part owner of a major thing here on Earth. They may be mostly cut off, but they've hacked a few treadmills and cobbled together some terminals to let them create energy credits, and a few of those who are good at hiding their differences even got a way to order a few supplies to be delivered to an inconspicuous location. Bao paused when I blinked in surprise. My humans are pretty clever. She said it proudly, even raised her head a little and dared anyone to deny it. They're aware of the wider world, but they don't trust it. If things weren't getting worse, they'd probably just keep living how they are, but they just can't generate enough energy to pay for what they need. I was hoping you could ask the embassy to provide some goodwill relief supplies, or maybe use your budding organization to bring some attention to their needs. Most of Earth doesn't even seem to know that these groups exist, but they do. Wait, what do you mean groups? I had to ask, and Bao became silent. The whole table of people leaned forward a little. It's not the only city where it happened. She finally admitted and began cursing under her breath. Oh. Rebecca's eyes lit up with interest that I knew was a kind of academic lust. Academics are a peculiar breed across most species. Whether you're dealing with precogs or humans or even a Zenti, or definitely a Dlamisa, academics have a thirst for knowledge that outweighs even the most lascivious and lewd of people. It is so great that I think the average intelligence of most species would go into steep decline if learning and ambition did not so often lead the intelligent to lewdness all on its own. 2, the more intelligent they were, the more they were likely willing to experiment with new methods of reproductive behavior. Suffice it to say, with the spark of academic drive rising in Rebecca's expression, I knew 2 things for sure. Bao had found her first human ally at the table, and that William would be drained and exhausted before morning. The humans I'm staying with, I've been able to do a little, to categorize some of the mutations, but they have afflictions that don't appear in either their surviving medical texts or in the ones they've managed to sneak in from the outside world. The same is happening in other ruins, and as the radiation levels go down, some of their crops' black algae and other things that need radiation to survive are dying too. So I came out here, they asked me to, that is, to see if I could get help from people who wouldn't have a chance to exploit them. Bao looked down at her now empty plate. I wondered if she'd even really noticed that she ordered a third one, or if she properly tasted the second one. My humans are scared. I'm begging you, help me help them. If you want, after it's done, I'll let you take me in. Send me back to Delamius to face charges. If you need a trade, that's the best I can do. It might even be a good mark for you with the homeworld, capturing the first illegal migrant to sneak onto Earth. My sister said it with such regret that I could all but read her thoughts. I knew what she was thinking because it was the same thing I'd feared so recently, more than once at that. The fear of being taken away from my humans and forced to go back home. I was stunned into utter silence while her ears went down and her tail curled under her seat. To her it must have seemed like I was thinking it over, but in reality in my head, I could just barely believe that the person who in a scale measurable in hours had so recently lambasted me for taking her opportunity and openly declared herself my rival, was willing to throw it all away and go to a labor colony for a century at least, just to protect some humans she hadn't even known for a full Earth season yet. Bailey, Fauve said reprovingly. You're scaring her. I won't resist. Just help them first, Bao said and snapped me out of my stunned silence. With the benefit of hindsight, I think her first hostility and declaration of rivalry was less a genuine expression of her thoughts and more an attempt at tempting the worst aspects of academia, which is to say she expected me to get rid of her and render aid just so I could take all the credit. I should have been offended, but given that our immortality was forged in excellence within our profession, in any other circumstances, she might have had some luck with that strategy going exactly according to plan. But I suppose I am a little bit of an outlier, and I wasn't about to rip one of my own away from their humans. I can only conclude that my sense of empathy was reasserting itself after a lifetime of cultural repression, so I finally said, there'll be no need for that. I'm not going to turn you in, Bao, but I will see what we can do for your humans. When do we leave? Fauve asked, her face lighting up until she caught sight of her parents. You don't, they said at once. Fauve pouted. But Bailey has some resistance to radiation and is a grown-up, I said, cutting her off. I rarely cut Fauve off, but on this one I agreed with her parents. It was a needless danger. Can I at least go remotely? Fauve asked. What do you mean go remotely? Bao inquired. Working for the Barnum Cooperation as Teresa's assistant, I get a company drone. I can pilot it from the house and go with you. Plus, it's a way you can get footage for your studies and maybe it'll pick up something useful. Fauve explained to us, and Bao furrowed her brow. Is that normal? She asked. and Fauve shook her head vigorously, bouncing her soft brown hair around behind her head. No. But she says video-worthy stuff seems to happen around me, so it's best to have options. Her mischievous smile is one I would never forget. She was always a proud, confident girl. It's no wonder her parents trusted her so much. It's unorthodox. But then, that seems to be what passes for normal on this world. Fine. Bao answered, and looked at me just as her third hamburger was placed in front of her, alongside a plate with a thick chocolate brownie with a dome-shaped scoop of vanilla ice cream, which in turn was coated in a caramel syrup that oozed its way over the plate. Her tongue lolled out as she salivated, but she paused in her eating to ask me, "Is it possible for you to go tomorrow?" "Yes," I answered, but Rebecca quickly interjected. "I suggest waiting another day. Let me gather some notebooks on mutations that you won't find in regular medical textbooks. It looks like Dlamius is ahead of us in this field of research, but there's still a lot of things that just aren't generally available to the public yet. I'll send them to your datapad once I get them together," she suggested, and Bao silently thought that over. "No, every minute counts. You'll just have to send the information remotely, and we'll adapt as we go," my sister answered, and I have to say, it was a very human response. Chapter 11. All things considered, the rest of the meal went with relative smoothness. I did have more questions for Bao. How she'd come to find that obscure group of humans, how she'd won them over, and how she'd managed to so thoroughly prepare herself with the limited time she had to herself, even with years of preparation. Though it pained me to admit it, I had to wonder if she might be smarter than I, but those questions would have to wait. Her worry and relief were such that even I knew that distraction was needed. She had to relax for the time ahead, and here again my humans came to my rescue. Rebecca avoided shop talk regarding genetics, even though I could feel her eagerness to do so, focusing instead on life in Louisville and other places the family traveled from time to time. William kept Bosun and Byron occupied with their shop talk, conversing about old times in his military service years and drawing them out on their own respective fields. Fauve, in turn, focused on entertainment, what games were played by children of the ruins. Did Bao know any of Fauve's own age? What was their education like? Things Bao seemed eager and happy to talk about, and she offered to transmit some downloaded episodes for group watches to Bao's datapad and share her streaming account. Bao was clearly touched by these efforts. Her tail started to wag every time Fauve spoke. Myself, I was quiet. It was clear, at least to me, that regardless of how duplicitous my sister might have been regarding what she said before, she genuinely did not like me, at least. Whether she actively hated me, I don't know. It seems irrational to hate someone who doesn't know you, just because they had a chance you did not. Maybe it is irrational, but emotion and reason are not synonymous, and there was nothing to be gained in trying to force her to regard me favorably. I didn't really feel bad about her not liking me, though I think a human would have. Human need for connection is such that when a connection offer is refused, rebuked, or broken, or they feel it may be, they can become angry, irrational, even dangerous. Even if they are not all that, it can plunge them into a deep well of sadness that it is difficult to climb out of. I write that while recalling in the previous volume how Fauve feared she'd done something to upset me before I had the sense to tell her the truth. To tell her of the danger of my potential recall back to my university. She was near to tears and thinking I was distancing myself from her, avoiding her, or that she herself was at fault in some way, making her feel that way. It was always a regret that I can only excuse by saying I am not actually human and don't always know the correct thing to do. With Bao, there was no bond between us but genetics. I barely remembered even her outline growing up, and I'm fairly sure if she had been, say, satisfied in her job, she never would have sought me out for anything. We would have passed centuries without contact, and neither of us regretting it. So Bao's dislike had no real emotional punch for me. But we did have one thing in common. We were both quite taken with humans, and as such, to render the greatest possible aid, I thought it best to leave her be and let her receive the kind of comfort that humans are uniquely gifted at. That is to say, entertaining distractions. Not all humans seem gifted at this. However, a considerable number, far beyond the numbers found in other species, are able to find just the right way to connect with others. Fauve gravitated toward entertainment, telling stories of books she'd read and stories she'd seen. She spoke of the dark heroine of Who Conquers, the grim savior who betrayed her gods and kingdom to save the race of elves and build a new, more just empire. She spoke of the story of the wars over grails and of comedies featuring endless misunderstandings. When she pulled up a bouncing introduction song to an old 20th century series, repopularized for a celebration of animation history, A very strange series, I might add, about a boy who turned into a girl every time he was splashed with cold water, and his engagement to a young and hot-tempered woman. Romantic comedies are unique to humans, found nowhere else in the galaxy that I have seen. What it says about humans that this genre exists at all is hotly debated by anthropologists even today as of the 5th edition of this work. But my sister was bouncing her head back and forth and humming along with the song, briefly forgetting about her worries, while her hands tapped along on the table in time with the music. As I watched the way my sister enjoyed the song and how happy it made her, it occurred to me that I have seriously neglected one of the areas of study that is important to humans. Fove inadvertently revealed it to me in the course of that meal, but I should have at the very least recognized it when I saw how it impacted Bonnie Red, perhaps even before. But better late than never. The area I write of here is entertainment. I was studying the family dynamics and interpersonal relationships, but I was not yet giving the full attention to their arts. An unforgivable oversight on my part. Music, film, painting, video game design, comedy, drama, skits. I can only blame my own bias for this. I paid little attention to the arts as a child. It is not encouraged in us, and only those who spend abundant time studying our history ever subspecialize in the history of our arts. Such things are reduced to a mere science of function. Does the ship go fast and make bad ships go boom? Does it use space effectively? Does it serve a purpose? It was in that moment, spiraling out from a single song, that a realization hit me that was almost as powerful as the moment I realized I didn't care about my career as long as I got to stay with my humans. That realization was that our lives were even more bereft of living than I believed. I had the vaguest of memories of seeing pictures made in past generations, of statues that sat in underfunded museums that were now just glorified and unvisited warehouses for old relics. Yet here were humans still celebrating art from hundreds of years earlier. Fove knew books and bought costumes and played games that were still going strong and capturing imaginations like they were brand new innovations. I had to ask myself, what have we lost? What have my people given up? How could we do this to ourselves? We weren't overthrown by our enemies. We weren't erased or destroyed or enslaved. But we existed like we were the living dead. No joy, no happiness, no purpose, but to work until we died. We won our wars and were the strongest race in the galaxy, but we were acting like we were still a desperate people on the brink of annihilation. How could we? How could we do this to ourselves? What have we done? I wondered, watching the way my sister's head bounced back and forth to music. I had never even heard music back home. In victory, we had defeated ourselves. For the rest of the night, all I could feel was the deepest sorrow I'd felt in a long, long time, and a desire to fix it all. Series title, Ranma 12. Chapter 12. I can only hope history will forgive me for not detailing more of our dinner. But I just couldn't. I can't. Focus was no longer possible for me. It was like the weight of century after century of emptiness crashed down on me all at once. Is it any wonder humans could grab hold of our hearts so easily? They, after all, still had theirs. But we for all our power, all our wealth, all our material means, could not even do this. Sit down with people who cared about us, and enjoy something prepared by someone with a passion for their craft, beyond just making it efficient. Efficiency, or even endurance, isn't the height of quality I once believed it to be. I was wrong. We were wrong. And as minutes were born and died, in my mind I was replaying all the missed opportunities in our history and in my whole life, up until my arrival on Earth. This is where I believe my professor was wrong, at least in part. It wasn't just that humans could teach us the meaning and power of family. It was that they had ordered their society in such a way as to let people give meaning to their very lives. Or at least they were trying to. Our wartime way of life never returned to being peacetime. And if I were to make a guess as to when that would change if nothing imposed that change, well, to borrow an old human phrase, it would happen right around the 15th of Never, or the 30th of February, whichever came first. By the time I paid the charge and we stood up from the table, I was well and truly resolved to assisting Bao with what she asked for. And whether she liked me or not, there was no way I was going to turn her in, though I doubt she believed me when I said that. "Where are you staying tonight?" I asked her when the family stood up. "There's a bridge I saw that isn't too far from your home. One night outdoors won't hurt me." Bao replied, only for William to speak up. "Absolutely not. You're Bailey's sister. We're not going to let you stay under a bridge." He answered, and then added, "We have a perfectly good couch. Sleep there. Maybe we can do a movie night or something." "Movie night. That sounds vaguely familiar," I said, and glanced at my sister, then at Bosun, then at Bonnie Red. She was the only one to know. "Everybody gets together and watches a movie. It's a lot of fun. Captain Archer did one with us when we arrived on his ship. It's how I was introduced to Earth's pirate past." Her tail was already wagging when she said that, and she adjusted her hat to give it a little tilt. Predictably, as we got up to leave, she drew attention. She had, after all, been the first of our species to land a ship on Earth, and she had been a player in the first broadcast game of Ballyball. So when she rose to her feet to leave, she began to get attention. I suppose it was nothing less than a miracle that she hadn't drawn attention on entry. All it really took was one person. "Hey, it's the pirate doggo!" It was a child that said it, and all I really wanted was to get out of there before it got chaotic. I still wasn't fond of big crowds. The restaurant was one thing. Being suddenly crowded by a bunch of people was another, and I knew what was coming. I had seen human films after all. It still galls me centuries later that what I realized that evening hadn't occurred to me before it did. But at that moment it was time to go. I think Bonnie recognized my anxiety, though I hadn't the will to ask her. It didn't really matter if she did it for my sake, or just because she did like the attention. She stood aside and slipped into her pirate voice. "Aye, that be me land lubbin' lass. Do you fancy an autograph? Sign your shirt, or would you like a selfie?" With a subtle motion, she waved us toward the door as people began to close in around her. "Selfie, please. Oh, and can you also sign my shirt?" the girl asked, and Bonnie did her imitation of a human laugh. "Greedy as a pirate you are, lass. A girl after me own heart." I'd reached the exit by then and missed whatever else was said. I got out ahead of the rest of them. Strangely, Bao didn't hurry as much as I did, which isn't to say she was slow, but rather that she didn't have the same haste as myself. It's hard not to feel like a coward in moments like that, when everyone else is fine and I can barely keep my head on straight. The walkers assured me that I wasn't, and I'm grateful to them for everything. But it's hard not to feel like a coward when you're the only one anxious, and everyone else seems to think nothing is wrong at all. Cowardice is hardest of all on the cowards themselves, I suppose. Bao spoke up as the door closed behind Boatswain, who was the last to leave the restaurant. "Will she be all right alone?" Nobody answered. Bao seemed to realize what she'd asked, and brought her hand up to her snout, looked down at the ground, and dragged her thumb and forefinger down to the tip of her nose with a sigh. That was a profoundly stupid question, and as far as I'm concerned, I never asked it. Agreed, we said at once. I fully expected her to show up early the next morning hungover and vowing to drink even more next time. Whatever can be said of the Pirate Queen, she didn't ever lack commitment to whatever she was doing. It wasn't until we piled back into the car to go back to the Walker home that I realized something quite unfortunate, that Bonnie Red would not be sitting in my lap on the way home. Chapter 13. My mind was pretty well a mess by the time we got home, though I did my best to make sure nobody noticed. The fact that it was dark out definitely helped hide that fact. Humans have very poor night vision without augmentation. I wondered if Byron was an exception. Humans had been modifying their soldiers for a long time. It wouldn't surprise me if his vision actually did work well at night. But even if it were, he was focused on the job right then, which meant I could be insularly focused. I was replaying every moment of history that I knew of from my own life, and from what I learned of my species' history since the chaotic age. For those who are not students of galactic history, some 1800 years ago was a time of general chaos and war. A lot of species gained interstellar travel within decades or centuries of each other, and began to explore. Some did so with remote vessels, some did so with crewed vessels. But the response to an inhabited galaxy full of neighbors was reactionary. Violence begat violence, and prey-evolved species, I may be voicing bias here, seemed to lash out to excess at predator-evolved species. And since Dlamacens are particularly dangerous-looking as well as dangerous in fact, peace was hard to make. From what I knew with my limited education in history, our entire world militarized and centered around production of ships, weapons, advanced technology, and modifying our soldiers. Dissidents were seen as threats to victory. Everything was set into the preservation of our species from the violence of those who were terrified of us. We were not wholly innocent, I am sure. But the fact is, not every species that existed then exists today. Their cold, dead worlds remain a silent monument to the past. I suppose that since a generation of us came of age and spent decades at war, and all that didn't serve the war effort was scrapped or warehoused, or simply forgotten, we just never changed back. Even at the time of writing this first edition, the truth is we came perilously close to another time of war, not but a few decades earlier. Arguably, the very first great accomplishment of humanity was done by complete accident. Their arrival into the galactic community and the destruction of the Zenti raiders to rescue a passenger ship on which my own professor rode before he ever met a human, gave the community pause and let us all step back. The subsequent reputation that humans built for essentially having murder fuel in their veins instead of blood also had a hand in that reluctance. The night of our car ride back to the Walker home, I didn't know how much of a role the first face-to-face contact between Dlamison and human had in our peaceful coexistence in the present. But as you now live in a time of peace, at least if you read the finished copy of this text, we now all know it proved important. Humanity gave the galaxy some breathing room, being both neutral, with no past history of war, and with a great capacity for military violence. By the time we reached what I happily call home, I was convinced of one thing in particular. It was time for us to open up, to draw back from our stiff ways of self-defeating misery and struggle to just be productive until we die. It was time for us to live again, and not just us, but all our species that lived in the shadow of wars and rumors of wars, whispered in the halls of governments throughout the void. And I believed one more thing, that if I could help Bao, if I could get Dlamius to undertake an act of goodwill without an eye toward profit, to genuinely assist a group of humans living in fear and in want, that the Earth government would put their feet firmly on a path to a true and formal alliance. Humans show their generosity of spirit first, and both trust and affection flow from that. So it was with Percival, his giving toward the Walker house and his grandfatherly view of young Fauve. So it was with Byron, who bonded with Bosun, giving him the first good time he'd probably ever had. Bao, though, wasn't thinking on such a grand scale. I was sure of that much. She was looking out the window the whole drive back, in the direction of the ruins of Chicago, I believe. She was thinking of her humans, nothing more. I know because if it were the Walkers and I were in her place, I would be thinking the same. She was coming to me for help, but I believed there was far more possible than she realized, and I was going to make that happen. Further reflection on that note was briefly set aside as my datapad buzzed while we were walking up the steps toward the house. "What is it?" Fauve asked. She was trying to keep the anxiousness out of her voice. But even with everything settled and my stay on Earth assured, I know she was worried about the other shoe dropping. I could hardly blame her. Every time it seemed like all was well, something else went wrong. Besides, she didn't really have a good grasp on Dlamison political structure. Once the university had issued its judgment, going back on it would make the entire school look wishy-washy and weak to a planet that is not used to second-guessing itself or its policies. Offending my home planet by raising the same issue twice after it was settled with them once simply was not going to happen. Not unless I did something stupid, perhaps assisting my fugitive sister, instead of turning her in for a very serious crime of illegal immigration assistance, while also having a hand in the illegal migration of Dlamison athletes would count. No, there is no perhaps. It would count. It did count. But it wouldn't matter unless I got caught. That's an outlier thought, I told myself, and you know what? I was okay with that. And as for the message, well, that was just fantastic news, which I badly needed right about then. Chapter 14. So, movie night? I guess we can go ahead and start. Who knows how long Red will be, William said as we filed in. I made a mental note of the nickname he'd given her. Red. Humans are particular about names. It confuses many a first-year anthropology student so much that they switch to studying a different species entirely. Recalling my initial studies in university, a student from a species I wasn't familiar with said this. So they get a name from their family history. They get a name for themselves. Then, they sometimes change their family name due to long-term mating, but sometimes don't. But also they have middle names that they don't use unless they want to, but also add numbers to mark generations. And on top of that, they also get names from the ones they're most familiar with. But those names can change whenever they make a new group of companions, and a Homo sapien might change his name just because he wants to. I quit. None of us thought poorly of the one who moved on to a different species. Nicknames come in two forms of representation. Hatred or camaraderie. Telling the difference was based on direct observation of the named individual. If they expressed signs of sadness or anger at the name, it was given out of mockery, a means of gaining power over the other person, and enjoy the ability to hurt them with a word. If done in affection, the named individual basked in that warmth and expressed happiness to see the person using it. Both forms of use express a kind of friendly intimacy, but where one was violating and cruel, the other was affectionate and almost familial. Homing in on the understanding of the power humans gave to names was surprisingly easy for me, though I can't say exactly why. So what did William's casual use of the name Red say about how he saw her? Captain Bonnie Red was definitely an outlier. She had an even easier time than I in human society, even if we take into account her early familiarity with the species. But there was more to it than that. She had charisma. When she gave orders, she expected them to be followed. Where she led, her sailors followed. When she spoke, people listened, even humans. She was able to show direct and immediate interest in total strangers, and greeted a whole planet like they were friends who had been away for a long time. Maybe she should have been our ambassador to Earth. I suppose in a way she was. But in that moment, thinking of William's casual assigning of a shortened name to her, I think it said he saw her as a friend. "But what do we watch?" Rebecca asked while she walked past into the kitchen to relieve the babysitter and see to Michael. "Something animated." "Oh, I know. I know the perfect one. I read about it in my film history class," Fauve chimed in. "Then I'll get the popcorn and soda." William offered while the rest of us made ourselves comfortable. Chairs were moved around, seats were claimed on the couch, and the coffee table moved into place while Fauve went through the streaming channels. She could have done it by voice command alone, but I believe she wanted it to be a surprise. She was bobbing back and forth and humming the anime tune from before, while my sister looked at her and the rest of the house with a confused kind of awe. It wasn't until I nodded to her and said, "Sit," in a pitch the human ear could not have heard, that Bao claimed a seat on the couch. The smell of popcorn was thick in the air, but no sooner did the microwave beep than Fauve used the household intercom and shouted, "Dadu, can we get the Dadu extra special butter? Is there another way to have popcorn, Fauvekins?" He shouted back to her from the kitchen. "These humans are very loud," Bao remarked offhandedly. "These can afford to be," Boatswain said with the passive confidence of our hulking behemoths. "Mine can't be. They worry about causing collapses in the buildings, or cave-ins in the tunnels, or dangerous creatures that have settled in the area." This is like what they call heaven," Bao replied. "And it wasn't as hard for me to picture as you would think. I didn't always know I wanted to study humans. Before settling on them, I was looking at other species and learning some of the histories of the worlds and peoples to rise up to travel the stars. Out of all these places, humans have perhaps the most singularly hostile place for life. Not for nothing are they considered death worlders. Just the fact that they breathe a corrosive and explosive gas that is produced by plants that ingest a toxic gas sets them apart. They don't even have any capexium in their atmosphere to make it any safer. All those who live today are the survivors of apocalyptic nightmares many times over. And yet on a world like this one, they have taken hell and turned it into heaven. I should show more academic disinterest and detachment toward this work. But by this time, during the third in my series of journals spanning my life on Earth, I'd come to love them. I cannot be as indifferent as I should be, and that too is why I was willing to help Bao when she asked. The microwave beeped a second time and my ears flicked as I heard William and Rebecca walk toward the social space they referred to as a living room, and the smell of popcorn grew even greater, rivaled only by the fragrant scent of melted butter. What Fauve referred to as Dadu extra special butter turned out to be buttered popcorn, on which more butter had been poured after melting it, thus adding fresh, moist, heated butter to the already butter-flavored popcorn. It made some popcorn pieces shrivel up. It had others cluster together around a less than completely melted bit of butter that was poured a little too soon into the oversized white bowl. It was a mess and would make our fur sticky as could be, and it smelled delicious and had all of us salivating. "Here we go, a 20th century retelling of the Hunchback of Notre Dame," Fauve proclaimed. "That's Notre Dame, Fauve," Rebecca corrected her daughter. "I said what I said, Mom." Fauve retorted with a smug look that said, "I'm taunting you, and you can't get mad." "Teenagers," Rebecca muttered as the movie played. Bao listened to that in silent curiosity and watched the animated film with the utmost interest. If my world had any history of animated films in its distant past, I didn't know of it. While the principles of animation were easy to understand, fast-moving still pictures created an optical illusion. The artistry and process of using it for storytelling was not something I knew of outside of Earth. Bao could not look away from it, nor could Bosun, and neither could I. However, the impact of it on Bao was not completely obvious to me until we listened to the character of Esmeralda singing "God Help the Outcasts," begging for help that was not forthcoming. It was times like that in which I wished my species had the capacity to shed tears. Chapter 15. Bao was quiet until the end of the movie. The popcorn was gone, the soda was finished, and when the credits finished rolling, she said, "It looks like it takes as many people to make an animated movie as it does to build a starship. This was made several hundred years ago. That's why the ending sucks." Fauve replied, "I saw a lot of old movies in film class. There was a whole thing on where storytelling went wrong for entire companies. Anyway, now with modern AI work, it's easier than it used to be. There are AI coaches who guide the process of machine-made art. Teresa was explaining how her grandfather used them in his personal crusade against xenophobes. How's that? Bao asked. Her curiosity was clearly piqued, and I was curious to see how the pair of them would get along. In some ways, the two seemed kind of similar after all. Theoretically, they should get along if that is the case. But if they're too similar, then I expected their worst qualities would grate on each other's nerves. Since I'm sure this will come up, though it hadn't as of the time of this writing, yes, I did feel a little guilty treating Fauve's interaction with my half-sister as an experiment. But it was harmless, and I do have an obligation to my work that I can't ignore. You never know where the vital piece of information will come from that will unlock the mystery of an alien species. Mr. Barnum apparently believed that. She paused, cleared her throat, and did her best Percival impression. All you have to do to make those types into a villain in a story is the same thing you'd do if you wanted one in the real world. Take one of them and give them power. Fauve cleared her throat again and reverted to her normal voice. He sponsored a bunch of cartoons and comics and movies to make them into either laughingstocks or scumbags so that nobody grows up wanting to be like them. Teresa said it made him a lot of money, but he never enjoyed a credit of it. So, stories are that powerful to humans? Bao asked, and I watched the light bulb go on in my sister's eyes. Oh yeah, they're a huge deal for us. Fauve nodded rapidly. So, is that true of real stories too, or just fake ones? Bao asked, and I picked up on what she intended. Real ones too, if they're good and you don't mind bending the facts a little here and there. I was talking to Teresa just the other day about making a series about Captain Bonnie's life story. She liked the idea, but when I talked to Bonnie about it, she said she needed to go see Captain Archer and get his permission first. Fauve's lips puffed a little in a pout. I hate waiting. Human children are very impatient by nature, even ones like Fauve who could be canny, clever, and insightful. They're full of energy and haste. Fauve, I could see, was so eager to grow up, to be an adult human and explore the world the way she wanted. I couldn't help but feel privileged to watch her get older, even if I hadn't known her that long. Your drone thing, it lets you record things, right? Bao asked. Her tail started to wag like somebody had a ball cocked and ready to throw. Sure thing, unlimited plan with cloud storage. Why, you want me to record something for you? Fauve asked, and Bao's tail moved back and forth fast enough that I wondered how she wasn't hovering above the floor. Yes, please. Thank you, Bao answered. Sure thing. If I can't go? She looked at her parents, then Bosun and Byron, as if they might support her desires, and all the adults shook their heads in denial. Then I don't mind being your camera woman. Whatever you need, I'm happy to help. After all, you're Bailey's sister. Fauve said it so offhandedly that she took it for granted that she'd be willing to offer Bao her help. Bao, however, did not. I'll be in your debt, Bao said with her tongue dangling out with sudden enthusiasm, and both Bosun and I became tense. For humans, this is a very casual expression. They trade in little favors all the time. But Bao is not a human. Debts for us are not small. They obligate us to broad actions when spoken aloud. When we come of age, ready to perform our duty to the state, with whatever our chosen field of study is, our oath is, in the human tongue, I repay my debt of life, with my life. And to say treason in Encanti is to say, they have forgotten their debts. I knew Fauve and the other humans didn't understand what my sister had just done, but I did. Bosun did, and I was sure my sister knew exactly what she was saying. It was enough to force me to question just what we were going to see out there tomorrow. And if there hadn't been people's lives involved, I might have listened to my inner coward and stayed home instead. Chapter 16. I'll mind the door for the first shift, Bosun said as we cleared up the mess that was movie night. Social sharing activities said a great deal about humans. Food, noise, entertainment in common. These small rituals meant a great deal to them, and it was telling that they were so readily willing to allow my sister to participate. Not because they'd opened up to her quickly, because they hadn't, but rather Bao being allowed to stay on the couch for the night, to eat their food and drink their soda, was because Bao was connected to me. In human society, love, affection, and care are subject to the transitive property of affection. It works in this way. The Walker family welcomed me because Professor Sheelith was family to their patriarch and matriarch, but I in turn had become beloved of the Walker branch with whom I now lived. Bao is connected to me as my half-sister. Because they love me, they are willing to extend the same comfort and security and good treatment I receive toward her. If A and B are bound together by bonds of familiar affection, and B then bonds with C as a mate, a dear friend, a rescuer, then A will treat C with the same welcoming heart that they would give toward B. If C then bonds with D, say by adopting D, Then a chain of affection and support may be extended further, where A and B will both assist D, simply because C asks B and B asks A. This web of affection may vary in strength, and over subsequent years of observation I will say it seems to be limited to 5 or 6 layers, but it is strongly dependent upon the general strength of the individual bonds and how those bonds are regarded after they are made. I must also add that this bond is not limitless. If C mistreats B, then A will no longer treat C as well. If anything, A will attempt to remove B from C's grasp. In short, if Bao mistreated Fove, Bao would be out on the street, sister of mine or not. Now, all that being understood, I have to include the notation that this seems to be the case purely with healthy family structures. However, it is such a truism that one can detect a malfunctional family unit within minutes just based on tertiary treatment of people connected to the primary party. For example, if Fove should someday choose a partner for herself, William and Rebecca would welcome that person into their family. An unhealthy or toxic familial bond would do the opposite. They would either attempt to steal the affection of the potential partner, drive the partner away, maltreat the partner, or otherwise isolate the one who is within their circle. Their affection is limited to what they can control, and while this may not be uniformly true, in my years of study that followed this night, suffice it to say, it happens. I suppose I was lucky, as I know from their history and at least one very close encounter, that not all humans are good. I left the room as we all bade good night, though I swore I could hear my sister whine a little when Rebecca provided her with a blanket and a pillow to use on the couch. Dlamius is not a kind world, I suppose, and despite having come to Earth, Bao was still new. The idea of an extra thought going to a desperate stranger's comfort in an equally strange place was still new for her. It may seem strange, but as I laid down on my bed in my little room to type up my notes for the night, I envied my sister. You might wonder why I did, but I still think back to that shameless, good-hearted offer of a sandwich, the casual kindness that so rocked me to my core. Dlamison society is such that we are all very private, very insular about ourselves. Being shaken free of that was a moment I will never forget. Bao had clearly bonded with humans, but desperate ones with no time for casualness as I knew it. And even if they were as generous of spirit and principle, if they really were living on the edge and in serious danger, then their interactions with her would at least have the veneer of transactional support, something she knew and could adapt to. Being given a place to sleep, food to eat, something to drink, and little creature comforts for no other reason than that she would have been on the street without it. To those who read this volume, I can only say this. If you live among humans, they will change you. You may go to them as Maxiki or Dlamisa or Haganai or anything else. But when you leave, if you leave, you will leave as something else. You will leave with a piece of humanity in you that you will want to nurture and want to spread to the rest of your species. Of course, you may rightly say, you are Dlamisa. By stroke of luck or some other unknown cause, you co-evolved planets apart in a natural ability to bond. And you would be right. But Professor Sixlith spent 50 years trying to get back and stayed in touch with the walkers for all that time. He is not Dlamisa. Blorup and Kawik are not Dlamisa. The former is essentially a sentient ooze, and Kawik is a bird of prey. None of the three are from the most social species. Yet look at them. As of the publication of this volume in the public domain, Kawik Walker is a godfather to 4 human children and the adoptive parent to 1. Blorup has renewed his visa to remain on Earth and adamantly refuses to go to his homeworld. He delivers all his lectures via remote transmission, and as of the 4th edition of this volume, Professor Sixlith is buried on Earth. His planting was attended by generations of the Walker bloodline. Some predators feast on flesh and blood, but humans feast on something else, your hearts. Chapter 17. In the morning it was the smell of coffee, bacon, eggs, and pancakes that woke us up. Aye, good morning to you, laddie. Bonnie Red raised her coffee cup to me and wagged her tail. You be ready to go a-venturin' for fortune and glory? She asked. Her tail was already wagging, and I had a coffee cup waiting for me in my spot at the table. I didn't answer right away, chiefly because Fove was dressed in a very strange getup, which included a pair of fake pistols, an automatic rifle on her back, tan cargo pants, and a round brown hat, along with a leather bandolier over a wickaway shirt and a tactical gear vest that probably belonged to her father. Why? I started to ask, and she quickly downed half her cup of coffee and interrupted. I may not be going in person, but I'm going by drone and so I can still look the part. Let a girl have a little fun. There's not much left in this world to explore after all, she said, and then picked up her fork when her father put her plate down in front of her. Michael seemed to enjoy that sentiment. That or he was laughing because he was trying to climb Bonnie Red's fur again. But that begged the question. When did you get back? I asked her, noticing that Fauve had a triumphant and slightly smug smile on her face when I turned my attention to our resident pirate. She closed her eyes for a moment while she activated her translator. About an hour ago. Remember, scouts are modded with reduced sleep needs. I won't actually have to rest for 2 or 3 days. Lucky. Fauve groused a little. I could get so much more done if I didn't need to sleep. That would be the ultimate useful superpower, or close to it. Top 10 at least. William agreed. Not super strength? Byron asked. Then he and Bosun flexed their genetically enhanced muscles at the same time. No. Then, you'll either always be worried about hurting somebody, or you're going to be constantly asked by everybody else to help them move, William pointed out. Super speed? Bonnie asked. Endless faster than a speeding bullet jokes from your friends, and how often are you really that eager to get anywhere? Rebecca pointed out. Time travel? Bosun asked. You get older and older while traveling around, so whenever you got back to your normal life, you'd be out-aging everybody. Before you know it, you're old as dirt and your friends are all still young, Fauve pointed out. Flight? Byron suggested. People would always be asking for rides, you'd smash into birds, and what if you become the bug by hitting a hover bus? And that's without the asses with paintball guns who are just jealous, Fauve retorted. Immortality, I proposed. So you want to float around in the vacuum of space after the planet is destroyed, when the sun goes nova? Fauve shook her head. No thanks. Read minds? Byron suggested, and thrust his finger in the air as if he'd come up with something perfect. I have the internet. I've seen what people think. I know about Rule 34. I'm 14, not stupid. I do not want to read the minds of grown-ups. Fauve let out a thoroughly exaggerated shudder. As all this was going on and everybody was eating, Bao was staring down at her plate and looking from person to person. Her plate was empty. She'd not only eaten it all, she'd licked it clean. But she was utterly mystified. She leaned toward me and asked, Are they always like this? She asked it in our language at a pitch my humans couldn't hear. Only when they're awake. I replied in the same fashion, and let my tail wag contentedly, while the walkers turned every single possible superpower into a kind of nightmare or inconvenience that far outweighed its benefits. They even made teleportation bad, pointing out that you were essentially killing yourself with every jump, and best-case scenario, eventually you end up teleporting into someone or something, and have a lot of explaining to do even if you survive. Bao did her best to take this in stride, and when it was finally generally agreed upon that yes, never needing to sleep was in fact one of the most useful superpowers you could have, she asked, When do we leave? I'm ready now. I'll just grab a first aid kit and make sure my datapad is ready to record everything I'll need to know to give to the embassy. I should probably arrange for a Terran representative to be there too, but odds are they'll be there anyway. It seems like every time the ambassador reaches out to me for more information about the Ballyball League, the Earth representative is in the background. Is that what your message before was all about? William asked. He has a very expressive face, even for a human, and I could see the youthful excitement there in the way his eyes lit up. Yes. They submitted a list of athletes, scouts, and soldiers for heavy and light classes. Per your suggestion, I requested people from different areas of Delamius. I'm sending approval for a selection today, but I'll hold off on that until I've got some data on what's happening in the ruins. My sister was clearly about to speak, but before she could, Bonnie said something unexpected. Belay that for about an hour. I'm having my ship's medical officer join us, but he'll need permission to use one of our shuttles here on Earth. Their paper pushers are slower than ours, so it's taking him a little longer. He hasn't had occasion to treat humans in decades, but he's better than nothing, and can at least help with the basics of some supply needs. Bao looked toward the hardy Dlamison former scout. I could smell the doubt on her. Why would you do that? They're not your humans. I haven't promised you anything. Bonnie switched off her translator and said, Lass, when them humans came in blasting the Zenti to Davy Jones's locker, they knew nothing but that we was given full cannon to go down fighting. We weren't their Dlamazons, we weren't theirs at all. They came in anyhow, and on account of them I got me ship fixed, me crew is alive, and I'm still sailing. You savvy? If an archer were here, he'd help him, and he'd be right disappointed if I didn't. So I don't need your doubloons. Just take us where we gotta go, and let's see what can be done, aye? She switched her translator back on again, looked around the table, gave a very self-satisfied nod as Michael hauled himself up into her lap at last. With a little help from her, then she said, Some things just come out better in pirate. Chapter 18. An hour later, a Dlamacin shuttle arrived and hovered in front of the Walker home. Dlamacin shuttlecraft are quite unique in several areas. First, they tend to be armed, heavily armed. We are a predatory species after all, and since this belonged to a formerly exploratory vessel that was part of our military arm, this one was no exception. Or it wouldn't have been, except that it was. The metal plating around the gun ports had obviously been removed and reattached, and Bonnie could immediately tell that I noticed. Even on friendly terms, the humans have enough sense to know you don't let guests run around your house with guns what might go off by accident or intent, she said with a sage nod. The ship was otherwise intact, and it had the slight shimmer of the distributive energy shielding that would resist small-scale fire very well and minimize the damage from even heavier hitters, at least for a little while. And because it was Dlamacin, of course it had redundancy built into the design. It was rounded and sloped to ensure projectile fire would be guided away from a penetrating blow. A simple rope ladder came down from above a moment later. "This is very low-tech," Fauve remarked as she saw us off. "Were you by chance thinking we'd be using tug beams or something, lass?" Bonnie Red asked, cocking her head to one side and letting her ears flop down as she spoke. "I don't know. Kinda," Fauve replied and scratched her head. "A rope ladder is pretty anticlimactic. You can't do a grand send-off for an adventure on a rope ladder. That kind of tech takes up valuable space. There isn't a use for that when a bit of rope will do just as well." "But," Bonnie Red said and grabbed the swaying rope ladder by the rung, "this rope is pretty high-tech. It's made of metamaterials that you can't heat up and it won't cut easy. The rungs be made of a similar material. This simple rope lass does its job right, and that's all it's got to do. Sometimes you just got to make things what work." "Still," Fauve protested. "Also watch this," Bonnie Red said and waved the rest of us up. We clambered up the 30 rungs ahead of her, and I strapped myself into the cold white metal seating. Another feature of Dlamacin shuttles is that they have 720-degree visualization from the interior. What this means is that, wherever you look, if something isn't secured to the wall obstructing your view, you can see a display on the other side of the wall, as if it weren't there. Which is why when the ship started moving before the door closed, I was able to see the Bonnie Red was on the ladder waving farewell while we were still in motion, waving goodbye to a distant Fauve as the shuttle increased the distance between itself and the walker home. For even a Dlamacin soldier, that was insane to my mind. Bonnie, however, was a specialized class of soldier, a scout. Scouts take insane behavior to a new level, almost human, really. Were they not also modified to not only increase their strength, but also their spatial awareness and agility, making acrobatic maneuvers that were on par with human Olympic athletes look like warm-ups. She climbed into the shuttle a few moments later and smacked a panel on the wall. The rope ladder retracted at a pace of 5 rungs per second and disappeared into the floor just before the shuttle door descended and sealed us in. Bao was staring at Bonnie Red as if our resident pirate queen was stark raving mad. I sympathized with her silent stare. I had to think that even among outliers, Bonnie Red was unusual. An outlier among outliers who carried her reckless bravado to extremes. It was this very facet of her personality, that panache, that seemed to endear her to humans so much. Her reckless pursuit of the goal during our game of ballyball made her a crowd favorite, and it seems it was just so much a part of her character that she just couldn't turn it off, even if all she was doing was giving a dramatic wave goodbye to a single human girl. "Bow," she said to my sister, and then pointed up to the front of the shuttle. "Get up there and provide nav guidance." The pirate shtick was gone, and she was the peremptory commander again. It was easy to picture her on the bridge of a ship, giving the order to open fire and being instantly obeyed. She went and strapped herself in up at the front beside her pilot, and Bao quickly followed. The shuttle hummed as the vibratory harmonics responded to the magnetic field of the Earth to push us along. The Dlamacin shuttle pilot tapped the nav screen and opened his hand in front of it to span the map out. "This area is designated Chicago, according to the old maps. There's a lot of forest around it now, and here's the latest sat imagery. Where do we need to go to make a safe landing?" Bao listened until completion, and then began tapping the screen. Thankfully, Dlamacin tech has become so standardized over centuries, and so intuitive that it is fairly easy to pick up and use almost any piece of equipment. Our public and private land nav vehicles work on the same core principles as our most complex flying or starship systems. As such, she had only a few quick taps before she located the coordinates she needed. "Here, radiation levels are low, but you still might want to take a Magna Radiant box. There probably won't be anyone to meet us, but they'll see the shuttle coming and realize it's me," Bao explained and cleared her throat. "They're cautious about outsiders. They have a very low-tech existence with only what they've managed to cobble together, smuggle in, and keep maintained. A lot of it is very old stuff that was old even in the early 21st century Earth. It's going to be strange, but try to be gentle about it, she said and looked at us all one by one, with a lingering, almost glare in my direction. Fine, I answered, but I still want to know how you even found them? Bao looked over her shoulder while she watched the pilot adjust the controls, and the hum intensified with our speed. You really want to know? She asked. I'm asking, so yes, I retorted. It wasn't the kindest tone and my ears tensed. I was coming out here to help her and her humans. I was less than pleased with her sharp tone and bad attitude towards me. I understood she hadn't had it easy, but none of that was because of anything I did on purpose. I didn't even know she was here or what she was trying to accomplish until we met at that coffee shop. I'd even bought her dinner. Okay, I hadn't. My university had. But still, it did because of me. A little respect wouldn't have hurt. I suppose my retort told her I was getting fed up. So rather than give me more unpleasant answers, she began to explain. It was an accident. Since I have a high resistance to radiation as a result of my work obligations, I thought I could sneak into the dead zones that humans don't visit anymore. My plan was to go into the dead zones and find artifacts. Artifacts. What good would old broken things from a bygone era do to you? Bonnie asked. Archaeology. Old artifacts tell you a lot about a culture, especially if you can find them in an intact context, Bao explained, and Bonnie cocked her head at her. Those are all words, she said dryly. She means that where things are found, it tells you a lot about the people who used them. A table with multiple chairs tells you that the culture assumes a family unit or guests. If the table is apart from the kitchen, having a whole room for eating that isn't in the same place as food preparation, tells you they valued the social experience and probably were not all involved in the cooking process. The tools they use, the clothing they wear, it all says something about their beliefs, values, and traditions. Exactly, Bao said, and looked at me with the first expression of respect I got from her. My brother didn't get his spot for nothing, I see. It wasn't exactly a compliment, but at least it wasn't an expression of hostility. So I went there intending to find artifacts and write about humans from a theoretical point of view, get the attention of the anthropology department with my work, then eventually leverage my anonymous but quality work for immunity and a position that would get me an official degree and the status I needed to get the life I wanted. Bao explained her plan, but wasn't looking at any of us when she said it. She was looking down at the floor, and the 720 vid detection gave her a view of the ground outside. So, finding humans there? It was a total accident? Bonnie asked. Her tail started wagging as if she'd been told a dad joke. Yes. There are only a few hundred or so. Nobody knows for sure. They don't exactly do a census. All scattered over an area roughly, well, they still use the old human measurements of the country that used to be here. They say 280 miles in area, the old city and the wilds around it, including small settlements. They found me foraging in an old skyscraper when I lit a fire on the roof to make camp for the night. Bao became quiet, almost sullen, but more pensive or perhaps sad. Nailing down her emotion was difficult at best. It was as if she wasn't sure whether she even could speak, let alone should speak. So for what seemed like a long time, there was only the hum of the engine and the view below of the terrain racing away beneath us for distraction. It was a group of human children who found me. Pathetic things, dirty, hungry, carrying wooden spears, and they all showed signs of radiation exposure without treatment. I'm not sure what they expected to find, but it wasn't me. I offered some of my rations to them. I learned that humans respond well to invitations to share food. And these were half-starved. They scrambled and struggled over the little Nutri-Bar I tossed over to them, and didn't stop until I offered them enough for each to have one. I was lucky their language survived intact. Bao's ears hung and her tail drooped. As soon as they finished eating, they came closer to me and put down their spears. They cuddled up against me and began to rub my head and scratch my ears. They were so warm, but I could feel the suffering in their underfed bodies. I do not know why, but when I looked into their eyes, they seemed just so lost, and like they thought I'd come there just to help them. She let out a little whine from deep in her throat before she said, I didn't know it at the time, but I had. Chapter 19. I couldn't tell my sister I knew what she felt like. Though I thought that I knew, I felt the same intensity when I saw Fauve in what I thought of as danger, and again when I thought I might have to leave Earth. It wasn't exactly the same feeling, but I knew all too well how intensely humans could bring that out in us. In the first edition of this work, I neglected to bring up an important matter, notably my sister's specific mention of the warmth my sister felt at the close proximity of humans, and the sensation she felt when making eye contact with them. The former is easy enough to explain. Dlamius was a very rigid and structured place. Close bonds are not encouraged, and physical contact is minimized outside of our mating seasons, and it is usually completely absent for year upon year, as members of our sexes deliberately have that impulse chemically suppressed to focus on their work or other ambitions at crucial times. So a familiar touch, which humans begin to offer when they bond with someone, or are attempting to forge a bond with someone, is to us like food to the starving or water to the thirsty. As to the latter, the answer lies in the brains of humans and Dlamisans. By some strange quirk of evolution, eye contact between our species and humans stimulated the production of oxytocin. Dlamisan culture and chemical use has long conspired to minimize the production of this chemical, and with minimal friendliness or physical contact, our brains produced very little of it. This is similarly true of other predator species that militarized to protect themselves during the chaotic age. Humans, however, had no such inhibitions, and did not have any of the usual cultural or artificial inhibitors against the kind of contact that could stimulate its production. In my later attempts at scanning pre, present, and post-eye contact brains, I was shocked to discover that eye contact with humans sent oxytocin production levels in my brain up over 300%. Similarly, as physical contact continued over time, an underdeveloped part of my brain began to show activity that only increased with time and affiliation. To put it simply, that part of my brain, and those of others of my species, had a special purpose. This purpose exists in human brains as well. It's the part of the brain that references the closest of all bonds, the part that references family. The eye contact and physical contact of humans jump-started our ability to feel a wide array of positive emotions that we buried in ourselves generations ago. Studies of other predatory species such as cowics and blorops, and even my professors, showed the same thing to one degree or another. Human brains saw oxytocin production rise over 130% on eye contact with a familiar Dlamisan, and that is at the low end of the spectrum of those whom I studied. How this could be was a subject of some doubt for me at first. It seemed strange to me that this would be the case since we had not evolved on the same world. But further evaluation showed that human pheromones are readily detectable by all sensitive predatory species, and eye contact with humans helped us to focus on taking those in. This in turn resulted in our oxytocin production going into absolute overdrive. In short, humans had an easy time getting us to connect with them in ways no other species had ever done before. Moreover, it applied across a multitude of predatory species. Kawik even became somewhat addicted to this, and dropped out of anthropology class to become an acclaimed actor on the human stage, allegedly doing a profoundly skilled performance of Shakespeare's Macbeth. Though if I may be forgiven for my indulgence, you have not experienced Shakespeare until you have heard him in the original Encanti. William insisted I add that line in exchange for him getting me access to interview some veteran friends of his. I have no idea why. Suffice it to say, understanding Bao's sudden and rapid attachment to humans, such that she was willing to put herself into debt to a stranger and risk harm from me in order to help them, was easy. I would have done the same thing. As I sat writing this for the first time after our trip into the wastelands of the old Chicago ruins, I had to wonder about our respective futures. If Dlamius and Earth continued on our present course, alliance was inevitable. A soldier may be convinced to throw his body into the meat grinder of war, but if you order him to shoot his dog, he will shoot you first. When we are theirs and they are ours, what could our respective peoples not accomplish? Earth's Star Armada was already rising to become one of the most powerful in their sector. When Bonnie Red first encountered Reginald Archer, the typical Earth patrol was only 3 ships. Today it is 1 Roddenberry class, 1 Lucas class, and 4 Groening class support ships. I tried to think of what it would be like in 200 years, when the first colonies of Earth were thriving industrial worlds, and a Terran empire would be vastly larger than any other empire but our own. What could 200 billion Terrans and an equal number of Dlamisans do together? What force could hope to challenge us? And if the other predator species felt as we do, another 100 or 200 billion of those? The times of trouble and terror from the chaotic age could never come again. It was a heady thought, to try to dream of a time like that. I and Bao and Bonnie and Boatswain and all of our species were taught about the chaotic age, told from birth that it could come again if we were not ready, that peace was balanced on a knife's edge, and that it probably always would be. But right then, I could see that this might not need to be the case after all. And as proof of that, my sister was pointing toward a monitor where a heat signature indicated a fire, her voice filled with excitement. There's a heat signature. They said they'd light a fire to guide me back. They're waiting for me. My humans are waiting for me. Her tail was already wagging and we hadn't even seen one of them yet. Yes, I was sure. There was a glorious future ahead for us. We just had to get there. one step at a time. Yes, that is a Star Trek Undiscovered Country reference. Normally, I'd not admit to it and just leave it as an Easter egg, but I had to give this one away. Chapter 20. To say the rest of our brief ride, however short, was strange, would be an understatement. A human would have called it awkward. It's a strange thing for us, since we tend toward insularity and are less social. Awkward is usually very easy to avoid. I'm going to go now, no other information being provided, is a perfectly acceptable way to leave a situation or people. I've noticed about humans that they have a tendency to over-explain themselves. They feel a need to provide reasons for their actions, instead of just doing them. For us, an explanation is typically provided only by request, though I have done my best to acclimate to this expectation that they'll be told things that are honestly unnecessary. It is still strange to me. My brief withdrawal from FOV previously when I had to fear deportation was born of this tendency to not explain ourselves when taking a given action. After all, what would knowing the reason do? For humans, it provides reassurances, if your actions may be considered in some way hostile or unfriendly, but that is not your intent. Then you should always assume that they will take it that way. Then you should explain your true motivation for your action, even if it is something trivial. I have observed that William and other humans will sometimes use lies for explanations. Rebecca, for example, once made a meal that did not come out well. William begged off of eating it after a bite, complaining about an upset stomach. I knew his stomach was not in fact upset, but that his wife would feel hurt if he rejected her meal because it was really, really bad. So to protect her happiness, he pretended illness. I, however, being inexperienced at this, and not knowing quite what to do, ate it. After the first edition of this book was released, I was besieged by questions about what she made. But I refused to answer while William and his wife were alive, lest she find out which occasion this was. I can be helpful like that, but here, trapped as we were together in the shuttle, there was no begging off of anything. We simply had to land and share that discomfort until we could be distracted by our obligations. The shuttle's hum faded little by little as we descended, and Rebecca asked, "Why are we landing so far away?" It's not polite to approach strangers quickly, or from above. It's considered aggressive. We just have to wait. They'll be sending us a guide. She may seem strange to you, but don't look too hard at her ears. That's considered even ruder. Bao explained while Bosun unstrapped the drone case and handed it to me. It was a simple black briefcase model carrier, and the drone parts were stored in a semi-disassembled state. Nothing dramatic was required. Just take the propellers out of the foam and re-secure them. Insert the base battery and secure the solar charger to insert point on the outside of the case for the backup, and then flick the on switch. Fov's voice came in over the transmitter a moment later. "Hello, can you hear me okay?" she asked. "Yes. You're coming in loud and clear," I answered. "Great. Now I'm going to lift off here. Please make sure nothing is in the way above me while the cameras power on." "My solar charger is hooked up too, right?" Fov asked, and I affirmed that it was and briefed her on what Bao had explained. "Okay, got it. I'll keep my audio off unless I need to say something," she said, and the drone began to lift off from the ground. There we were, standing on the ruined remnants of a concrete road. The yellow dividing paint was gone in most places, and disappearing from others, what there was, seemed to exist only because it was in the shade of trees that protected it from the sun. The area around us was desolate, really. Though we could see trees ahead, this was otherwise the definition of abandoned. "We can walk ahead a ways. I don't think we should let them get too close to the shuttle. They are still humans, and they're inordinately curious as a species," Bao remarked, and Rebecca cleared her throat. "I choose to take that as a compliment," she said. "I didn't think my sister meant it as one, but I wasn't about to remark on it. I should add that annoyance with loved ones, even if it seems contradictory, is a very frequent thing. Less so for me because I still had the enthusiasm and novelty of it all. But William had a habit of leaving the toilet seat up. Rebecca never put the cap back on the toothpaste, and Fove had to regularly be reminded of some of her chores. She also occasionally had a habit of giving herself short vacations where she didn't get her schoolwork done, but told her parents that she did. As a self-paced learner, she trended toward the excellent, but she was still a teenage girl and wanted both free time and independence without permission. She would still finish on time, I was sure, but if she wasn't interested in a subject, she put the barest effort into getting through it. Thankfully, the human education system catered to people's talents, and so the minimal level of competence for adult functioning was all she needed to pass on some subjects. She could pay her bills, prepare food, and had learned critical thinking well enough to not be fooled by every stupid meme to pass in front of her eyes. That, however, did not make her parents less miffed when they caught her. But annoyed or not, they loved one another, and where a Dlamacen might have avoided a fellow permanently, humans were like rubber bands. They stretched each other out a little sometimes, but they would tend to come back in again after a bit. I closed up the black case while Rebecca, Boatswain, and Byron finished unloading the medical supplies and threw on their rucksacks. For this occasion, Boatswain had chosen to actually wear clothing, chiefly because it let him carry more. Both he and Byron were carrying enormous rucksacks high on their backs, along with extra material secured to their tactical vests. Rebecca had only a small backpack, but it was packed full. Myself, it was a little embarrassing, but I carried no more than Bao, a small backpack, hers being borrowed from Fauve, with just the supplies we'd need for a few days out there. I am not a camper, a hiker, or a soldier, or a scout. I did not care for the idea of camping, but as I watched the shuttle disappear behind us, I realized that I might as well be playing at least some of those roles for the next little while. I was missing my warm, cozy bed already. I was missing my warm, hot meals already. I was missing 4 clean walls and even showers already. But as we walked away from the shuttle and crested the low rise of the hill ahead to find our guide approaching, I forgot all of that, now that I was presented with a rare and marvelous-looking specimen. Chapter 21. In front of us was a young girl. She was no older than Fauve, at least by the look of her, though she was underfed to put it mildly. Her clothing was baggy, tattered, and well out of style. I'd seen the clothing choices of some 20th and 21st century humans, and this was straight out of that era, but it was definitely worse for wear. She also wore a yellow coat that was torn in places and had been crudely patched, and on her back was an iron crowbar of considerable size compared to her, along with a small backpack. All of this was unremarkable. What was remarkable brought back to mind my sister's words at the restaurant about how they referred to themselves. Simply put, they were different enough that, yes, I would classify them as a subspecies of humans. It was the rabbit ears on her head that made me say that. She had hair thick with ash, presumably a form of pest control, and on her head, fully functional upright rabbit ears that twitched when she saw us. My mouth gaped and my tongue lolled out of my head. Suddenly my sister's ability to gain their trust began to make a great deal more sense. I wondered, are they all rabbitish? I suspected not, based on what my sister mentioned about gene fusion and her specialized expertise with mutations. I was stopped from taking a step forward when Bao thrust her arms out in front of us all. "Just wait, she'll come to us," she said, and in a very strange sort of way that I could not quite explain. I felt proud of my sister. I'd seen Fauve play with Michael while he was learning to walk, her encouraging words urging him on, and the way she gave little cheers and claps for him when he reached her. Siblings can be proud of their own, in human society at least. In much the same way a person might be proud of their company, or a soldier proud of their unit, a human can be proud of a person other than themselves. The family unit in its healthiest state does not shame pride when it is justified. Rather, they externalize their pride to another member of that unit. A parent proud of their child, a child proud of their parent, a sibling for a sibling. As long as there is an action to be proud of, they do not shy from it. I never had that before. My socialization was limited at best and directly restricted at worst. Looking back on it, academic outliers were treated in the same fashion as military outliers, shunted out of normal society and into a life where connection was either irrelevant or undesirable. Bao worked as a geneticist in a highly competitive field where everybody was a rival. Bonnie read as a scout, a high-casualty profession where they were far, far away from Dlamius or any of its colonies. And I worked with Xeno studies. It would have been very doubtful I would have returned to Dlamius at all except for a mating season here and there. I can only say that when I felt that first rush of pride in my sister for her obvious effort at familiarizing herself with the local culture, I cursed our ancestors. They deprived us of so much, reshaping our society into a joyless place devoid of everything that made a life well lived. I wondered at that moment, while we waited for the young girl to approach us, did our ancestors think they were doing an act of kindness for us? What kind of losses had they suffered that made them want to make sure nobody ever felt a loss again? Were we once more like humans? There was no historian of ours available to ask, and those who were in a position to know were even farther away from my homeworld. So my question went unanswered, and would stay as such for quite some time. For the moment, though, I just waited, following Bao's instructions like everyone else. I wasn't sure how long we were supposed to wait, but I suspect we were waiting a little longer than was customary. Or so I suspected when I saw the way the girl's face was fixated on the drone hovering beside me. I think I should add that while the young human female some 50 paces or more from us did not move for a while, I didn't sense that much in the way of fear. Considering the behemoths walking behind us and what must have been an unfamiliar flying machine, I have to praise her bravery for not running away immediately. Whether she was counting seconds or heartbeats, or by some hidden meaning known only to her, a moment after Bao's arms dropped, the girl approached us with slow but steady steps. When she came close enough that she was just out of arm's reach, she said, "Girl is Usagi of Longstep, born of Chikagawa. Girl is Bao of No House, born of Dlamius." Bao introduced herself, and then the two embraced. Bao, I noticed, paid special attention to stroking the girl's ears and head, while the girl who referred to herself as Usagi did the same with Bao, scratching behind them and stroking Bao's head. I knew the power of the head pat and the ear scratch. It seemed to do wonders in helping us to bond with humans, and it was not dumb luck that this one figured it out. I'm sure of that. Her reaction was far too natural. I was immediately sure that there were more like Usagi ahead. "You have strangers to Usagi. Name their names." Usagi said it wasn't really a request. She showed no sign of moving away. We would not be introduced while we traveled. "Small boy is Bailey of Walker, born of Dlamius. Tall girl is Rebecca of Walker, born of Louisville. Tall girl like me is Bonnie Red of No House, born of Dlamius. Giant boy is Boatswain of No House, born of Dlamius. Other giant boy is Byron of—" She stopped, and Byron answered, "House Berlichingen, of House Berlichingen. Born of—" Bao paused again. "Strasbourg," he filled in for her. "Born of Strasbourg," she said for him. "And this girl is Fauve." Bao gestured to the machine. "Of House Walker, born of Louisville. Fauve is Machiin?" Usagi asked, and Fauve switched on her audio. "No, Fauve is not machine. Fauve is using a machine. I couldn't come, so I sent a drone instead so I could be there without being there." Usagi took that in. "So you are here, but not here. Fauve is girl ghost? I have heard of Machiinis that took the souls of people, but not seen this thing before." Usagi rubbed her chin and then reached out and poked the glass lens. "Please do not touch my lens, Usagi. It will smudge, and then I will be blind," Fauve said patiently, and Usagi yanked her finger back. "Injury is never meant. Usagi will apologize." She drooped her ears and bowed her head. But Fauve was quick to speak up. "It's fine, don't worry. It isn't an injury and I am not a ghost." Fauve made the drone bob up and down in a way that was almost like a bowing head of her own. Their evident guide seemed to recover almost immediately and went into the matter at hand. "Usagi of Longstep is to guide your feet along safe paths. Mind Usagi's words above all. My ears are good, and danger great. Some matcha-ines are still dangerous. Some buildings sometimes fall. I have iota-ine for water. Taste is bad, but better bad taste than painful death." She looked us all up and down again. "You bring many things on long steps. Are you strong enough to carry far?" Bosane and Byron traded a look at one another, then laughed, but Bonnie Red only cleared her throat and said, "Aye, lass, this'll be nothing for the likes of these here louts. Now away with us, aye?" Usagi cocked her head and flopped one ear down at the strange way that Bonnie Red spoke, but our resident pirate neither apologized nor explained, and seeming satisfied with silence as an answer, Usagi turned around on her heel. "Then we walk. Follow the Usagi until we sleep on safe ground and we have short steps to meet us." She instructed, and just like that, we were off. Chapter 22. Usagi didn't say much along the way, not at first. I did notice that she didn't carry the crowbar in her hands. She just kept it ready. It reminded me vaguely of the way Bonnie kept her sword handy even without any intent to actually use it. My ears flicked about, and I took in the noises that began to creep in as we drew closer to the first set of buildings. I did this because Usagi did this. Her ears were constantly flicking this way and that, though there was no danger to be seen. Bao, Bonnie Red, and Bosun did the same. The air was electric around them all. Boatswain Byron and Bonnie Red were crack professionals, but for Dlamis and outliers of their like, particularly for someone like Bonnie Red, adventure was a siren's call. For Rebecca, it might well have been the first true adventure of her life, and I could feel a twinge of nervous anxiety about her that propelled her every step. For Bao, it was a mission of mercy, a thing necessary to solve a problem, and I fear my sister failed to appreciate what was happening. For those who wonder, Bao and I would not dislike each other forever, and to be blunt, when I learned of all her work and preparation, and how she essentially switched professions under the government's nose and did all that she did to come to Earth, well, to use a human parlance, I'll be damned if I didn't think that perhaps my professor did not choose the wrong one. I thought that she should have been in my fur instead of me, but seeing how she was right at this moment, her mind focused on what lay immediately ahead, I understood why I was chosen instead of her. She couldn't see the big picture. It didn't come naturally to her, and she hadn't learned how to force herself to think that way. I could. It was a bit of a confidence boost to realize that. And in that hour, as our ears flicked about and all thought only of either themselves or their immediate wants, I understood the grand significance of what was happening. Most Dlemisons do not travel much. They rarely stray more than a day from their home after they complete their education. Those who do seldom return from where they go, and they go there with purpose and never travel much after that. It is possible for a Dlamisa to grow up, live and die, never having strayed more than 5 hours from their home. Our travels, my sister's, mine, Bonnie Red's, Bosun's. We were making history here on this mission of mercy, not just because we were going where nobody had gone in over 200 years, seeing what had not been seen, meeting those who had not been met, but the very act of what we were doing, traveling without official reason, was almost unthinkable. It's not to say doing so was taboo, but that is as close to what it was as any other word. My report about this would surely travel home, and depending on how things went, if it spread into mass consumption, the first person to do anything has the hardest time doing it. But thereafter? Thereafter it is easier and easier for others to imitate them. Done once, it will be a dozen times more, and from there, who could say what might come of it all? Our insularity was a long-term factor in our security. We kept to our worlds and kept our fleets strong. Death lies readily at hand. Even the word adventure no longer has an equivalent in Encanti. The closest word to it with a human equivalent is danger. Incidentally, I did conduct a search of our language's earlier states. If pronounced so that humans could hear it, the word is erkrabak, which was to sense the new. Another thing lost to us, and to ancient fears of the long dead. For them, the adventure was to sense the new. For Bonnie Red, this was simply her life, as it was. And turning from starship captain to walking on foot, from faster than the speed of light to a common human girl's shamble, the seeking of the new was what she clearly loved. I could see it in her wagging tail. She was having fun. Perhaps it is no surprise that she would be more than just a single starship captain, and be the pirate queen, the mistress of a mighty fleet that would pierce the veil of the untraveled void, so that weaker hearts like mine would feel safer knowing that someone else had gone there first and come back alive. But for me, I won't lie, I was a nervous wreck, but that nervous fear was coupled with something else, something that kept my tail wagging no less than that of Bonnie Red. It wasn't just new ground and adventure, but new history being made with our footsteps marking the ground beneath us. I was off on a grand adventure of my own like no mere academic of our home has done in, I do not even know how long. My sister was elevated more in my eyes, because she dared to do something so profoundly audacious. I can only imagine how it might have gone for her, but those who dare to try always get farther than those who dare nothing and stay home in their unchanging lives, until they managed to forget their dreams until they woke up old and had nothing left but to wait for the eternal sleep. Perhaps it was because of our rising enthusiasm that Usagi felt okay speaking with us. The Wolves are near. I avoided them by coming in the sleep time, but they are awake now and know we are here. Wolves? I asked. I think she means wolves, Rebecca said from behind me. Dog-like creatures that travel in packs. They tend to avoid humans, but they're deadly hunters. Wolves love the taste of long step. They may come for Usagi. They may avoid because I have many steps beside me, and you have a strange smell. No offense is meant, she added, looking behind us and reaching for her crowbar. This disturbed Rebecca to no end, and she approached the rabbity girl and said, Your parents let you come out here alone knowing it's that dangerous? Usagi has no parents. Mother of me died having Usagi. Father of me died when hunting. Maybe wolves. Maybe big cats. Maybe even others of us from other groups. Nobody no knowing. So Usagi has no one. So it is okay if Usagi dies to help what is left. She didn't sound especially sad when she said it. Her manner of speech was still hard to get a handle on, but her tone was like any human, just giving the time of day or talking about the menu items at a coffee shop. But I saw Rebecca's stunned and horrified face. Too, I noticed that Bao immediately clung to the girl and began rubbing her ears. It is not okay with me, Usagi. They should have sent a bigger guide. I would miss you. This response by Bao caught me by surprise. I had assumed that she and Usagi were not acquainted with one another, since they had introduced themselves. I filed it away to ask about later. It somehow didn't feel right to ask it then. Instead, I went the reassuring route. These wolves won't be a problem. Believe me. Byron drew out a very long, very sharp knife with a curve close to the top, and Boswin reached into his vest, and when he drew his hands out, he had the traditional ripper claws of Dlamison hand-to-hand combat tradition. For good measure, he opened his jaw to reveal the metal-tipped teeth and snapped his jaws shut. Bonnie Red did the same and added, Aye, lass, you got no worries here. You're part of our crew while we travel, and you don't let your crew get swept overboard without throwing them a line." She tipped her tricorner hat for good measure, and Usagi simply nodded. Rebecca remained visibly disturbed by Usagi's seeming indifference to her own possible death, and began to watch over the girl a little more closely. Human motherly instinct is a very strange thing. A motherless, fatherless youngling is frequently adopted by another with the means to care for them, but noticing how underfed Usagi was, and knowing the very briefest version of what Bao had said, the people who lived here had very, very little to spare at all. Rebecca, however, was from a very well-off family. Even if Fauve were not inevitably bound for great wealth, I could see pity warring with common sense in the woman. But that's how humans can be when their hearts are stirred by compassion. Even if you are strong, I would not tempt the wolves. Usagi has a place she hides when on her hunt. Maybe we rest there. Maybe we eat. Maybe we wait for the wolves to pass. Maybe we sleep if they pass slow. Maybe some will be waiting there for us already. Follow Usagi to the little walls beneath stone. She pointed her crowbar in the direction of another small hill. The broken bits of road diverged there. It was much smaller than the road we were on. At a guess, it was a place that fed into the old interstate highway system. If my guess was right, then there would be a cluster of small buildings there where travelers once had time to get service and rest. It was a fair walk still, but if Usagi felt at all tired, she didn't show it. She never missed a step, nor asked for water, though Rebecca and I both had to pause several times at least. Thankfully, there was no attempt at mocking either of us. I can only assume Bao cautioned them about how some of us might not be used to this kind of thing. If so, I was grateful. Fauve's drone buzzed along and then zipped ahead of us, once or twice going up high only to descend and let us know that the wolves had not come any closer. Usagi grew ever more fascinated with the matcha ein and the voice that spoke through it as Fauve proved her usefulness in spades. But she did not attempt to pry more, at least not then. We crested the small hill in peace, and found the ruined road did indeed lead to a small cluster of buildings, and Usagi, excellent guide that she was, chose to explain them. "The ash station is dangerous. A bad smell will cause the sleep death. Some go to the ash stations when they want no more life, but those places are safe." She pointed to a place where an old sign was broken in half, only the word inn remained. It was a one-story building with a line of doors marking off individual rooms. There is a place beneath. Place is old. Some survivors from the Great Dying hid there. It is how they live. Only Longsteps know that place, but there are others known to others who walked Chicagoa. "Sounds like a bomb shelter," Rebecca remarked. "I remember from history class that a bunch of places built those back in the 50s of the 20th century, and then again in the 20s of the 21st century. I guess they saw some use around here eventually." "Yes, that is what the old ones called it. Every group has their own, and they are kept secret and special. Sacred places of life where long walkers were born, or red spears, or the black fur, all born from Earth when the world died." Usagi said, "Come, Usagi offers her home to you." And she said no more until we reached the birthplace of her people. Chapter 23. I know of no words for this place that she led us to except to say that it was impressive in its absurdity. The walls of the inn still stood, dirty and pockmarked as they were, and full of holes large and small, some wrought by time, others, though, gunfire. I had seen Earth films, and knew what it looked like when light shined through a place once whole, where bullets had passed through on their journey to end some unfortunate life. I admit, I didn't know enough of Earth's history during their own minor great calamity of war before unity, but it wasn't hard to conclude that an apex predatory species, running low on resources and necessities, would turn on its own in times of want. They did that well enough in times of plenty. How much more so would that be done in times of desperation? The door we passed through had clearly been very crudely repaired over the years. A tight-stretched cloth of fur secured to blanks of wood, which were then pressed against the opening by hooks instead of hinges, provided a convenient and easy rigging. And it did provide some protection to the interior. The interior was no better, being dust and dirt, the faint smell of death where something had perished nearby but well out of view. The front counter was surprisingly intact, but the door to the back office was long since gone. The lobby area had a toppled-over vending machine, the front shattered by force, and the plastic still ripped and torn, stained with blood where somebody had cut themselves trying to get at the snacks within. The chairs were splinters, reduced to bits of wood clinging to the metal parts that once held them together. If anything, I was impressed that there were any bits left at all. It was fairly obvious that Usagi's tribe, her Longsteps, had been reduced to scavenging long, long ago. An old skeleton lay in the corner, still clad in the tattered remnants of clothing, an etching on the wall carved with a knife still clutched in a skeletal hand. I had enough time to read it as we passed. I cannot get in. They can't hear me in there, or maybe they're ignoring me. I begged them to take Harry at least, but they won't, or can't. Maybe they're all dead too. I drank some water outside when I was thirsty, and gave some to Harry when he started crying. Now I can't stop vomiting and neither can he. What if this is happening everywhere? God help us. God help us all. I don't want to die. I don't want Harry to die. It hurts so much. Why won't anyone come? Usagi paused when I broke from the group to go take a closer look. There was another skeleton close by, against the wall, right by the message. It wasn't hard to figure out what happened. A very small human skull. A hole in it matched the knife. Harry, it seems, had not had to suffer much longer after that message was carved, and based on the size of the black blood stain on the remnants of the tile floor, I suppose that the same was true of the unnamed author. Come, follow. Do not touch the dead. Usagi said, They who died before our birth punish those who touch them, giving death to us. It wasn't hard to work out that their ancestors had tried to bury the dead and gotten sick handling the corpses. Now they would not touch the dead at all. But maybe not for you. Bao says of you that you are not like us. Not born of earth, but stars. Distant lights we see at night have worlds like this one. Maybe their curse will hurt you not as it does us, Usagi said, but I could hear the disapproving note in her voice and see the glare in my sister's eye. I withdrew from the corpses. Rebecca, I think, regretted allowing Fauve to follow us by drone, and I saw the way she lingered, hovering close by until her mother called her away. I will always credit Fauve for getting that message of desperation and fear on that wall, recorded forever on digital media. It has been seen millions of times since then, and is one of the few surviving written remnants of those who lived in the immediate days after the last true war on Earth. I would be remiss if I did not say that yes, eventually the pair, a father and son, were given a proper burial. DNA testing showed that they did have living descendants, and they got a space in the family plot. Their own planting was given to them as a final act of reverence. At that moment, however, I had no time to think of such things. Usagi led us into a back area where a heavy box of all things, lead, stood upright like a locker against the wall. It looked rather like a locker, save there were no holes and only a wheel of steel to open it. You strong ones, please pull that open. Usagi is not able, she said, and Rebecca frowned as Byron and Bosun approached to open it. Usagi, where would you have gone if you hadn't been able to stay here tonight where it's supposed to be safe? Rebecca pressed. Usagi pointed to the roof. Maybe there. Wolves cannot climb much. Other things are dangerous too, but they do not trouble wolves. If Usagi does not make it, then Usagi does not live. Then the tribe has one less to feed, more food for the other children, one less worry. I could feel the heartbreak in the room before the pair grunted and pulled open the heavy lead door, but even if Usagi felt it, she didn't bother to speak of it. She entered and crouched down. A ladder was there that I have to admit was impressive. It was made of granite, not metal, to ensure it didn't rust or suffer the way metal might over the course of time. I followed down the hole with some trepidation that was eased when I realized that there was a dim light below. I had to wonder what it might be, but I didn't have to wait long for my answer. Along the wall down below were stone pots holding little plants that were glowing in the dark, an ingenious innovation to provide limitless light with no more energy needed than it took to live. The green and blue plants were seemingly some form of fungoid, like a mushroom, but with fuzzy caps of the sort I'd never seen before. The presence of other small plants suggested that this was intended to be a self-balanced miniature ecosystem. The fact that it was covered with plastic domes on which I could see precipitation forming confirmed this for me. It was brilliant in its simplicity. The underground space seemed to run roughly the length of the inn itself. The beds were metal frames, and the mattresses compressed and dirty, torn in places with springs exposed. A few were well past being usable. There were lockers which I recognized as weapons storage, but the doors were open. The weapons were gone. Similarly, I saw footlockers that lay open or broken into pieces. It wasn't hard to conclude from the scattered wrappers that they'd once held food and various medical supplies. Usagi's belly rumbled audibly, followed by Rebecca's, then mine. We stopped to eat, Usagi said, and from in her pocket she took out a bit of fur which she unfolded. I could see the fat still clinging to the interior, and she began to gnaw on it, chewing with desperation. I wondered when the last time was that she had a real meal. Bosun Byron, you brought MREs, right? Rebecca turned to ask, but she hadn't needed to. They were already sitting down and digging through their rucks. Usagi has nothing to offer, the rabbity girl said when Byron held out the brown package, and I am not strong enough to fight you for it. Do not mock Usagi. Byron shook his head. No one eats unless everyone does. We brought enough and can get more easily. Take it. You would. He closed his eyes and thought about it for a moment. You would honor me if you accept this gift for guiding us to safety. He might have looked like a meathead, but he was a lot smarter than he seemed at first glance. It was the right turn of phrase, and the half-starved girl accepted the brown package and began to tear into it with her teeth. Wolves move sometimes fast and sometimes slow. I will check if they are here when they should be gone. If they remain after we eat, then they will not leave until morning. Usagi says we stay, so we stay if that happens. Then we will go into Chicago, she said, as the plastic ripped open and her hands began to tear at the other smaller containers, imitating as best she could the motions of Byron as he opened his own, while Bosun passed out the rest. That will be fine, Usagi, Bao said, speaking for the rest of us, and we settled in for what I expected would be a lengthy layover. Chapter 24. What is an MRE? Usagi asked, while she looked down at the remnants of the brown bag she'd just been eating out of. She, of course, did not pronounce it as an acronym. Rather, she pronounced it MRE. The state of their lives being what they were, I should confess I was impressed she retained any knowledge of letters at all. But then, as there were still bits of signage left here and there, I suppose it might have been sufficient to at least keep the memory of literacy alive. I wasn't about to rebuke or even correct her. If anything, I felt a great welling of pity in my soul for her, and what a pitiable existence it must have been. And I wanted to see her warmed and well-fed. Bao's bonding with her was no more shocking than my own to my humans. And there were lessons to be learned here that could be learned no other way. Perhaps I should be ashamed that at the core of myself my zeal for knowledge, and yes, my ambition to rise, was undiminished or perhaps even inflamed by this unexpected opportunity. But I am Dlamison. I am a scholar in training. My duty to preserve and advance learning is never far from my mind, and so I cannot feel that shame. And also I could console myself by saying, the knowledge you spread may help prevent this from ever being lived by anyone ever again. Like photographers who took pictures of suffering before rendering aid, so that a call for help might reach millions beyond themselves alone. If it was an imperfect reason, well, I was and am an imperfect being. Excuse or no, there it is, and may posterity forgive me my imperfections in the same spirit that they benefit from my work. It stands for meals regretted enough, Byron said, and Bosun looked at him cockeyed. Really? He asked. No. It's a joke, Byron explained while he dipped his spoon into a container of applesauce that was probably 10 years old. Regretting food. Strange. Usagi has never regretted food. Even sick making food is better than hunger. Her belly rumbled again. Just eat slow like I told you last time. You haven't eaten much and you'll make yourself sick if you eat too fast, Bao promised. I was beginning to regret that Fauve was minding the drone more with every passing second. I don't really know what I was expecting. Some sickness, bad but bearable. But starvation, stupidly, had not occurred to me. Usagi wasn't that different from Fauve in age. It was like an apocalyptic mirror. The girl's dirty face and sunken blue eyes were somewhat glassy, her ribs visible when she pressed too close to her shirt. I had to wonder if she was being given less food because she was an orphan. I am ashamed to say I hoped so, not because I wanted her to starve, of course. But seeing one like this was bad enough. Could I cope with seeing a dozen, 100 like her? There are times, I admit, I have hated myself, and even though that thought was not meant to be cruel to her, merely wishing for there to be less suffering rather than more, I loathed myself for the thought, however brief it was before I could crush it utterly and resolve to make up for it, even if I never gave it voice. Usagi, what happened to the supplies I gave you all when I left? Bao asked. The manager gave them to the new mothers. There was not much, so they got it all. They cannot feed their infants if their bodies are not fed, and the hunt was not good. Usagi had to go out, find food for myself on the way to meet you while the long steps moved to new grounds. We asked the power makers, but they are sick now too. It is worse than we told to you. Usagi is sorry, but even for you Starwalkers, you may come and see we cannot be helped. Can Usagi ask one small thing even though the lie was said? Bao nodded. The blue-eyed rabbity girl wrung her hands together in her lap. Her ash-stained ears drooped, and I actually expected her to ask for another meal as her belly rumbled again. But instead she said, In the Stonecrest People Place, there is a field of flowers. It is said that the dead of the old times sleep there. If we do not survive, bury Usagi there, deep so the wolves do not eat her. Sleeping beneath flowers forever sounds nice. It is a better end than the sickness gives, and better than what will happen when we are too weak to fend off the wolves or the big cats or other creatures. Usagi does not want that. Usagi wants flowers for her last blanket. Is this too much to ask when Usagi has nothing to give? She won't have to keep that promise, Rebecca said with iron determination. That won't be a problem. It all reminded me really of what Boswin mentioned to me before, when we were buying equipment for volleyball. If war broke out between Earth and Lamius, at this stage I had no doubt that my world could win. We knew the stars, had a large armada and many developed worlds, as well as an economic system expressly meant to prepare us to fight again. Earth was strong. They were rapidly building colonies, but they had yet to build the massive defensive networks of starbases and ports. They had only a few great stellar construction sites that could build the ships that could traverse the stars. As a species went, they were like no other in the galaxy with their natural ability toward violence, except perhaps for ourselves. Peace or war seemed settled now, with Bonnie Red being the ambassador to end all ambassadors in one single moment. The praise she gave to humans, and her larger-than-life presence and demeanor, her performance at sports, and her frank beauty in the eyes of humans as much as Dlamisans, both regal and youthful, both strong and open. The reactionary elements of Earth, who might have gained strength from my recklessness, were almost quashed by the fact that this one so clearly adored them and looked exactly like everything humans adored. But as I looked at this desperate, starving human child, the reminder of what Bosun said came back to me. If war were to break out, this was the fate that would befall humanity before they could rise again. And if they grew strong enough to prevent it, this is what they would visit on those who attacked them. The horrors of war are sweet candy to those who never experience them. They are rich adventures to those who have full bellies and warm beds, but they forget what else it is. Orphan children who do not know why they are orphans. Hungry bellies eating rotted food because it is the only food they have, and even sickness is better than starvation. It is cold nights and burned homes, confusion, chaos, and pointless deaths for those who neither had nor wanted any part in it. And over 200 years later, the results of it lived and suffered on. Anything we could do to avoid risking a new war was worth it. And when I realized I was thinking that, I realized something else too, that our ancestors on Dlamius began to make a great deal more sense. It was likely exactly what they were thinking when they imposed a reshaping of our society into something that could utterly crush any potential threats to our worlds. To prevent this, how far would I have gone? Would anyone have gone? I think our way of life was my answer, and even though I was determined that it would change, I cursed my ancestors just a little bit less, and pitied them a great deal more. Chapter 25. The life of a Dlamisan is measured not in seconds, hours, days, or even years. Our lives span centuries, if we are not killed by circumstances. The oldest known of our kind, at least to me, lived 626 years, by our reckoning, though what that is on the human calendar I have never bothered to calculate. His age was such that he could still remember the grandiose speeches of those whose fathers lived through the age of chaos, who were themselves old Dlamisans by then. But human lives are old at a mere 80 years. A bad decade or even century for a Dlamisan can be overcome, but for a human, it is their whole lives. Hearing a girl no older than my fauve speak with passive acceptance of her own possible death in the near future, and wanting only to have a blanket of flowers and a deep hole for herself so that she would not be eaten by wild beasts. I could think of no words of comfort for the little rabbit. What could I, who even at my worst knew only a full belly and a warm home, say? She did raise her head, but not her ears. She was quiet for a few minutes, and I very much doubted she believed we could do what Rebecca said. And after all, Rebecca was a biologist, not a doctor. The best she could really do was provide basic care with knowledge of the body, and seeing her, even that was suspect. How much did they have in common with normal humans anymore? The best chance for Rebecca to help lay in her ability to collect and analyze genetic samples to determine what we were dealing with. What was this, a sickness? What was the state of the little tribes in this errant wasteland? I just had no idea, and Bao lacked the experience to properly explain it, while Usagi lacked the words. Some things, though, words were not needed for. Boatswain handed over one of the Dlamisan variations on the human MRE, which, if you are not familiar, stands for meals ready to eat. Both of our species had similar nutritional requirements, and so far no allergies had been found that would prove lethal to either of us. Another mystery that would one day need answering. For now, she tore into our people's package, unlike the human one, which still used a kind of plastic, albeit easily broken down. Ours was packaged with an edible substance that chiefly felt like plastic. It would not taste good. Truth be told, it did not taste like anything. But every bit of our packaging was edible, albeit far, far more bland. The human meal was rich with flavor and quite variable, chili with spices and salty crackers, a cookie made of oats and raisins, and a piece of bread made out of mealed corn. Ours was more efficient than theirs, but if forced to choose, I would take the human one first. Usagi, however, didn't seem to mind. Her pale blue eyes were filled with tears that wouldn't fall as she ate with gusto, as if she were at a feast of the highest order. I thought back to our meal at the restaurant in Louisville. So much food only hours away. Hours. Yet this one was half-starved, and it sounded like she was no worse off than the rest of them. How do you all even survive out here? I hadn't meant to ask it, and Bao glared at me, but it was a question that, even if I hadn't meant to ask it out loud, did need to be asked. Usagi's cheeks were stuffed and her ears perked up just a little, wiggling in front of the drone. Her mouth moved up and down and around in the way a human's typically did when they were chewing something tough, which was another feature of Dlamacin food. We are a meat-eating species, and as such we don't consider tough meat to be too much of a problem. She hastened to finish chewing and then swallowed a lump that must have been hard to get down, and began to explain. And I must emphasize here, or rather, re-emphasize a point I have brought up before, that humans are born storytellers. Usagi sat cross-legged in front of us, and rested her thin arms on her legs, and let her little pack fall free along with her coat. She then began to speak in an almost hypnotic voice of the sort only gained among humans by long practice. In the long ago before great want for life, there was great want for happiness, and always the world sought more, and the gods looked on man and said, "Look at our creation. His happiness will surpass our own if we leave him be. It is not right that man should surpass the gods who made him, so we will steal the happiness of man, and punish him for usurping the place of heaven." She held her arms out as if to grasp us, her voice rising as if to imitate angry gods. "And they smashed us, burned us, destroyed our homes and lives, and cast us out of the heaven we made, and down into hell. Fire swept the land and burned the sky, and all mankind might have died in the long ago, and left only the eternal silence in the world as the gods intended. But man was a canny creature, and some foresaw the wrath of the gods. Those few in places like in the Chicago area had feared the theft of their happiness from the gods before. In a place called the 50s, where a dangerous monster named the Red scared all who came too near to it. This threat had once come and gone, so man knew what to do. She smiled in spite of herself, putting on a conspiratorial expression and letting one ear flop down in front of one eye. Fauve zoomed in on her right then. I'm sure of it. I caught the rotation of the lens reflected in the pale green light. These wise ones dug holes in the earth like this one, and lined them with the black rock, whose shadows even the gods could not see through, and whose invisible poison could not penetrate. And they appeared in many places, along with far talkers and tools now lost to us or mostly broken, when the great shout of the gods— She shouted as best she could, making a bwee-ah noise like a great alarm sounding— "Came to us on earth, the wise ones and their chosen. They took their families and servants to the great holes and hid away as fast as they could. My great ancestors from the long ago, the long steppes, followed a mighty man named Burlington, a manager, who made it his mission in life to provide warmth in cold times, guided them to the hole in the ground that was prepared here. But—" her hands began to drop as moroseness filled her voice. "The gods moved faster than any man, and the great fire touched the sky. Those of us who were slowed by our attempt to save our animals were cursed or blessed as we took on some few of their strengths." Her eyes welled up again. "Many died deep in the earth, some never came out of their holes. Others, like the Longsteps, emerged changed. We say that some sympathetic god changed us, so that we would not be recognized by the gods who tried to slay us all. That with our ears," she touched her long ears fondly, "or tails or long beards or hooves, the gods would not come against us again. It was a heavy price, as the gods sometimes see, and slay our young before they are 8 days old, but others live. Sometimes the gods see, but the mother gives her life to the gods as the price of sparing her young. But we lived. The heroes and heroines who saved us in our hiding emerged one by one, from months to years after the great fires died, and we separated ourselves from one another. In this way, the gods could not strike us all dead at once again." She had a little smirk on her face that could be called proud, even if her sunken eyes were still full of painful tears, and her belly rumbled despite the size of the meal she'd just eaten. "The gods could not get us all, if we were not altogether to be got. The mighty manager of a farm who was said to have fed the billions, his yellow sign still stands in old places in Chicago. His rival, Mighty Hardy, and their neighbors, the gamblers who played at dominoes and were said to be able to race food to the hungry before an hour's candle could burn halfway down. It was an age of legends, and legends saved us all, for a while. Her head hung. But it is said that talent skips a generation. And in the after-times beyond the fire, those who emerged began to plunder Chicago area, taking the places where food was held and hoarding it. They would not share, mean-spirited times, and the children began to kill one another. Those who were not blessed, or cursed, by our love of our beasts, began to die off. A second wave reduced our numbers, until only we of the blended survived, perhaps because as the good gods hoped, we would not be seen as man. A few of the normal man fled out of the waste, and what did not died anyway. Those who remained, we had enough now that we could talk, and Chicago area became only Chicago, and Rhea, the land outside it, was divided. The city itself stands as free plunder and meeting, and the power makers sometimes bring things to bargain. But less, always less in the years before my birth. And now, it is almost nothing. A sickness comes, our gathering is weak, the moss we were able to eat is dying, the ground will grow little, and that makes us to be sick. The beasts are more fearsome too, and our hunts, always somebody seems to die. And within Chicago, we are running out of places to forage. Then we met Bao, and now you are here. Usagi bowed her head. And I am sorry you came only to watch us die. She looked toward the shaft leading up. I will go check for the wolves or other danger. Please make ready to rest. I believe we will be here this night and meet some of my folk tomorrow, but I should still check anyway. She didn't wait for an answer from us, but she didn't need to. None of us could bring ourselves to move a muscle, nor say a word. Chapter 26. What did you see in the time you spent here, insofar as dangerous creatures? Byron asked. And what do we know about these other groups? It was the first word anyone said while we were waiting for Usagi to return, and Fauve was quietly piloting her drone around the room. She'd barely said a word since we arrived. But when Byron spoke up, the drone zipped back over to catch sight of us. Wolves almost the size of you. Lions even bigger. Giant snakes in the water. I guess you could say this is a place of megafauna. The city had a lot too. I saw cat creatures that spread their legs out and sailed from tree to tree on the air, or from floor to floor in the tall buildings, what is left of their ski scrapers. I wouldn't want to be near there when those come crashing down. Plants are growing, but they don't seem to be all that edible. I can take some samples and figure out why, but what really interests me aside from the megafauna is this mention of a moss that they eat, and this sickness. I can't help but think that those must be connected. Shouldn't you have gone with her, someone? Fauve asked over the audio of the drone. If it were close enough to be dangerous, we'd know about it already. Bosun replied, There's nothing to worry about for now. I guess, but, Mom, what are you going to do? That's sad. We've got to do something, Fauve exclaimed, and her mother took a deep breath to buy time for an answer. I'll take samples with my kit and route the data back to my office for analysis. Once we know what we're dealing with, we'll know just what to do. I'm going to do my best. That's all anyone can do, Fauve. Maybe you should let your father take over the camera work. Mom, if they can bear to live it, I can bear to see it. I'll be 15 in a few weeks. I'm not a little kid anymore. Fauve protested, and I could tell by the steel in her voice, so like her mother's own steady resolve. Is it any wonder that someone like her could pioneer a whole new field one day? Not really, it's no wonder at all, but it is amazing. Her mother could tell that this was not a battle she was going to win, and she wasn't around to fight it. Anything she did was likely to make things worse, so she instead said, Fine, but you have to promise to close your eyes if I say so. Close your eyes, and let me guide the drone by hand if I think something is too much for you. Deal? She asked. Fauve's voice came in a moment later. She knew a sticking point for a negotiation when she heard it. Neither wanted an escalation, and so Fauve said over the audio static a moment later, All right, Mom, it's a deal. She may have been reluctant, but she agreed. It is interesting to notice that these kinds of negotiations between parent and child are not uniform. Some parents I knew would only give commands which the children would then be expected to obey. However, others, such as Fauve's parents, seldom needed to give orders blindly. They had her trust, and so if it wasn't important to her, Fauve tended to listen. However, where it mattered, as this did, Fauve pushed back and they would come to an accord. Some have criticized them over the years for this. The parenting styles of humans vary considerably. Fove's parents believed that they created an independent child who was capable of speaking for herself and wouldn't just blindly obey orders. Expecting her to think for herself was an important facet of parenting for them, and given the result, I cannot argue that it was not effective. I myself didn't like that Fove was seeing this. It is natural, I think, to want to protect those we care for. And the more I thought of that, the more the history of my own world and people began to make sense. Usagi returned a few minutes later, her ears up. She was all business and said, "Wolves are far, but they linger. They follow the scent we leave, but they are hungry things and impatient. If we wait till the new sun, then we will be free to walk the rest of the way." "What is this thing about the power makers exactly?" I asked. Their name had me curious, and Usagi sat herself down on a nearby ancient mattress and let her ears flop down beside her head. "They have matcha ines that make the strength of their bodies into little boxes. These they put into other matcha ines, and then their managers go away to pray and come back with things to trade. Sometimes blankets, sometimes even food or seeds. But the seeds are a taunt of the gods. They will not grow, so we eat them at least, when we can get them," Usagi explained. It wasn't hard for us to figure out the fine points. But for clarification, Rebecca asked, "Their tribe, where did they come from?" "They say they were spoken into being, that the universe created them and taught them the secret knowings of the gods," Usagi explained, and that clinched it. We were not all well acquainted with each other as a group, of course. Bonnie Red was still a new companion, but all of us were now well enough learned in silent talking to one degree or another that we could almost perfectly perceive each other's shared realization. The power makers had been attendees at a university, likely in the engineering department, students or teachers, and had managed to keep power going through generators, treadmills, if the strength of their bodies was any clue, and had managed to hook up at least one terminal somewhere to the wider world. At best, guess they were powering it and had managed, somehow, somewhere to get packages shipped in, probably close to the dead zone, giving them a tenuous link and a small amount of resupply paid for by credits mined from sweat. If they really were running on treadmills or some other machine to generate energy credits to trade for goods, then the men and women who got it started must have been geniuses of the highest order, and good teachers to pass on the how to their heirs, but not of great character, to have hoarded their knowledge to use as leverage over the other tribes, and even their own. Goodness knew what anyone made of it, but it seemed to have endowed the leadership with some degree of authority, and the people with a scant lifeline to vital supplies. But still more questions lingered. Why have none of you tried to leave? If you know there is life beyond Chicago, why not leave it? I had to ask. It just seems so nonsensical to stay where they suffered. Those who looks like me will not feed me. Why would Usagi expect better, when Usagi is part beast? The gods tore us apart, and we remember the stories of the old world. Where differences are despised, if we travel outside, we are sure to be killed. Stories exist of other holds like ours after the fall. They tried to talk to normal humans and were slaughtered like beasts for their trouble. Usagi does not want to die. I will trust Bao to know a human who can be trusted. But how can we trust the ones who slew all those who tried to talk in the years after the fire? Here, where none of them lived, we can be safe, we can hide. And if the gods visit their wrath on man again, we will at least be spared it. I looked at Rebecca. She shook her head. She didn't know the answer to my unspoken question. Other holds, other places in the deep. It sounded mythic, but if there were a crisis and people were preparing for the worst, it wouldn't have been impossible by any stretch of the imagination, and it wouldn't be hard to imagine a group of humans slaughtering the residents for their supplies either, and then being just forgotten in the chaos after the fact. And now, this group learned to avoid all contact, and regular humans had forgotten they ever existed. The radiation levels required special preparation or tools to securely visit, and there was no reason to go anyway. Eventually, it likely would have happened, but those with exploratory minds were going to space, not other places on Earth. So if nothing went wrong, it might be hundreds of years before anyone ever visited places like this one again. If they did and nothing changed, all they'd likely find are vicious creatures and curious skeletons. None of us wanted for that to happen. Chapter 27. Usagi did not sleep alone. She curled up against Bao for warmth, her tail curled up around the rabbity human. I wondered when the last time the girl had that. Warmth and touch are vital for human health and well-being, particularly for the young. Frightened children were known to stay with their parents, fearful and longing for safety and protection only their caregiver could provide. Yet it seemed Usagi's people provided very little of that for orphans, which seemed at odds to me with what I had observed of the human capacity for care for the young in need. but a seed of an answer had come out in Usagi's description of life. It seemed that death is a very common thing for them, that loss is as routine as the sun, and as such they had become so case-hardened that all they could do was preserve those closest to them. All others were tertiary. It was a frighteningly Dlamacin sort of thought process, a cold, cruel logic. The more I thought about it, the more like us these humans seemed to be. Yet what did it mean for a young girl like Usagi? Growing up to see herself as expendable could not have been an easy thing. I doubt she had the kind of comfort she was now taking from Bao in quite some time. I lowered my ears to dim my hearing a little when I laid down. Fauve and her mother were whispering, and much as I wanted to know what they were saying, that they were whispering said well enough that it was private. I didn't have to hear, however, to know what it was in principle if not word for word. Rebecca was obviously hard hit by Usagi's words, her motherly instincts gone into overdrive over the lost-eyed, hungry girl with little care left for her own life. But at the same time, it wasn't as if she could just take a rabbity girl with no education into the wider human world with no preparation either, even if Usagi didn't fear the very idea. At the very least, though, it magnified and brought into focus her affection for her own child to such a grand degree that I couldn't fathom the grim hopelessness of her darkest imaginings. Only quirks of birth and choices in the past kept her family from sharing the fate of those who once lived in Chicago. And when their voices stilled and the drone shut down, Rebecca took the machine and clutched its cold metal and plastic against her bosom, as if it were Fauve herself. Byron and Bosun did not remain awake for long. I could see them out of the corners of my eye. They lay still in the old beds, staring up at nothing until they slept. What they thought I do not know. They kept it to themselves. Bonnie Red was fiddling with her datapad, though what she was doing I didn't yet know, and from the way she stared at it, I doubt she would have said, so I didn't ask. Usagi slept with surprising ease, cuddled against my sister for shared warmth. Her evident indifference was let out against my sister's fur for a little while, and the gray ash she coated her hair with left stains of gray in my sister's dark and reddish fur. But Bao didn't seem to mind. I was the last to sleep. Fear about tomorrow crept over me that was equal to my desire to succeed. I'd succeeded before, and wanted to again. But exactly what even counted as success here? Reintegration? Feeding them? Medical treatment? The very objective, their rescue, was so nebulous that my very lack of direction set me on edge. Not knowing what to do, that was perhaps my greatest fear. Greater even than failing at whatever it was when it came time to do it. At least knowing what I needed to do, I could give it my best, and if I failed, I know I tried. But ignorance and indecision about what to do did not even let me make a proper choice. I had to trust in Bao, and that was not an easy thing to ask. I wanted to. I swear I did. But it was hard, and that kept me awake far later than it should have before I finally fell asleep. It was Usagi who woke us all up. We go. Usagi has checked the land. The wolves are gone. The big cats are gone. It is clear to the city. You follow me. If you have food, eat while we go while the wind is with us, she said, and hung her crowbar over her shoulder to clamber up the stone ladder and back to the surface. It was strange to take orders from a girl that age, but it's hard to argue with someone who knows what they're doing when you frankly do not. So we followed. I have to admit, I was impressed by the way this underfed girl could move after a full meal. I was, however, saddened that she didn't think to ask for food, just told us to eat. The drone powered on by the time we were 50 paces from the old inn, and Usagi led the way as we drew ever closer to the skyline. The farther we went from where we were, the worse the roads became, and the greater the evidence of destruction. What was truly eerie, though, was when we saw the outlines of humans against stone walls, like the worst form of flash photography, capturing the shape of a person who was taken completely by surprise. Their vaporized shape against the walls was the only indication of their many years of life, and they were erased from existence as if they'd never been. I wondered how many people were vaporized when the city died, and how many other cities shared its fate. We stopped briefly when we came to a sign where twisted metal and a big, half-melted green sign still hung in a half-bowed state, as if it had surrendered to its fate, but lived long enough to mark its own grave. Welcome to Chicago was barely visible any longer. If left alone, I doubt it would have lasted another century before it was just faded green, and then after that, worn-away steel that would one day rust and return to the earth. There is a gathering place within. Follow, and at least some of the long steps should be here to meet you. Usagi promised, and follow her we did. Chapter 28. Let me say I have never seen ruins before, or rather, outside of pictures, and pictures do not do them justice. The wind blows through dead places, and you can feel the sense that once there was intelligent life there. Even centuries later, there are still things that break. Glass may shatter as it finally comes loose from its security, or something falls over that had been leaning quietly for ages. The twisted and melted metal of cars, all lined up in front of what were once street lights and stop signs, was a testament to how life here was once bustling. Now the remnants sat, still lined up on their way to nowhere. Tall buildings stretched out toward the sky, and Bao pointed toward one of them. They found me there. It wasn't the tallest of the ruins, but it was high enough that if she had started a fire, I had no doubt it was indeed going to be seen and draw curious eyes. "Stay together," Usagi said. "The rats here are big, and they do not fear any man or woman who stands alone. Stray, and you may find them coming for you in many numbers. They will avoid a group, though, so stay together. Stay safe." "Is that why it was children that found you?" I asked Bao, and she nodded. Usagi filled in the rest of the story. "The young train by killing rats. They eat what they kill, so for the youngest of the young of hunting age, rats are the best choice. Still, some do not come home from their hunts." She didn't fill in the gap right away, but stupidly, I asked another question. "Are they ever found?" I looked around the vacant buildings, peering into the dark places where no light had visited in hundreds of years. Sometimes bones, sometimes only the spear. Sometimes we kill a great nest and find scraps of their cloth in the nest. Usagi has been lucky. Many rats I have killed. It is why Usagi lives at all." She said it with such nonchalance that I couldn't help but feel a deep well of sadness for her. Nor was I alone in that. Wolves dislike this place. They will come if they chase prey, but otherwise they do not. "That sounds dangerous." Fove's voice crackled over the speaker. "What does a matcha-ina know of danger?" Usagi asked. "I'm not a machine, I'm Fove, the human woman person's daughter," Fove protested. "I'm just piloting this drone to record things that might help Bao to help you." "Piloting? What does lots of pie have to do with matcha-in? Does your matcha-in make pies of rat meat and bread? I have none to give you, and we can do that ourselves," Usagi said. Her ears flopped over in her confusion, and Fove suppressed a laugh, or tried to. She was not fully successful. "Usagi, you are very, very cute. No, piloting means I'm driving. I am making this matcha-ina move from somewhere else. I can see through it and hear through it and everything," Fove explained, and Usagi looked from it to Rebecca and back again. "Are you gods?" Usagi asked with a hushed whisper. "No. I'm Fove, and I'd rather be friends than be a god," she replied. "This is just something we know how to use and make, that you all lost a long time ago, that's all. Maybe after we're done, you can learn how to make it again." Fove said it so sincerely, and her voice was so sweet, that it was hard to doubt she meant it. "Usagi doubts a thing like that," Usagi answered. "What can I say to you? I live in this place, where the flying things come from. You can start with your age. I'm turning 15, next season." Fove corrected herself before she said, "months." "Usagi is the same age." Usagi smiled when she said that. It was the first genuine smile I'd seen her make. "Why did Fove not come here herself?" "I wanted to, but Mom said it was dangerous," Fove complained. Rebecca, to her credit, seemed to have decided that expecting her daughter to stay silent the whole trip was a bit much, and when she saw that Usagi actually smiled, her gaunt face lighting up on meeting someone her own age, Rebecca let it pass. "Your mother tells you truth. Chikagawa is dangerous. All Chikagawa-reya is dangerous. I'm only girl my age in the long steps. The others, they are young, or gone to wed another tribe, or died. Many died," Usagi said matter-of-factly. "With no one to keep safe, Usagi would not last in the time between past as child and future as adult. Fove is lucky. Fove gets to make friends with Usagi. That means Fove is very lucky," Fove said cheerily, and Usagi smiled a little more. "I would like that. Usagi has no friends left, all gone too far above or below the ground to speak. It would be good to have another," Usagi replied, and reached up to pat the machine just above the lens. "Maybe after we're done here you could come stay at my house, at least for a while?" Fove suggested, and I could see Rebecca's conflicted face. She wanted so badly to help the rabbity girl, but was aware of the difficulty. Here is a sad truth of human life. Resilient as humans are, the scars of their lives never truly vanish. If you beat a child, the bruises heal, but the memory of the beating and the way it changes their brains lingers on. Neural development is strongly tied to their treatment. The victims template their behavior and become in time victimizers, and the scourge of suffering takes a special kind of will to break free of, to keep from perpetuating the cycle onto the next generation. Usagi did seem like a sweet girl, but she survived in a horrific existence on the edge of death. She lived in fear of the normal world outside of her own, and was used to being largely uncared for and independent. It would be a struggle of great magnitude for her to readjust, all while also being so vastly different from other humans that she might as well be an alien herself. The difficulty of providing for her needs must have been weighing on Rebecca. Fove seems kind like her mother, but Usagi has these. She reached up and caressed the length of her ears. She is not fully beast, nor fully man. She will surely be killed. Chicago was famed for its violence toward those deemed less than human, and after the Great Dying, more died to humans all over again, and some say those were slow and painful. If Usagi is going to die, she prefers it to be quick. The creatures here are not cruel, and she would barely feel a thing. There? Usagi fears a slow end, Usagi replied and shook her head. Her long gray ears bounced around her head. The world isn't how it used to be. Look at Bailey and Bao and Boatswain and Bonnie Red. They're aliens, not even part human, and they're accepted. Things aren't like they used to be, and Usagi is so kawaii, I'll bet everybody will adore her at once. Nobody will want to let a bunny girl go hungry, Fove said, and Usagi cocked her head. Kawaii? Usagi has not heard this word since father. She said, how does Fove know it? It comes from Japan, just like your name. A long time ago, a whole bunch of things from there got really popular here, and a few words creeped into the language and became English. Kawaii, Sasuga, Neko, Chan, San, Usagi, Ayaname, and a handful of others. Fove explained and then said, Usagi is very kawaii. Usagi reached up and pulled down her ears while she walked. Is that true? Is there nothing for Usagi or the long steps to fear out there anymore? Fove was hesitant. She knew all too well that not everything was perfect. It is a lot less scary than here. You'll get good food and a bed every day, and you get to learn things, and you don't have to be afraid all the time. This cannot be so. A bed every day? How do you carry it? Usagi asked, and Fove's drone shook back and forth as if she was shaking her head no. We live in one place. In buildings like these, she panned around to the offices and shops, but smaller. I have my own room that I should probably leave more often. I have the same bed that I sleep in every night, and we eat 3 times or more per day. 3 times per day! Usagi shouted in utter disbelief. Her belly rumbled, and Boatswain handed her a piece of jerked meat. The rabbity girl began salivating, and her eyes glassed over at the very thought. She stuffed the jerky in her mouth and began chewing, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Usagi has never eaten 3 times in one day. That's not counting second breakfast or mild snacking on Tolkien's day. Fove explained. Then we have like 5 meals, but that's only on the 3rd of January. Usagi took that in. If we do not die, if you can help us, we can all live like that? If we leave Chicago area? I can't promise it'll be like that right away, but it'll be possible. A lot of work maybe, and I'll do what I can to help. I promise, Fove said, earnestly bobbing the drone up and down. Usagi would like that. Food enough for a full belly, a safe sleep in a warm place. Those are Usagi's dreams, she said, her ears twitching, and she stared eagerly into the camera lens. Girl Fove on other side of Macha-in. You really want to be Usagi's friend? To help Usagi and everyone in Chicago area? Yes, Fove said with a finality that echoed her mother's character. If Mom and Dad are okay with it, maybe you could even stay with us, meet with some of our important leaders, our managers, and explain how to help you all the most. Usagi's ears twitched. Fove is kind to her friend, but Fove's mother is Fove's. Fove's father is Fove's. Usagi has no mother. Usagi has no father. No adult will want to take in Usagi. A growing girl needs too much food. No one will give that to her from the mouth of their own child. But it is a very nice thought, Usagi said, and patted the machine again, as if she were patting Fove's own head. Enough talk for now. We must be quiet. Sometimes rats come up at the center places of the stone paths. We should not disturb them, even with your strength to keep us safe. Usagi said, and turned her attention away from the drone. She drew her crowbar, ready to fight if she had to, and began to creep past a gaping hole in the center of the street. Chapter 29. Rats get big. That was my first takeaway from what happened next. When Usagi drew her crowbar, I already had a good indication that she was expecting a problem. I had this confirmed for me when I heard her whisper under her breath, "Shouting was stupid." I had little confidence in myself if it came to anything other than handling greasy neckbeards. But a few rats? I thought that couldn't be that bad. The skittering beneath the streets as we moved past the gaping hole in what was once a busy intersection was loud enough that even the humans could hear it. The little feet slapping on stone tunnels was like some form of twisted applause, and in the corner of an old drain, I saw countless little shining eyes watching, staring, and then they began to move. "Go!" Usagi shouted, and we raced over the open ground. She might not have been well fed, but pumped with a recent meal and adrenaline, she knew how to move, pointing straight ahead toward double doors which sat closed and, surprisingly intact, she ran ahead, arms and legs pumping, ears flying behind her in the wind. She had reason to run. We all did. Out of the sewer streamed scores of rats, each one the size of small dogs. They were thick-bodied with dark brown fur and smelled like the sewers in which they lived. They had long buck teeth that rose and fell with every chittering noise, and their little hairless tails danced behind them as they ran over the road. It is a credit to the military forces of our peoples that Bosun, Byron, and Bonnie Red spun to meet the threat, while I, Rebecca, and Usagi raced ahead. I could see now why Bonnie chose to leave her medic with the ship. The danger was at our heels, squealing for our flesh. I dropped to all fours and raced ahead. Reaching the door first, I yanked it open and held it for Rebecca, Bao, and Usagi. Fove's drone was catching it all. I knew she had to have muted the audio, but I will never not be impressed by the fact that she made sure to catch everything. Bosun and Bonnie Red used their hand claws to rip great swaths around them, while Byron used a large and vicious-looking knife, fighting in a kind of triangle formation. They kept backing away as the swarm of rats poured out of the sewer. I had never smelled so much blood in one place. Little screams like tiny people added to the horror. The rats, it seemed, did not know quite what to make of Dlamacons, but they did not like our jaws. A Dlamacon's bite can shatter bone with ease, and our metal teeth seemed to have caught the eyes of the rats. Byron kept the count of the pace. Back, 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 back. Just repeating the phrase, and they stepped together as if they'd fought 1,000 battles. It reminded me very much of the coordination of volleyball, the way they worked in pairs or between rival squads in short-lived alliances to disrupt the return of a ball by a well-performing team. Fove's drone caught it all, and as rats slipped around the trio to come for us, Usagi stepped in and began to swing her crowbar. The heavy thud was joined by the crunching noise of rat skulls. She moved with surprising quickness, but I could smell her fear. I and Bao did our best to help her, fighting our own little triangle until Usagi flung her crowbar over her head and forced the rats to jump out of the way. It created a moment of peace and bought time for the trio of soldiers, who promptly turned and sprinted toward the door right after the three of us. Fove's drone hovered outside as the rats crashed against the surface. Made of thick ironwood, I could see why it lasted so long. As the rats screamed their frustration and scratched in futility against the surface, we took a breath. Fove's audio came back on. I'll let you guys know if anything funny happens or when the rats go away. Man, I've never said this before, but I'm glad I listened to Mom. I turned to look at Rebecca. She was hunched over, her hands on her knees, breathing hard. But even she managed to smile at her daughter's words. The drone zipped away from the door to hover over the rats, and we were alone. Forgive Usagi. Shouting was foolish. You were all placed in danger. She bowed her head and closed her eyes tight like she was bracing herself, but Byron waved her apology off. Meh, spot of fun as an exterminator, don't worry about it, everybody's fine so there's no problem, he said. Usagi remained braced for a moment before she slowly opened her eyes. Aye, lass, a little bored in action is to be expected on a thin like this. Don't worry about it, Bonnie Red emphasized and looked around the room. Instead, you could do worse than to say sorry for not making this more neighborly. It's a right mess, she emphasized, and she wasn't wrong. The big open area must have once been a lobby. Semicircle-shaped wooden desk sat off to one side that could have sat 12 people, but there were only 3 chairs for occupants. Dust and gashes competed for ownership over the wood, and the rest of the place was no better. One whole section of ceiling above was caved in. Old tiles of some kind of cardboard or foam were scattered and broken. Bits of a plastic-looking stuff, fragments of wood and splintered furniture were everywhere. An old computer device looked remarkably similar to the ones in our early history. Interestingly, because humans are such profoundly good pattern seekers, this similarity led some to speculate about past contact between our species and theirs. But I can say definitively that this is false. My species was far, far too busy at the time when humans were developing those systems, and we had not yet met humans in person. The simple truth is far more dull. When faced with similar problems, engineers from multiple species simply tend to come up with similar solutions. Much for the same reason our most ancient of ancient surviving constructions are also pyramids. Because if you want a big thing to not fall down, that is the best shape. With a wide base and narrow top you get a great deal of stability. So it was also with computing systems. But back to the matter at hand. My hearts were racing, and I was heartily relieved. Bao immediately went to Usagi and put her hands on the girl's shoulders. Don't risk yourself like that, Usagi. You're just a child. Let the grown-ups handle this kind of thing. That is how it is handled, Usagi remarked. But she smiled up at Bao, clearly pleased. And Usagi did well, didn't she? Yes, you did. But you mustn't worry me like that, Bao replied. What is this place? Rebecca asked as she looked around. The noise of the scratching rats was diminishing, and with their loss of interest, or interest in the corpses of their fellows at least, she was able to relax. A search again place. You want to see moss we eat. Moss grows here in places. It is why we meet here. All the places of searching again grow the moss for some reason, Usagi said, and while I, Bao, Boatson, and Byron were thoroughly confused, Rebecca turned pale. She ran her hand through her ink-dark hair and rubbed against her scalp. Nobody move. Give me a moment, Rebecca said, and yanked her little backpack off and slapped it down to the ground. She yanked the black zipper up and over and plunged her hand into its depths, rummaging around until she brought up a small rectangle which she immediately flipped on. A steady clicking flared up. Son of a bitch, Rebecca whispered. What? The rest of us asked all at once. Rebecca didn't look up from her device while she rattled out an answer. The way she said it. Search again place, the word research, is a combination of and search, where is Latin for again. So search again. And what they were researching here was radioactive material. There's uranium here, and lots of it. But the strange thing is what? I asked, giving voice to the thoughts of everyone else. The levels are a lot lower than they should be, Rebecca explained, and Bao chimed in. Like the decay rate is being artificially increased? She suggested, and Rebecca nodded. Exactly. Rebecca's reply was twinged with curiosity, though she hadn't looked up from her device while she waited for the source to be traced. We do that on Delamius to control the radiation dosage on our subjects. Hawk's gene replication opened up a lot of viable options for everything from segmentation in body plans up to and including advances in clonal tech. So this must have been an early attempt at doing the same thing here, but then, who? Rebecca's question died on her lips as she recalled what Usagi said earlier about things humans did in the Chicago area. Wow, Rebecca said and whistled. No wonder this place got blown to hell. Bao seemed to have picked up on her meaning. At least ours are brain dead. She shivered. Poor humans. Usagi seemed utterly lost at the nature of the conversation, and for that I was grateful, but the others were not, and it was a grim-faced group that waited for the drone to return and catch up with us. I was glad that Fauve hadn't been witness to that realization. Perhaps it's silly, but for all her hardy nature, she was fairly innocent in many ways. I guess I wanted to see her stay that way for a little while longer before she grew up. Bao seemed to share those thoughts about Usagi, and chose not to explain to the floppy-eared girl, instead choosing to address Rebecca and ask, Can you tell where it is? Probably, but I have a better question, Rebecca said, and finally looked up from the little screen. Where is this moss your people eat? Is that really what we should be worrying about? And are you safe? Usagi is resistant, and so are the rest of us since our fields prepare us to deal with possible radiation exposure. I felt silly asking, but I couldn't imagine returning Rebecca to William with a cancer diagnosis looming. Even if they could treat that sort of thing now, it wasn't a pleasant thought. I'm fine, don't worry about it. My office on campus is near the nuclear engineering department. Thanks to safety regulations, we all get the good preventative buildup injections just to be safe. Unless I swallow some polonium, I'll be all right, Rebecca said, and then gestured toward the rear door. Now, Usagi, lead the way. She invited and shut down any further discussion, just as Fauve's drone zoomed in through the hole up above us. Rats are gone. You're safe! But wow! You were all amazing! Not to make it sound like a game, but you were so cool the way you showed those rats who was boss. That was fire-hot awesomeness, she exclaimed, and I could practically feel her fangirling all the way back in her room. Of more interest than fangirling was what Rebecca said. I had the distinct feeling that there were things that Fauve's mother wasn't telling us about her work. But there was neither the time to question it, nor a reason to do so right just then. Usagi responded to Rebecca's instruction and led us through a set of steel doors that were still secured after centuries, and into a dim corridor that was lit at all only because there were holes in walls and ceilings that coincided with other holes in walls and ceilings that let in light from outside. It was a dim trek through dusty sunbeams which did not improve when she guided us down a set of stairs. Rebecca flicked on her flashlight, and Fove's drone flashlight came on as well when the beams of light decreased in number and size, eventually becoming nothing. The white lights bobbed with the drone and footsteps, and I confess, it was an eerie feeling being down there. Occasionally we met the dead, just skeletal remnants really, jaws hanging open in the light, and occasionally toppling when our collective steps or a foot placed in the wrong spot caused the leaning to finally fall. Usagi avoided them all, and after several minutes walking we could hear a faint trickling noise. Water? I asked. They probably were doing some mini-reactor experiments here too. Who knows? A long time ago, weapons development was all over the place. Humans were always really good at killing humans, Rebecca said with the kind of academic casualness of people for whom knowledge was an abstract thing. This is something I am familiar with. But having experienced human warmth, thinking of so much of it just snuffed out? No, it wasn't just academic to me anymore. The memory of the lethal injury to little Harry was still fresh in my mind. How much fear and horror they went through in the end. That Rebecca could be so icily calm and abstract, even though it was about an event so long before. There is a lesson here. Human culture has shifted to care more broadly about others than just their own inner circle. But human nature is not, as near as I can tell, vastly different than ever it was. And humans evolved living in small family groupings and tribes. The other can be considered as little more than a hypothetical, if they are so inclined. That is the dark side of even the finest of humans. If Rebecca could be that way, who could not be? All that was set aside, though, when we rounded a corner and found ourselves greeted by a sapphire blue pulsing light coming from just beneath a closed set of double doors. Chapter 30. How deep do you think we've gone? I asked when I saw Fove's drone start to waver. I don't know. This is a down slope the whole way and we've made a lot of turns to get to this point, and then there were those stairs. Bao answered as Rebecca reached up and took hold of the drone. Fove, how are your controls? She asked. How is the video? I switched off the remote storage, Mom. It's all on board now, and the controls are kinda wonky. I'm losing signal here and it's getting weaker with every step. Are you hearing me okay? She asked, and I'd be lying if I said she didn't sound worried. We weren't, really. Her voice was coming through less and less, so much so that we stopped walking. Far talkers fail here. Usagi pointed to a red line painted on the metal floor. Father said to Usagi when she was a girl that the gods could not hear prayers so deep. But it's not dangerous, right? Fove asked with trepidation. Usagi shook her head. Usagi has been here many times. It is safe for us. Not safe for Fove, I think, but safe for Usagi. She said, Fove may turn off Macha-ini, use her see later tool when we leave the deep farm. Okay, but stay safe, Usagi. And look after the others, Fove encouraged her, and Usagi bowed deeply to the drone. Usagi will not let another be without a mother. On her ears this promise is made. Usagi vowed, and the drone's signal screen began to fade. Rebecca held it out in front of her and folded in the propellers from all four sides. Usagi then walked over the line, leading us to the double doors. They were stainless steel, and I didn't need to see to know that they were very thick. The noise of trickling water was louder now as well, but it was very clearly coming only through the walls, not where we would be able to actually see it. Usagi opened one side and we were bathed in blue light. There was so much that for a moment we were blinded. This is what they're eating. I wanted to analyze it myself, but I had no tools. Bao said and waved her arm around the room. The far wall was coated with a thin film of blue moss. The same went for the ceiling and part of the floor, save where a few stones were laid to make a crude path. Tables were overgrown with the stuff, and even the side walls were devoid of space. Have you tried it? Is it safe to eat? I asked my sister, and she shook her head. I have no idea, I haven't tried it, she replied. That's good, Rebecca said when she stepped into the room, and her radiation detector began to flash red on the screen. Remember my joke about eating polonium? She asked, and we nodded. Nom nom, she said, mimicking an exaggerated chewing motion. You're kidding? Bonnie Byron and Bosun said all at once. It's definitely confined to the moss, so being near it, well, I'm still going to check with a doctor for myself when we get back. Rebecca answered, but I wouldn't eat that stuff. She said right as Usagi grabbed a cluster and shoved it in her mouth, roots and all. We eat it. There are other rooms like this, but the moss we eat is not the moss that was. This is pale shadow. It was once black as night. Now it is not. Even the blue is not as blue as the blue it was before. Usagi said while stuffing her cheeks with the stuff. It could be polonium, but even if it isn't, it is still radioactive. I wonder. Rebecca stood at the entrance to the room. She was clearly reluctant to enter, and then backed out of the room, crouched on the metal floor and began taking out the tools of her trade. I don't exactly have a full lab here, but if I can get a sample and record the data, I can transmit it back to the office and have them analyze the results. We'll need a blood sample and a DNA sample from some of the people who live here too. Do you all eat the same moss types? Rebecca asked as she handed a little glass petri dish over to my sister. Usagi has been to the power makers. They ate the black moss once. Now they have red moss and the sickness. Usagi has also been to the red spears. They ate the black moss. Now it is green and the red spears are sick. Ours are last, to change, and it is thin, she said and grabbed another handful. It looks thick to me, I said, and looked at the pulsing blue stuff that seemed everywhere. No, not thin here. Thin in Usagi. When father was small, he said he needed only a finger of the black. Now with the blue, Usagi needs much to sate hunger, and it is like eating water. The full never lasts. We try to eat less, but we grow weaker. She sighed as our confusion became obvious. Food fills Usagi's belly. This fills the second belly, or did, but no more. Not much. Like eating food that disappears before it can fill you. She grabbed another handful and stuffed it into her mouth. Is there a lot of this stuff? Rebecca asked as she looked agape at the hungrily eating Usagi. In the long ago they say it was in many places. Now it is less, and every year, fewer places than before. The search again places inside Chicago are the last. 2 tribes ended themselves over the purple moss. Now they are gone. The survivors taken in by the power makers. That was when Usagi was small, before father died. Someday soon they say all tribes will sicken and die, or kill each other for the last scraps, and die. What is worse? Usagi cannot say. Her ears flopped down and she took up another handful to munch, just as Bao collected a sample which she handed back over to Rebecca. She slid the petri dish into a small box, and after the shrill beep of activation rang out, she only sat and stared down at the screen. Bao, did you check the rest of their diet? Rebecca asked without looking up. You must have picked up something about human biology, so... What did you find? It was obvious to me from the way Rebecca asked that question that she was feeling anxious. She simply assumed my sister did this right after asking if it was done. I was proud to hear that Bao had an immediate answer. Of course I did. But there was nothing unusual. No toxin I could find that was out of the ordinary. Radiation levels were higher, of course, but it's hard to say how much that matters with alien life. They're chronically underfed, they get sick a lot. Scurvy is a problem, so are some diseases. Average lifespan seems to be about 25 to 30. If you get to 40, you're ancient. The oldest I found was 46. Most of their infants die within the first week, and whatever is taking them, takes them in. Bao hung her head. Her clinical voice was gone. I could hear the anguish, and saw it on her in the way her fur bristled, and her tail became bushy. In such pain. I did all I could, but they still died. I saved a few. Just a few from some of the little groups, and they started looking at me like I was one of their gods. I had never seen one of my own kind like that, the way my sister was right then. How desperate she must have been to go so far as to come to me. I can barely even imagine. Usagi approached and began to rub against her in a nuzzling kind of hug. The warmth of humans is as comforting as their capacity for horror is terrifying. Their strength is such that even this child could survive in a land of nightmares that would break the bodies and minds of physically stronger beings. And their capacity to heal others when they wished was greater than that of the most learned physician. You do what you can. Usagi is thankful for every extra day. All tribes who know the furry mother's care are grateful. We do not ask you to do what you cannot do. It is enough that you brought help. Even if we do not survive, we will be grateful someone tried before the end. I'll need a blood sample and a DNA sample. And if we could get a sample from one of those rats too? Rebecca suggested, and quickly produced a syringe. And Bonnie, call for your medic. Have them hover over this building. As Rebecca gave her instructions, the sound of footsteps rang out behind her, well away but coming fast. My long steps are here, Usagi said, and quickly snatched one more patch of moss to consume. I will go greet them. Chapter 31. So what do you think? Bao asked when Rebecca stood up and put her equipment away. I think there's nothing you could possibly have done. Rebecca answered, They've been eating this stuff for centuries. It's part of their diet now. It reminds me of a case back in the 20th. A handful of lizards transplanted to an island ended up evolving a whole new organ in a human lifetime to digest the plant life there. Their socialization changed, their bodies changed. It was a case of radical speciation in less than 60 years. She answered as a professor might, and zipped her bag tightly shut. Their bodies have adapted, they may even need the stuff, I thought at first it was something they were eating. Now I think it's something they're not eating. Rebecca's answer had the stunning effect of being both relieving that we were onto something, and disturbing in that it may have made the problem harder to solve. I have never heard of needing radiation before, Bao said and drooped her ears. It is rare. There was an algae that evolved inside an old power plant in a place called Chernobyl in the 20th century. It literally lived off the radiation there. I can't even begin to fathom what kind of bizarre... Rebecca trailed off and shook her head. What am I saying? Meeting a human-animal hybrid wasn't expected either. The pair shared a common sigh, and Rebecca added, I'll want blood samples, x-rays, DNA, everything. A full workup. Between the two of us, the Dlamacin medic, and some help from my office, we might be able to come up with something. All we can do is try. That is not the comfort I wanted, Bao admitted, but it is probably all I can hope to get. Thank you. You would have made an excellent Dlamisa. And you might make an excellent human, Rebecca remarked as she straightened up again and cinched her backpack. The rest of the long steps appeared not that different from Usagi. They had an amalgam of different rabbity features. Some had more white fur stained with gray ash, while others had shorter or longer ears, and based on their walk, I guessed at least some of them had tails. The one to lead them was a very old-looking man who actually had the remnants of whiskers, but his body, what was visible of it amidst his mismatched and tattered winter clothing, was marked with burns and scars. If what Bao said held true, he was old before his time. He was also missing 2 fingers on his left hand, and based on the rest of the injuries he had on those that remained, the missing ones had been bitten off, nor was he the only one to appear this way. Beyond that, they were an underfed group, no more than 15 in number. Those whose shirts were torn in the right places, I could have counted their ribs without so much as touching them. Usagi didn't lead the way. Instead, she was at the back of the little pack with head down. The old male approached Bao and bowed his head to her. We are grateful you have come back. Some they thought you would not, but Toku believed you would. These? Your help? He looked us up and down. I expected he would be more surprised by our alienness, but when he saw the behemoths that were Byron and Bosun and found himself having to crane his neck back to look at them, that was the only point at which his eyes widened. You must eat sea of moss to get so big. It was clearly praise, and the 2 walls of meat seemed quite pleased with it, though they remained diplomatically silent and stoic beyond Byron giving him an appreciative little smile, and Bosun wagging his tail hard enough that he smacked Byron's leg several times before bringing it under control. Rebecca, however, was in no mood for small talk, and cut Toku off before he could remark on his staring at Bonnie Red. My name is Rebecca. I'm a biologist from Louisville. I think we have a chance at helping you, but this won't be easy. My friend here, she reached up to rest a hand on Bonnie Red's shoulder, is going to call for her medic. He'll arrive by ship once the area is secure. We brought a lot of medical supplies, extra food, but I need something from you. Toku frowned. Our hunt has been bad. We cannot run down the wolves, nor even the barralope. Our moss is diminished. If you ask for one of us, we have orphans, but cannot provide the season's food to care for them. I could see the way Rebecca went red in the face when she heard his offer. Had Toku not looked so utterly crestfallen, so full of despair, their collective hungry bellies beginning to rumble at the mere mention of food, I would have expected her to yell or rage. As it was nothing but heartbreak on her face, and a dreadful insight into the way they lived now. She took a deep breath to calm herself and said, No, what I want is for you to cooperate with my study, with me and the medic and Bao, all of you. I want the other tribes to come here, at least some of them, and bring samples of all the plant and animal life that they eat, and any glowing rocks that they have knowledge of. I also want a place to set up here to work. Also, is this all of you? She asked, and Toku shook his head. This is small number. Moving all is hard. Many are weak, sick, since the furry mother left. We are the strongest, the others are where it is safest. Toku's answer only confirmed what Usagi had said before, that things were going downhill fast. Then we'd better hurry. Do you have a way to communicate with the other groups? Rebecca asked, and to her breathless relief, Toku answered favorably. We do. We speak with light, the eyes of the winking sun. Little to say, but we still speak of danger or for trade. If we tell them that Fur Mother is here and wants to see them, at least some will come, even from the power makers. Toku said and scratched an exposed patch of his belly. Some skin flecked off and fell to the floor. Before it could even land, Rebecca gave her instruction. Do it, she said. Let's go find a place up higher where I can get some signal and... Usagi can stay with us as an assistant if that's all right, she said, looking past the group to the droopy-eared girl. Usagi's ears straightened right back up, and a smile spread over her callow face. Usagi will help however possible. Then let's do this, Bonnie Red remarked with a snap of her fingers that galvanized us all into motion, and saw us leave as fast as we'd arrived, with samples and a hefty dose of cautious optimism in tow. Chapter 32. Feeling useless isn't something I'm especially fond of. Glamacins having evolved from active predators, being still for too long is an unpleasant sort of thing except in very specific circumstances. Humans are worse about it than we by far from my observation. However, it is not untrue of us, which may be why I thought nothing of doing the most trivial chores when we got up to a higher floor of the building and began setting up a miniature field lab. It was from that upper floor that one thing caught my eye. Usagi led the rest of her people around to the front entrance, and while I could not hear her words, I could see the wild gesticulations and mimicking the way Byron, Boatswain, and Bonnie Red tore into the rats, and that she pointed out the place where the rats had come from. These rabbity folks proved to be shockingly efficient killers. Once the new rat's nest was discovered, they hid themselves in ambush with various simple tools, poured a liquid out of some plastic bottles, and to my dismay, Usagi laid herself down beyond it and began to cry out for help. For good measure, she cut her hand open with a jagged rock and held it up to put the scent of blood into the air. The rats boiled out of their nest like ants, racing toward the wounded rabbit girl, only for a burning rag to fly in from out of view, and a raging flame went up that incinerated dozens of the creatures at once. The survivors were picked off by precisely thrown rocks, and Usagi, having retrieved her discarded crowbar, rose with it in hand and began to smash the skulls of the few who got past those. With the advance party of rodents reduced to an acrid-smelling mass of little balls of fire and screams, the little band turned their attention to the hole in the ground, emptying a few more bottles down below. They repeated the act with the flaming rags, and what I can only assume was some form of alcohol. The little rat screams went up from below, and then were quiet. I was both impressed and appalled, and so spellbound by it all that I missed the fact that Fauve's drone was close by while all that was happening. They used Usagi as bait? They used her as bait? Bait? I could hear the seething anger in Fauve's voice, and her drone zipped away from me before I could address her. However, I did manage to crack the window a little so I could at least hear what was said when the drone went out there. The black machine went up and down and all around Usagi, while Fauve smothered the girl with attention. "Are you okay? Get your hand looked at, they can give you basic first aid. Why would you offer to be bait for rats? Does this happen often?" Fauve spat the questions like a machine built to assemble words. Usagi, if anything, seemed surprised. "Fauve is nice to worry, but Usagi is fine. Usagi lures the rats because no parent would risk their child. Usagi is the oldest and strongest orphan, so Usagi takes the risk. Same why Usagi comes to be your guide. Usagi does not mind, it is a little cut and little risk. Rats are smart and learn, but dumb and learn nothing when they all die. Now we have meat too. Fauve Macha Ein is good luck. And this nest had to go now that we learn of it." She then patted the top of the drone and flashed a smile at the lens before wiping her crowbar clean. "I will do what friend Fauve say and care for hand. But Fauve worries too much for Usagi. It is no real great thing, but nice that she thinks it is. Fauve is cute, even when possessing Macha Ini." Usagi patted the machine again and headed for the building, while Fauve silently captured the scene of the rat harvest. Starving rabbity folk were gutting the burned rat corpses with a kind of practiced efficiency, and they were already salivating over the feast to come. I didn't care for the sight, and I learned enough, so I went instead to resume clearing the open floor area, dragging ancient tables into place while Rebecca continued to speak to her colleague. "Just do me this favor, Conrad. I know it's unusual, but trust me, these samples are important. Explaining it all will take too long. Study first, explain later. I want a full breakdown of the chemical data I sent to you. I will try to get you some physical samples, but honestly I don't know if even that is a good idea." I wished that I could hear what Conrad was saying in response, but based on the way Rebecca paced around the room, she was less than pleased, so far less than pleased that she was still pacing when Fauve's drone came back and hovered nearby. "Yes, I'll share credit with you, Conrad. I don't really have time to worry about that, and you know I'd never do you dirty like that. Don't even say it. I'm a married woman and I'll send a Dilemison security officer to kick your ass if you do." She almost sounded good-natured when she said it. Stress aside, I gathered that Conrad was a colleague as much as a rival. The offer to have, I presume, Boatswain or Kulin kick his ass made him laugh loud enough that I at least heard that. Good, there's a time and a place for jokes, and while I'm working in absolutely filthy conditions is not one of them. Just hurry up and analyze everything we send to you and get back to me when you can," Rebecca said, and hung up before any smart remark could come her way again. No sooner than she had than Bonnie Red entered the room. "Aye, lass, the ship is on the way. They'll be grabbing some extra med supplies and rations first. No sense in a rush for the rest of 'em get here. They're a right smart folk if I do say so. That speak with light thing they talk about? They have some old mirrors and a little black piece of plastic. Looks like they flash it from up high as a kind of code. My guess is they could get word anywhere around here in a few hours if everybody's looking, and a few days if they have to work at it. Not half bad, really." Bonnie remarked on it, clearly impressed. "No wonder humans survived to get so strong. They can make tools out of downright garbage." She said it with a clearly professional attitude, and then added, "Now let me just help with those tables." And I had myself a helper. Fove, however, took that chance to address her mother. "Mom, I want you to take Usagi with you when you leave. I want her to come stay with us." Chapter 33. "Fove, I know what you're asking, but I don't think you know what you're asking. I'll do whatever I can, but I don't know if we can do that," Rebecca said and bit her lip. "If space is a problem, I can pay for an extension on the house, or put another room down in the basement," Fove suggested, and Rebecca blinked her eyes rapidly several times. "Fove, you know that's not why. A girl like Usagi is going to need a lot of help. She'll need a therapist at the very least, probably a whole team of them, I don't know. And you're talking about taking her out of the only life she knows and plunging her into a world where everybody and everything is different. Not just our looks, but she'd need an education and probably a lot of medical care. Who knows what else? I want to help, but the implications of it all are huge. Maybe more than we can handle. I see that you mean well, and I'm so proud of you for it. But you can't fix the whole world, no matter how much money you have." "I'm not asking to fix the whole world, just one person," Fove answered immediately. I could see a clash of wills was starting to unfold between mother and daughter. "Not even that. People fix themselves. All anyone else does is give them the tools." Rebecca reiterated, "And you're not capable of doing that. You're her age, not her therapist, not a doctor. I don't want to see you taking on things you have no business worrying about. I won't see you catch fire trying to put someone else out," Rebecca answered, but Fove was not finished. "Then let's get her the tools she needs. I'm just a kid, I know. But I know what the right thing here is. Just let her stay for a little while, with all the footage I'm getting. As soon as Teresa is done splicing it all together into something watchable, I think we'll be able to get the whole damn world interested in this," Fove answered, and Rebecca chose that moment to change the subject. "You're not streaming live?" she asked. Fove shook the drone lens left and right as if she was shaking her head. "No, the signal isn't good enough. Everything is a little bit behind. I almost ran into Usagi before. Besides, there's lots of non-story bits." "Non-what?" Rebecca asked. A befuddled look crossed her face. "The boring stuff. Stories are just life with boring stuff cut out. The walking, the bathroom breaks, watching Bailey move every single table. I'm getting everything onto the single-drive storage, and I shared access to Teresa. She's got her media people chopping it up into story form." Fove's voice on the audio was such that I could almost see that cat who swallowed the canary look on her face. "Fove, what did you offer to Teresa?" Rebecca demanded. "Nothing. Just footage rights in exchange for a blank check on whatever needed doing later. She must think what I showed her was pretty good, because I've never seen her nod so fast. The only thing she said was to hold off until she could talk to some other government people. My guess is..." In the first edition of this work, Fove's answer was left off, because she guessed correctly, and the material was classified by mutual agreement of both worlds. It was only after the fourth edition that the material was declassified. The answer was that sites like Chicago area did indeed exist in scattered dead zones around the world. Siberia, the border between China and Mongolia, a few scattered islands off the coast of Japan, and others, all forgotten in the post-war years of desperation, or exterminated during the same. While nobody knew it at the time, Fove guessed. Teresa's worry was that in some of the more isolated places, a sudden reveal with no plan could lead to untrained civilians searching for them and doing who knew what kind of harm. Nor was it lost on us that people like Wolfbeard still existed, and might do anything to snatch up someone like Usagi if they knew they were around to be snatched up. All things considered, while immediate help might come for the residents of Chicago area without a prepared and planned response, more harm than good was inevitable. I understand. Now, Fove, apply that concern to Usagi. I won't let her suffer, but I can't make a promise like what you're asking. You have to think this through, not just shoot from the heart," Rebecca answered, and I didn't have to see Fove to know that her mother's counsel was hitting home. "But I could have just as well been her as me. She just had bad luck. I never had a sister before, and I thought, Fauve stopped when her mother put her hand up over the lens of the drone. "We won't leave her to be bait. I'll do whatever I can, and maybe we can give her a better life. If I can take her out of here and Teresa is able to galvanize some help, maybe we can do something. But for now I just have to focus on finding out what is wrong here, okay? Let me focus on that, and we can talk about Usagi's future when we've assured she can have one. Okay?" Rebecca asked, but it was not asking. Fauve had given way. "All right, and Mom," she said, and Rebecca looked up from where she was just refocusing on her equipment. "Yes?" Rebecca asked. "I love you. Come back safe, okay?" Fauve asked, and Rebecca gave a determined smile toward the lens. "I will," Rebecca vowed. "And successful, too. We'll figure this out." The drone zipped out of the room and I saw it fly past the windows of our upper floor. It was fairly obvious that Fauve was trying to get footage of the city itself, and some of the wild creatures there. Perhaps she was getting the light talker on top of the roof. I had no way to know, but whatever it was she was doing, I was confident it would be worthwhile. Found families. It's such a strange alien concept, yet so delightful so readily, that it was a wonder it only seems to have been invented on Earth. No other intelligent species has done it before to the best of my knowledge. I suppose you could argue that Adlamacins were now doing it, since I made the walkers into my family as much as they'd made me part of theirs. And now Fauve was trying with Usagi. I was at first surprised at Rebecca's reluctance, but that conversation told me far more than I think anyone would have realized at first hearing it. The trauma of just existing, and being an afterthought to her own tribe, would have left Usagi with many developmental scars that are not healed by a hug and a warm bed. The ease with which she threw herself into danger said a great deal about her society, slicing open her own skin to draw creatures to eat her, knowing that the very people she was helping would barely mourn her if she died, because she barely mourned anyone herself. It could not be good for her mental growth and maturation. Could she come to see an adoptive family as family from her side? Or would she grow up into adulthood expecting that she would simply have to be useful to the walkers if she wanted food and comfort? As badly as I felt for her, I could not say I didn't understand Rebecca's hesitation. After all, what she said was true. She would do her best, I was sure, but sometimes even our best is not exactly what we want. Chapter 34. The rest of the day was like that. The little collective of rabbity folk that called themselves the Longsteps made themselves comfortable in the building. There was barely an hour when one of them wasn't suckling on what I believed was polonium-infused moss or stuffing their cheeks and chewing it. Byron, Bonnie Red, and Bosun vanished for several hours, but when they returned, it was to the disbelieving gasps of the little clan. The cause of their disbelief was that they carried a pelt of black fur that ended in a lion head the size of Bosun's torso. How they brought a brute like that down? Well, I could never do it. But a trio of elite modified soldiers? I could not help but think that if everything went smoothly but the Longsteps and the other tribes lived on as they had for centuries now, there would one day be stories of 3 mighty hunters, aides to the gods who saved their tribes and brought down a monster. It's strange the power of stories in the human mind. With the advent of written literature and the ability to keep precise records, you would think the importance of a good story would have diminished. But it hadn't, not in any corner of human culture I ever found. The stories we heard from Usagi had shaped the Longsteps and all the people like them, right down to the title of manager. I reasoned that these were various little office leaders and ordinary people who had prepared for disaster but otherwise lived normal lives. Then, when disaster struck, the ordinary office manager, fast food manager, store manager, and so on were forced to become more than ordinary, and they became legends. Now here we were, and I could not help but feel the tingle on my skin as a new story was formed in the history of the people of Chicago area. The gods who descended from flying metal to treat the sick, the warriors who defended the little band and brought down a monster, the flying Macha-in that carried the voice of a goddess from heaven to a chosen orphan girl who bravely risked herself to act as a guide for the gods who walked the stars, and the furry mother who sought them out and brought them to the tribes. It was humbling, in a rare sort of way, to realize that we were going to matter so much to people who had so little. Listening to Bosun and Byron and Bonnie Red tell the story of the hunt down below to Tuco, and then add other stories of their lives before the present, things the Longsteps had not even the words for anymore. Some anthropologists would say I was getting too involved, but to them I quote my professor, "Everything is an experiment." And this included me, and how I responded to these curious lives in turn. I wish I could say I was more useful in the present. I could do little but move tables and clear debris, but I consoled myself with knowing that I would be able to do more through my embassy later. If Dlamius offered to jointly support the Earth government with some extra supplies, the goodwill would go a long way toward formalizing trading relationships. Plus, the same infrastructure established for giving aid can be applied in trade. The dead zones of Earth might make excellent hubs for holding Dlamison goods for transport all over the world. I admit, my classmates and my professor would later criticize me for not giving them notice of this, but I think posterity will forgive me for putting my planet first. After all, we were closest to Earth, and as the greatest superpower in the galaxy, rivaled before Earth only by Kawik's people, it only made sense that we normalize relations with the new rising predatory species first. I suppose I could be a little greedy, but I also wanted the leverage of status over the embassy if ever I needed them again. The more useful I was, the more debts I accumulated from them that I could call in later. But most of that was in the back of my mind. I could hear abundant tears and cries of happiness as the long steps were fed out of the heavy rucksacks that our military escort carried. And I could smell the cooked rat, which made Dlamison rations look like a human 4-star restaurant by comparison. But strangely enough, neither Usagi nor Fove's drone were close at hand. A strange thing, perhaps, at least enough so that after I finished helping Rebecca, I made my excuses and left her alone. When I came down into the lobby, I found Bao chatting calmly with Tuco, who was updating her on communication efforts. Power makers come in 6 days. They walk the long way because of the Black Lions. A safe path is scarce, and they are slow from sickness. Red Spear comes by tomorrow. All surviving tribes come in between. Some more, some less. We might be able to speed that up if we pick them up by shuttle. Bao trailed off when Tuco frowned. But I know they won't do that, so I guess we'll just have to wait. We'll make it work. It might take time to work with the samples we have. We'll provide you what food we can, but please don't eat too quickly. What I have available might not last for long. Tuco bowed his head deeply. Furry Mother's will is honored. We will eat enough to survive and let you do your rituals. When it is done, we will be thankful. If we lose a few, then it cannot be helped. Bao squeezed the old man tight. I'll do what I can to make sure we lose as few as none. I promise. Tuco returned it, much to my surprise. Given their treatment of children like Usagi, I found it difficult to sympathize with them as much. But perhaps that says something about how I'd bonded with Fove before all others. Or perhaps it says something about how my own way of thinking was changing. Bao saw me, and I knew she was all but reading my thoughts. She traded a few quick farewells with Tuco, who went to join the others eating what they had, and then addressed me in our language. Don't judge them harshly, brother. They are case-hardened to loss. They lose so many young. Their hearts are not dark. Their hearts are just numb. Bao's heart seemed to be anything but numb, and I tried to understand. I did. I told her as much. I try. But it is hard. Usagi reminds me of Fove, and hearing her speak so lightly of her end, and casually risk herself because she feels like it doesn't matter if she passes, it is a lot to bear. They are few, and they're broken, but they're still good-hearted. Tough choices, tough losses. It makes me think of Ho Dlamius. Bao answered me in return, and I could see her thoughts had taken the same track as my own. But, I said, this is not Dlamius. Just don't do anything that will make it hard for me to keep my promise to you, sister of mine. Keep your head about you, or who knows what might go wrong. She inclined that head of hers toward me. When we met, I thought you were weak, soft, undeserving of the chance you received. Now I can't think why, Bao said and extended her hand toward me. I stared down at it. I felt nothing when we met. For any unintended harm to your life plans, I apologize. And as for now, I'm glad to know you, I said, and clasped her forearm. Just then, we heard the loud hum of the shuttle overhead, and instinctively turned to look toward the window, just in time to see Bosun and Bonnie Red chasing after a stick that was still in Byron's hand, as he had not actually thrown it. All right, enough. Let's go see if we can save these people. Agreed, Bailey? Bao asked. Agreed, I said, and we dropped our clasped arms to go out and greet the ship. Chapter 35. I still had a mind to find Fove's drone and to find Usagi, suspecting as I did that finding one was finding the other, and as it turned out I did not have to look so hard. Usagi was rising from a seated position on the shattered remnants of a wall, near where the pinned skeletal arm of a long-dead unfortunate remained in place. The drone Fove was piloting was in the midst of a buzz of conversation. She seemed fascinated by Usagi, and the two were getting on with shocking ease despite their vast differences. I should know better to be shocked by the human capacity to bond, but I hope that never changes. It's always such a delight to see. Usagi dropped the little snack she had in her hand when she saw the shuttle zooming overhead. It definitely was Dlamacin, but it also definitely wasn't the one we came here in. Unlike the small one, this one came in 2 pieces and could hover long-term. It was a detachable model that could connect with others to form a singular distributed power and transport network between the two through connecting tubes. This was almost more shocking than the ease of Fove's bonding with Usagi. The reason it was shocking was because this was an absurdly advanced design that I was sure only our military was using, and Bonnie Red hadn't been part of our military in over 50 years. Bonnie Red's voice reached me a moment later. "You like it, landlubber?" she asked while waving the stick triumphantly, smacking it rhythmically into the palm of her hand. I looked past her to see a half-laughing, half-wincing Byron, rubbing his manly bits while Bosun huffed and almost doubled over. I mentally winced when I figured out how Bonnie Red got the stick, and I admit, I think Byron kind of had that one coming. Given that he had a half-cracked smile on his face despite his flushed cheeks, evidently he agreed. "Ah, yes, but how?" I asked. Dlamius misplaced one. "Salvage rights made it mine. It took some doing to make it work with the Red Spark systems, but now we use it for short supply runs, medbay use. It's a mighty useful tool. We named it Game Changer. When I get me enough ships, I'm going to outfit 'em all with these shuttle types. Then if there be a place I can't sail, it's not been found yet." I could see what she meant. Those small ships were nominally just shuttle class, but they had their own faster-than-light drives, and the different sections could function independently. I didn't know much about firepower, but Dlamacins loved firepower almost as much as humans, so it wasn't hard to guess that they probably had dual power routing and all kinds of other capabilities. If Bonnie Red could captain a fleet of ships with these as impromptu escorts, she could search any planet she wanted for resources or plunder, and probably fend off anything less than an armada of full-blown warships. "I wish you luck," I said, dumbstruck as the elevator shaft descended. "Aye, and I'll accept them wishes now, lad. Get what you need. It looks like my part in this story is about done, so you go get to it. I gotta go see a bunny boy about a stick." In any other circumstances, that would have been an unbelievably nonsensical sentence. But here, now, and seeing that there were a cluster of rabbity children waiting for the outlandish captain and clustered around the giant soldiers of our worlds, it made perfect sense. Bao was quiet through all that, though I could feel her curiosity and interest coming off of her like sweat from a hard-working human. "You've made some strange allies and friends," she remarked as we came closer to the ship elevator. "Good ones. I think strangeness is just an added benefit. What do you expect out of an outlier?" I asked, and my tongue lolled out of my mouth as I cocked my head at my sister. She wagged her tail a little. "I suppose that," she replied. "Strange as this world, this place, these people are, I can't help but like it. Home is so rigid, dead inside. Even here, even—" She stopped and gestured toward Usagi, who was still chattering with Foves as they headed toward the pickup point, with the nearly dead. "They're more alive than we've been in a long time." I kept my thoughts to myself about that. There was no reason to trouble her with my view. Instead, I focused on the immediate, glad we had the sense to speak in Encanti, at a pitch the human ear could not pick up. "You have some thoughts about what you're going to find, I assume." Bao didn't hold back her answer. "Humans have an unusual number of vestigial organs and bits and pieces, not to mention about 8% junk DNA. There are 2 possibilities, both with the same end result. Either they were engineered to clean up the radiation either before or after the war, or they evolved resistance. Some vestigial part of them was repurposed or unused DNA was activated." "Which one is better?" I asked. "Neither, really. The fact is that they seem to need this stuff, and I have to figure out why. I think we're going to know a lot more when we get somebody on a table. But I'm a geneticist, not a medical doctor. I've got my limits. And I don't know much about human biology beyond the basics Axlith published decades ago, and the free public materials I could get a hold of." Bao's tail stiffened and became bushy. I could feel the tension she exuded despite her attempt to remain optimistic. "You know, there's a saying here on Earth that I'm very fond of. I don't know if you've heard it," I said, and Bao, intrigued, cocked her head at me. "It goes fuck around and find out. I don't think it's quite meant for situations like this, but I think we can repurpose it just this once," I said. And by then we reached the tube opening out of which the Dlamacin medical officer stepped. "I think we can," my sister said, then broke away from me and pushed through the little crowd of rabbity humans to go get started doing exactly that. Chapter 36. There is a peculiar character of humanity that I am sometimes critical of, and it is their inability to properly experience moments, Everything is as if they are watching themselves live out the moment. Everything is third person. To just be at ease and be is not something they seem to be able to properly grasp. I think this is part of their tendency toward impatience, and I have occasionally thought that this is also why they so love stories. It gives them something else to watch, and as they tend to insert themselves into those in one way or another, well, what better way for them to learn? As the story we were living was unfolding and I stood at the back of the elevator when it ascended with the medical officer, my sister, the drone, Manager Tuko, and Usagi, it made more sense. Usagi might not be mourned if she died while trying to guide us, but her courage would be part of a story her tribe would tell. The same was true of our soldiers, and Rebecca's work on their behalf. We were setting examples in our story that, if their people survived, would be passed on to teach the next generation. There is something to be said for the human tendency to appear to be spectating their own lives, I suppose, though I would never admit that outside of an academic document such as this, except perhaps within a journal in my own hand, which is also this. What's an anthropologist to do? Just keep watching for now. What we need are samples to figure out what we're dealing with. We just don't know why you need this stuff, but Homo sapiens do not. It won't hurt a bit. It's just a needle, one quick prick, and a little scraping from the inside of your mouth. And we'll have our answers. Thankfully, your other human is as efficient as a Dlamisan, and has already sent us the same data she sent to her colleagues. This is search again? You all look at the same thing again and again and again? Tuko asked. His long ears flopped down beside his cheeks as he addressed the young medic. Ah, research. Yes. We confirm what we find to make sure we're not fooling ourselves, and so nobody else is fooled. If we all find the same thing, we're onto something. If we find different things, we search again and see if anyone else made a mistake. We call that peer review. As long as we're checking each other, nobody can trick anyone else for very long, and we're going to get better answers than one person alone. Tuko grunted an acknowledgement at that, though he didn't really seem to grasp the importance of the process. I was more impressed by the fact that he was riding in the elevator up to the ship so fearlessly. Even with Bao with him, it had to be a shock. But the answer I realized lay with Usagi. The individual mattered very little. He was old by his people's standards. Putting himself at risk to protect his people was probably natural, and he no longer cared much about whether he lived or died, much like Usagi's own view of her relative worth. The tribe mattered, and there was a hierarchy within the tribe as to who took primary importance. New mothers and their young, then those able to hunt and provide for the tribe. Orphans and the elderly came in last, with the elderly seeming to have a leadership niche that put them one level above the orphans at least. Based on Usagi's words before, if she got much older, she would go to join another tribe. Their small size meant inbreeding would have been a risk if they only stayed with one another. To avoid that, they seem to have worked out an exchange of members, with those who had no parents being the ones to go first, to join another tribe and perhaps get a better life. At least as far as that went. The medic droned on about things I didn't really understand while Fauve's drone bobbed up and down like a cork in a pool of water. Occasionally she would ask a question, and the medic would answer, and I would with renewed pride and pleasure at my affiliation with the eldest scion of the Walker household, listen as a girl grew up, one word at a time, into something that neither my world nor the world of Earth would know quite what to do with, and who in her own way, in a time that was far closer than I yet knew, would bridge the gap of not just our two worlds, but many others. What a privilege it was, to be here in the present, I thought. Dirty as I was, filthy as I was, probably foul-smelling for want of any chance at cleanliness as I must have been. I could not have been more grateful to my professor than I was as we stepped off of the top of that elevator on the second connecting shuttle bay, not even if he had given me 1 billion credits to spend on whatever I wished. And if he'd tried to buy this hour from me, I should not have traded it, not even for 1 billion credits 2 or 3 times over. The pair of rabbity people sat calm and serene on a bed, and though they winced and looked with anxiety at the little needles our Dlamison medic used, they made no verbal complaint as they were struck. If anything, watching the blood be pulled through the syringe to fill the vial as the plunger was drawn back, they were fascinated. The tools we used were old even in human terms, and yet to them it might as well have been some mysterious magic. Then came the swabs, another tool similar to what was used by humans, taking a few cells from the inside of their mouths. Usagi seemed more nervous about that than the needle, perhaps because our Bonnie Red's medic was so close to her face, and his teeth were bared like that of their wolves. But she bored it bravely, and even smiled at the lens, waving to Fauve to show that she was all right when it was over. Now please lie back. I promise this won't hurt, but we're just going to use a machine to look at you in a way our eyes can't. The medic was shockingly polite, but as I thought about it, he did belong to the Red Spark. They seemed so well taken with human customs that the excess courtesy was as natural as breathing. I wondered what name he went by. They all had human names after all. I found out when Bonnie Red herself approached him as the scanner began to hum. "McCoy, make sure that you route the data to Rebecca Walker's datapad before you get into analyzing it." "Damn it, Captain. I'm a doctor, not a secretary, but even I know that much." He answered her with a gruff voice that was almost daring his captain to argue. "Good." Bonnie Red answered and made her way to the second elevator, vanishing into it to go up to the top level and leaving us to wait and watch. Chapter 37. I admit I was curious about how most of the crew picked their names, or got them, but it is telling, I think, that over the weeks and months of meeting all the members of Bonnie Red's crew, I never met one who introduced themselves to me in Encanti. They'd all taken Earth names. Bonnie Red, I knew, got her name from Captain Archer, a former member of the Terran military who had saved her life some 50 years before, and even now lived on Earth in quiet retirement, though she would tell me little else, and I did not know if she had gone to see him. Some things I think are best kept private. The hum of the machine overhead went on, and I can only apologize to posterity in saying I know little about what they were scanning for, or how, only that it was meant to scan their organs without invasive surgery. McCoy, as he called himself, had his jaw clenched as he worked, looking at instruments that he could read but for which I was a mere illiterate. Whatever he was seeing was important. But it was nonsense to me. As incomprehensible as if it were appearing in Zenti, which I pause only to add, is in my opinion the single most hideous written language in the galaxy, rivaled only by medical jargon. He turned to me after the hum began to die and bade the manager and Usagi rise. "You may go, thank you, but send up both the human Rebecca and the human called Byron. I need to scan them too." Usagi actually had a spring to her step and a smile on her face. She was still thin, yes, but between her meal of the blue moss and the meal we'd given her already, and the prospect of yet another meal in the form of rat meat, and food for the foreseeable future, not to mention a safe place to sleep, if I could have looked past her unhealthy thinness of body and face and her ragged, filthy state, then I know I would have seen a girl like any other. A girl like Fauve who should have had a dream other than the two most simple things on earth to have. If she'd only had the luck to not be born in one of the few places where it was nearly impossible any longer. "Usagi will send her and thank you," she said, and approached to shake the doctor's hand with surprising vigor. The old manager, Tuco, approached and mumbled words of gratitude that were mangled by his weariness and anxiety after it all seemed too simple, too strange for him to pretend any longer that it wasn't. For these unlettered and uneducated people who barely remembered that the symbols on signs had meaning, all of this must have seemed like magic. I think if we hadn't come with other humans who were able to reassure them, they quite possibly would have named us the gods come again and worshipped us. I suppose it made sense from their point of view. If you have enough power to destroy or remake the world, God or not God, what difference does it make if you have the power of one? There was a curious pragmatism to these people that reminded me of home in some of the worst of ways. I don't know why I felt the need to fix them. As an anthropology student, the very thought would have smacked of judgment, supremacy, interventionism, if not for one clear fact. Their culture was born of their suffering. If we ended their suffering, then their culture would also change. And refusing to end suffering because it would change the culture, to my mind, was like letting a wound fester, because healing would leave a scar. More than that, though, the reason to be a student of culture and society for a xenospecies is not just so we can understand them, but so that we can understand ourselves. And the more I could understand the people of Chicago Area, the better I could understand the needs of my own species, as we had shown shocking similarity to humans in all manner of unlooked-for ways. As the two rabbity folk left, and thankfully the drone went with them, Bao approached McCoy and asked, "What is it?" "Other than strange, other than unique, other than the most confounding and confusing thing I have seen in 300 years? "Oh, nothing," McCoy remarked with a dismissive wave, and then flopped down into a waiting chair. "I want to scan the other two just to be sure, and I'll ask Rebecca, but I remember the last time I got to check humans out, and I've never seen anything like this," he said, and both I and Bao closed in on him. "Well?" my sister demanded. "Explain it." He reached over to the screen on the wall and tapped it, bringing up the anatomy chart of humans, and then tapped a particular place on the body. This is the appendix. It's pretty useless, some minor immune function, but it's otherwise considered a vestigial organ that is more trouble than it's worth. All the Earth space sailors I encountered before had it removed just so it could never pose a medical issue and cost supplies while in the void. Most scientists think it used to be a second stomach. I recalled a tidbit, something Usagi said about a second stomach being empty or some such statement, and I began to understand. Well, now it is that again. Only the contents of this stomach are entirely that mossy stuff I've never seen before. What's more, this second stomach is actually breaking down radioactive material. I don't know whether this was natural or not, but either way it is goddamn impressive. If it's natural, it probably started as a filter for water, maybe it still is, drawing moisture out of the mossy stuff they eat. It basically made them radiation sinks. McCoy dragged his fingers along his dark, furry snout. I'm going to hazard a guess that all the fauna here have it. The mutation rate must have been beyond sanity when things went to hell on this planet. He expelled a heavy sigh and looked up at Bao. The only question is why? What connection does this have to them dying? The theory was that they were digesting it for nutrition, but their primary human stomach is already doing that with the food we provide. So what makes this organ necessary? McCoy asked, and then tossing his datapad aside. I don't know. I just don't know. He answered his own question. I might gain some information from the humans themselves when they finish their analysis, and all I can do is run the blood work and DNA to them for comparison. But the bottom line is this. Whatever they need that stuff for, they need it badly. The decline in their health is essentially like starving twice as long, for want of that moss and for want of normal food. You can't be serious, I asserted. It sounded like something ripped from the pages of science fiction. But the Dlemison doctor only nodded. I am. If you fill their first belly a half a dozen times over, if the second one is starving, they're still going to die. At best, it may just be half as fast, maybe a little better or a little worse. We can try radiated normal food to see if that will do as a substitute, but if it would, well, I doubt we'd be having this conversation. It was a chill wind that blew over the hearts of both Bao and myself as we accepted his words and quietly reflected on what the hell we were to do next. Chapter 38. Byron was quiet while he was on the table getting scanned, though I noticed he mentioned when walking with a tiny limp that Bonnie Red really knew how to stick it to him. I could not help but wonder if he was a father, as such jokes are usually reserved for dads on Earth. Rebecca, however, filled the time with professional chatter and was reviewing what McCoy sent to her. I theorized that their appendix is drawing energy from these and dramatically reducing the half-life. The moss they talk about is more like a form of algae, but the real question is, what is their body actually doing with it? In theory, I would think they'd be walking around all glowy, but they're not. I don't know either, but if your biological functions are a good baseline for me to compare to, then I might get some ideas. I'll feel better, though, once we have more of the other tribes filtering in here with samples to work with. McCoy was sounding cautiously optimistic to all 8 of my ears, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that, befuddled as she was, Rebecca seemed to be thinking the same way both before and after she lay down for her scan. We'll just have to wait and see. That's all there is for it, she said when she got up. And maybe in the meantime we can see about helping out with some of the other problems. She wasn't wrong, and without wanting to gloss over things, this is precisely what we did. With the rat nest burned out, the building was a secure headquarters. The sea of burned-up rat corpses were skinned, and the women of the tribe sat around the hole and chewed the fat off of the rat skins. The shuttle didn't have to be in one place, so under Bonnie Red's order, it ferried some of the meat, food, and medical supplies out to those of the long steps who were not strong enough for the journey. Fauve manned the drone for I cannot even guess how many hours. Zipping around the city ruins from above, she was able to spot other rat nests, and Bonnie Red's ship showed why you do not mess with the Dlamison military. Firing on a low setting, the beam of red light cooked the rats in their own nests in a wide area, and the now somewhat stronger long steps would go out and simply harvest the corpses and bring the piles back to be skinned, chewed free of fat so they could use the skin and have the meat defleshed for consumption. When not occupied in the ultimate scouting, I noticed that Fauve spent a lot of time with Usagi. If I were not what I was, I would never have listened in, but I did, and I cannot be sorry for it. After all, a society is its people, and I cannot study a society without coming to know the individuals within it. However, for the sake of simplicity and privacy, I will not present all that I heard. And when you get here, I'll take you roller skating. We have these little things with wheels we put on our feet. It makes you go really fast downhill. Usagi likes to go fast. I am running faster than before. Now that we are able to safely go to more buildings, we get more of the blue moss, and I can run faster than before. To go fast by standing still, Usagi thinks this is very strange, but she flopped her ears down beside her head a little. Trying would be good. And of course Bailey can't resist a thrown ball. I guess I can't be surprised if he can't resist a thrown stick. Fove answered when asked about the games played in what, to Usagi, was another world. We also have games of stick throwing, though we have only each other to play them, and we have to stop at 7 to learn how to hunt and track instead, among other things. It has been many seasons since Usagi has played. She wrung her hands together and looked away from the lens. If Usagi and Fove are friends and Usagi can at least come see Fove, would we get to play a game, even if I cannot stay? Of course! But what do you mean, if? Of course you'll get to come see us, and I'll teach you all kinds of games. Fove promised with enthusiasm, but Usagi did not raise her head. Usagi has these. They make for good hearing. Usagi was near enough. It is like Usagi said. Fove's mother is Fove's. Fove's father is Fove's. When father and mother are lost, there are never to be more. Usagi heard Fove's mother say that Usagi could not come stay with Fove. Usagi is not wanted by Fove's mother. She's very kind to help us, but Usagi knows the truth. She will not be staying with the Fove. Fove's tongue must have been bound in knots, because it took her several seconds to speak. She'll come around, I promise. Usagi smiled at the lens and held her arms out like she was embracing the wasteland and ruins. This is Usagi's home. It is as Usagi said. It is as Fove's mother, Rebecca of House Walker, born of Louisville, said. There is no place there for me. I am a girl nearly grown. I have many needs. It is wrong for a mother to take from her daughter to give to another child, especially a child of the wastes and ruins of a place like Chicago area. All we can hope for is that the good people from the world outside will see and help us to live. Maybe live better. Usagi might not, but maybe someday a child of Usagi can live close to a child of Fove, and not being a broken girl can have a better life. That will be enough for Usagi. But we can fix it. I'm rich. Or, I will be someday. With enough money you can make almost anything happen, and when people see what I see, anyone with a heart will send help. We would have already, I'm sure, but nobody knew you even existed in. Fove tried to think of a word that didn't sound cruel, but Usagi seemed not to mind. A wasteland? It is okay, Fove of Walker. Even if Fove's magic could fix the waste. Usagi is still Usagi. The night cries will wake her family. My hunger will eat her food. And Usagi knows no world but this. Usagi can read few words, but does not know her letters. Usagi knows not the number magic she has heard Rebecca use. Even nearly grown, I am as ignorant as a tiny infant of your world. Future here. She flopped one ear down. Future there? She flopped down the other ear. Both. Usagi has nothing. At least this nothing Usagi knows. But I'll treat you like a sister. I never had one of those. It'll be fun, maybe hard, but I can convince my mom. Maybe a place can be found where you all can live better. And knowledge is just something you gain. It might take a while, but... Usagi's eyes were wet with tears that gave Fove pause. Fove is proof that there is good out there. Help Usagi's people have a future, and Usagi will always love Sister Fove, even if we never meet. She closed her hand around the lens and tilted the drone down to give it a kiss at the top, as if the lens were an eye, and the top of the smooth alloy was a forehead. Could Fove feel that through her macha-ina? Usagi asked, and cocked her head. Yes, Fove lied, and then bumped the lens of the drone against Usagi's forehead ever so slightly. Good, then no more talk of that. Usagi wants to know more of games and food. Stories are good, and let Usagi dream good dreams instead of the night scream kind. Will friend Fove tell her some? Usagi would like that very much, Usagi asked, and Fove relented. Day turned into night, turned into day again, and little by little, the fragments of the tribes began to trickle in. Chapter 39. The tribes came on in small numbers. They were mostly rabbity folk. A few, however, were more cat-like, dog-like. Other animals I did not recognize. They were a sorry lot, sad and sorry. Dirty, bedraggled, the elder ones with fur often had patches missing. Some had limbs injured that had not healed properly, and all whom I could see wore haunted faces and empty, glassy eyes. It was as if they could no longer bear to see the world that was, and so saw only shadows, how they found the will to even walk one more step after one more step after one more step. I will never know. Some bore squealing, hungry little ones, clutching them to breasts that had nothing left to give. Bao rushed to them when they came within view, not on 2 legs, but on 4, unwilling to be apart from them for even one moment more. I can only credit the food drops we provided with having given them not just the strength of will, but of body to get this far. There wasn't an infant whose ribs I could not see. There wasn't a pair of cheeks that was not hollow, and there was barely 1 in 10 who did not have a walking stick. All things considered, the long steps were the lucky ones. Bao raced toward them, "Aroo!" voice ripping through the air to tell them she was near, that their journey was almost over. I wanted to join her, at least part of me did, but they were her humans, not mine. It wasn't my place to intrude on my sister's bonds. She would introduce me when the time came, I was sure. But I could hear her come to them one by one, to trade their names again as if they were meeting again for the first time. I did at least venture close enough to listen. She knew them all by name, and ushered them on, showing each one she remembered them. "There's not far to go, just over there. Give what you've brought with you to the giant ones. Food sits on the first floor, more than you've ever had, I promise. Just go, eat, and when you've eaten and rested, I'll let you know what comes next." "Bao of Dlamias, we are grateful," an ancient old catwoman said. She was missing the whiskers from one side, her tail was severed halfway down, and one ear was ripped and scarred over. At a guess, she was probably in her 30s. Her arm at some point had been broken and healed badly, and behind her a young cat girl trailed who was slightly taller than Usagi, and trying to support the old woman. Behind her were 2 small toddlers of indeterminate relationship to the pair, and they came on toward Bao, tugging at her fur and saying the only word they seemed to know. "Food, food, food." They had a peculiar meowing catch to their voices, and while they were thin, they had eaten something at least. They were better off than the old woman. Their ragged clothing had once been of good manufacture, but was now patched with rat fur in places to keep off the cold. Sores were open on a number of faces, and I did not see one belly that was not rumbling. If these are the ones strong enough to make it here, what of the rest? I wondered. "Probably pretty bad," Fauve said through the drone beside me as she zipped away from them as the greetings were done. I wasn't sure what Fauve was picturing, but whatever it was, I think it was probably worse. "How is the editing going?" I asked. And Fauve answered, "I talked to Teresa this morning. She's got a whole team on it, and she's taken what she's got to friend. She wants to tie the pitch to a ballyball match between the Fort Knox Military Police Battalion and the Louisville Police Department, with the Dlamison Embassy security and the crew of the Red Spark providing the alien side of things. The basic idea is that once the governmental offices outside the dead zones have done all their flyovers to see if anyone is left alive in those, they'll get units out to cordon them off. She said then we can air the footage I've taken after the game as a special, then ask for help. She's pretty sure that other than the xenophobes, there'll be no problem galvanizing the world to action. A lot of these people here," she panned her lens around to the lines of hobbling, sickly Homo animalia, "probably even still have relatives alive in the rest of the world. For all I know, maybe I have some here." The way she spoke, I knew what Fauve was thinking. She was thinking of Usagi. "Listen, Fauve, you need to brace yourself for the possibility she might not be willing to come back with your mother, and even if your mother is able to do everything, she might not want to stay. She doesn't know any other life but this one. Even if everybody fixes everything, you're asking a lot. It's hard to ask anyone to just up and leave their home." I said from the position of somebody who left their entire world. But then again, that just means I knew that much more about it. Not everybody can be an outlier. I used the word without irony, and I knew she didn't like what I'd had to say. "But it's not fair," Fauve emphasized. "It's not fair that anybody has to live like that, old before they should be old, hungry while we're eating so much that we can have whatever we want, whenever we want, cold in the winter, and losing parents and siblings and... It's not fair." "The universe is a very unfair place," I said quietly. "I know that. You don't need to tell me." It was moments like these that reminded me, for all her gifts and talents, Fauve was still a child. In many ways, despite being ignorant and functionally illiterate, Usagi understood the universe better than Fauve. I pitied that understanding, and I envied Fove's longing to make the universe a much fairer place. We can do what we can do to make it better, but nobody has promised us that it will all go well. Don't put pressure on her, and don't press your mother too hard. She might not look it, but saying no hurts her too. She has the same impulse you do. She just has knowledge and experience you don't. Trust her, and trust me when I tell you to trust her. She wouldn't say no about this, unless she had to. Just trust her to do the right thing. Let that be good enough. Fove didn't say anything to me at first, and when she did, it wasn't an agreement. I'm going to get some more footage of the stick game. See you later, Bailey, she finally said, and the drone zipped away as fast as it had arrived in the first place. Chapter 40. The next few days were busy, to put it mildly, at least for Bao, McCoy, Rebecca, and Fove. I'm not one to be lazy, of course, but there was little for me to do. I could only shove so many tables together. I could only toss so many rocks aside. I could only ask Rebecca, "Do you need any help?" so many times before she got annoyed. The most I could do to fill the time was hand out some of the food we brought. Unsurprisingly, while they would happily eat anything we gave them, after a few times trying the human MREs and our own Dlamacin counterpart, they started lining up early in the morning to get the human meals before we started handing out the Dlamacin ones. First come, first serve quickly revealed that they did indeed have acutely functional taste buds. Between the moss on hand and the ability to check other buildings safely, now that the copious rat nests were burned to a crisp, and our own supplies, the starving were starting to recover. A few paces from where I stood, tearing open boxes, a handful of women with their infants stood or sat according to their preference, waiting for their chance to eat. They were all smiles toward me, though I couldn't help but think it wasn't me, that their eager smiles were for the materials brought over by the shuttle. You might expect that essentially primitive humans with little in the way of reading or writing, and almost nothing in the way of technology beyond the use of fire against big cats, would have believed our shuttle was magic from the gods and been frightened. Perhaps they did believe the former despite our assurances that it was not. But as to the second, big box brings little boxes full of food meant that our flying box was good. They didn't care how it worked as long as it did. Fove spent time talking to the various people about their lives. The cat girls talked about their lives, the lost young and old, and what it was like to sleep hungry and scared every night, unsure when or even if their bellies might be full again. Tears were very common, and here is an interesting facet of humans. They can weep for anything, good or bad, happy or sad. Tears are indicative of passionate emotion, and to know there is food for the day is to know one has a chance for another day. It seems like a good reason to me. Nothing really changed until the first of the power makers arrived. They were, as the Longsteps believed, in bad shape. Their faces were wrapped in cloth, which was stained clear through with pus in multiple places. Their legs were an unsteady wobble, and while they were not as thin, they were very, very weak, relative to the other tribes. They didn't even walk the rest of the way in. They collapsed as soon as they realized they'd been seen by Fove's drone. This was proof positive to me that they did have a tiny link to the outside world, however tenuous. The fact that they recognized a drone at all. Fove's voice rang out, "They've fallen! They've fallen! They saw me and they've fallen and can't get up. Someone come and help them. Someone hurry," she announced. Fortunately, she was only a hair faster than I in seeing them, and I was already going over to get what I could. Byron, Boatswain, and Bonnie Red approached hot on my heels. They were not even 10 in number, so a handful of trips were required, but 3 at a time we hauled them up and into camp, then up to the medical station for examination. I remained on hand, as did Fove, busy as ever in recording everything she could. The power makers had thick white fur on their legs and arms, which I suspected disguised the fact that they were as underfed as everyone else. While their hands were human, their feet were gone, having only hooves akin to goats in their places. As we went up the elevator, I asked, "Do you have any idea why you're getting sick?" They all shook their heads. I shouldn't have been surprised, but then the one who looked the oldest said, "We do as we always have. Use the tools made for us by Father Tech. We have no choice. We have no choice." The one to speak became delirious, repeating that phrase and weeping inconsolably. "Forgive us. Forgive us." He whimpered and whined, "It hurts so much." "Fove, close your eyes." I gave the order immediately, and without thinking as the old one began to spasm as if he were having a seizure. But that wasn't it. He's been holding out against whatever this is, for a long time. I realized and reached for the bandage. As a field student, I had to have at least some initial medical training. Nothing surgical, but enough for first aid and to know how to apply a balm for pain. Fauve didn't acknowledge what I said, but I was sure she obeyed as I unwrapped the bandage and reached for my first aid pouch. I was not prepared for what lay beneath the cloth when I unwrapped it. Shame will forever be mine that I froze. What lay beneath the bandage was holes, lots of holes of rotted and burned flesh. I was so shocked. I just could not move even while his cries got louder. "Get out of the way!" McCoy said when he saw that I was frozen, and I moved aside, having barely enough sense to step in front of Fauve's lens while he was dragged in, and the others did their best to hobble after. "What the hell happened to this man?" McCoy demanded as he began strapping the thrashing old human hybrid down. I don't know. Maybe a machine he mentioned," I stammered out and looked at the other two. "Damn it, Bailey, I'm a doctor, not an engineer. Go up. Get the engineer and bring him down here so he can get an explanation about what they're using. And you two, you can move on your own, so lie down on the empty beds." He snapped. The others were all lying down on small beds that had been brought out in anticipation of this. The warning of their sickness and the sickness of the others had at least been accounted for. Though in the case of the others, it wasn't anything like this. I don't know enough about what McCoy did while I was gone, but when I returned with the engineer, the thrashing stopped. But there was a sheet covering the man entirely, and McCoy looked more weary than I'd seen in days. His tail drooped, and his eyes seemed more than a little sad. The engineer wasted no time asking questions about their Macha Ines. The power makers sadly knew less than we hoped. "Who can say? The old ones knew much. We know enough to do this, that, and the other to keep it working. But how those things matter, or why, we cannot say." All of them explained themselves in more or less that fashion. But bit by bit, our engineer teased out answers from them. I will not bother to relay the technobabble of Bonnie Red's engineer. But I will explain what our doctor realized after he checked them all. He spoke in Incanti, so that none of them would understand, and at a pitch that they wouldn't likely have heard even if they knew our tongue. And I will explain why he said, if I'm right and nothing changes, everyone in Chicago area is going to die. Chapter 41. I could hardly believe what he was telling me, and before I could ask for more, he told me to go ask for Rebecca to join us. I didn't question it, but I also didn't need to go very far. Rebecca had seen Fauve's frantic zipping around on her drone, and heard what her daughter had to say, and anticipating new information, whatever she must have been doing at the time, she'd dropped it. As soon as I reached the pale white elevator doors, they opened, and she stepped out. "What do we have?" she asked. I noticed that in addition to her travel gear, from somewhere she'd managed to acquire a tattered old white lab coat. I can only assume somebody checking the various buildings for supplies had found it, and thanks to some vague cultural memory of scientists and doctors wearing them, brought it to her. Rebecca seemed quite comfortable in it, and I can only assume that before she worked at home, it was a fairly standard attire, common enough that as soon as she had the chance to wear it, she did. Her dark hair had lost a lot of its luster in the last week. Even though the condition of her subjects had improved, her condition was in decline. Her face was haggard and worn, not to mention dirty as she didn't dare use the water in the area, though she noticed that none of the people who lived here seemed bothered by it. The use of the iodine tablets made the water safer to drink, but the taste was so foul that she wasn't drinking much. I was quite sure she was always at least somewhat dehydrated. I frequently wanted to say something, to tell Rebecca to take care of herself, but the Walker family is sometimes more a force of nature than people, and as such when they're set on something, it will avail nothing but frustration to warn them. Though at least with Fauve, that didn't stop me from trying. Rebecca had lost her friendly, approachable air along with her sleep, and brushed past me before I could say a word. I should have been offended, had I been human, but for a Dlamacen it was perfectly natural to put urgent business before anything else. I have to say, the more time I spend watching my humans, and other humans, the more I understand how Dlamius became such a joyless place. The answer lay here. Crisis and struggle eroded everything, right down to the smallest common manners. I made a mental note of that to write it down later, and focused on the immediate. Rebecca didn't get a chance to ask anything either, as she turned to ask, "Who leads here?" A weary old man with a long, haggard face, his skin pockmarked with holes of various sizes that seemed to have been burned or eaten clear through, managed to whisper out, Tomas leads, manager of power makers." I say that he was very old, But in these wastelands where 46 was impossibly old, I doubted he was much past his 30s, if he was even that. Elderly took on a nightmarish meaning here. We're going to get the rest down to the dining area. You'll get food and some beds to rest in. But you, Tomas, you will need to stay with us for a little while, McCoy stated, and then, as if that settled the matter, the shaggy Dlamison medical officer turned toward Rebecca. Do you have the results of your DNA workup back? Yes, she started, but he cut her off. Route them to me immediately, he said, and then turned toward Byron, Bosun, and Bonnie Red. Get them food and fluids, clean water, nothing from the pumps or pools or natural sources. You filter it first, do you understand me? And don't let them eat any of the local rat. Get them a hearty supply of the moss and be quick about it. McCoy then reached into a steel drawer and yanked out a Dalmazan-style first aid pack. Apply these to all their faces where those injuries are. It will dull the pain and may help them heal a bit. He tossed one after another to us, and I will forever curse that I hesitated for even a step. I was slow, compared to the others, but staring at the holes in that gray, ashen face, I couldn't help myself. My fingers fumbled with the little pack and I struggled to tear it free. I dropped it. I bent over and picked it up. I dropped it again, each time making me more flustered while the others finished around me, diminishing the pent-up moans of pain as our medical aides did their work. McCoy ripped the pack away from my fumbling hands. I'll do it, he snapped, tore it open with one expert motion, and applied it with surprising gentleness to the twisted face of the hybrid human. This should make it less painful, but it's not a cure. He warned them, don't think you've gotten your strength back. Lie down, eat, drink what we give you, and nothing else. They gave shallow, weak nods, and one by one they were removed by the stronger trio while I went to sit, numb and stupid, on an empty chair until it was complete. Rebecca finished routing the data from her device over to McCoy, and while the patients were temporarily removed, he reviewed it, nodding and grumbling under his breath in Encanti. Finally, it was only Tomas who remained. I've noticed that your species uses fluoride in your water, he said, looking toward Rebecca, and she gave an affirming nod. Yes, it's good for the teeth. Why? She confirmed and asked him. What happens to the excess fluoride if somebody is, well, just a little too thirsty for a while? He asked. It ends up deposited in the bone. It's harmless, so nobody minds, she answered, and he nodded again. That's what the second stomach is for. However the people of Chicago area were hybridized, whether it was accident or on purpose, they gained considerable resistance to radiation. Other than the power makers, eating and drinking here was no big deal, but there's a trade-off. Trade-off? What trade-off? Tomas asked. His voice had at least some life to it as the painkillers took effect, and he tried to sit up, but with limited success. The moss you all were eating was keeping you stable, keeping your resistance up. Essentially, your appendix was harvesting radioactive biomatter, and you've been doing it for centuries now. It isn't that the half-life has changed, it's basically dilation. This is outside of my knowledge one moment, he said and smacked the panel on the wall. Scotty, get down here and help me explain. This. He then tapped his own datapad and routed material to his comrade. To say we were all confused would have been an overstatement. Rebecca seemed to begin to get a hold on it. Given her husband's life as an engineer, she probably knew quite a bit more than she otherwise might, having picked up bits and pieces from him. But another Dlamison emerged from up above. He wasn't as big as a soldier or as lean as a scout, but he was tall and hardy-looking, standing a head above myself and wearing a pair of gold hoops in each of the ears on one side of his head. His hair was short and his tail deliberately docked, likely to let him work more easily around engineering equipment, and a burn scar ran along one side of his cheek from who knew what engagement in the past. All right, fine. I've never seen anything like this. McCoy, are you sure about what you sent me? Scotty asked and stared down at the data. The power makers were the last piece of the puzzle, and Rebecca's data shows what you'd expect, McCoy answered. His gruffness was gone, but the answers were no clearer. Half-life is reduced by altering chemical bonds. That's all digestion is, breaking apart chemical bonds to use as an energy source. If this is right, Scotty was interrupted at once. It is, McCoy insisted, staring down at his datapad as if he himself could barely believe what he read. The reason radiation levels have gone down so far here is because you people have been altering the half-life by essentially devouring the bonds. Doing this, if he's right about the biology, and Miss Rebecca is right about the DNA, means that the hybrids here are relieving themselves with different materials than they're putting in, and the rest is keeping their DNA stable. Your DNA stable, Scotty said, looking at Thomas, who seemed no more clear than I was. But we eat the moss. We should be fine. Thomas has never skipped but little. Even we try to grow more, Thomas protested, and Rebecca chimed in. And it's changing too. As the available energy is declining, the moss is changing with it. That's why you have to eat more of it, and that is why it is working less, and that is why your infants are dying. Without enough of the radioactive biomatter in a woman's body, she can't keep her fetus stable, and after birth, she held her hands out helplessly and declined to finish her own sentence. And the sickness? Why the sickness? Tomas asked. I'm guessing the power makers have an old power planet of some sort? Something you've managed to keep limping along? Scotty asked. Tomas had a faint look of pride on his face. Yes, we were taught by the ancient wise men, and we even have generators built by a wise man whose name lives forever in our tribe, Jerry of Rig. Raiding old places, we find bits and pieces to make light and darkness, and use tools that were forgotten and lost. Even make power money, keeping old thing running to buy from outside world. It is not much, but Thomas and the other elders have always kept us going. And it's killing you, Scotty, McCoy, and Rebecca said all at once. Tomas stared from one to the other as they gathered around his bed. The more energy you expend, the more you need. Your moss is no longer good enough, and your resistance to radiation is decreasing. You need it, but it will also kill you all. Rebecca answered and folded her hands together in front of her waist. Thomas looked away from her and toward McCoy and Scotty, his head swinging back and forth from one to the next and back again as he asked, Doomed? Doomed? The power plant you're using? I doubt it was ever meant to run this long. I doubt the people who taught you how to use it thought you'd be using it over 200 years later. Void knows how it's lasted this long without proper maintenance. Depending on how you live around it, who knows what kind of damage you're doing to yourselves. I'm guessing you and the old ones are the only ones allowed to go in and work on it? He asked. Tomas hung his head. It is privilege of leaders to make the power. Only those of us who reach the age of 25 are permitted. The others, they hunt, fish, do other things until they earn the right. And that's deadly, Scotty answered with characteristic bluntness. Something has decayed. A safety system failed. Maybe even the alarm that should have told you it's gone bad. With normal humans, you'd have all died in hours or days. But for you, Scotty looked toward McCoy, and the doctor finished his thoughts for him. It is still lethal. Just slower. Since you all are exposed the most, your tribe is hit hardest. This sickness is just happening faster than it is for the others. But what's happening to you will happen to every single hybrid or Homo animalia in Chicago area. In another 50 years, if not sooner, there will be no power makers. In another 100, there will be none of you left at all, McCoy finished. Tomas slumped back into the bed. His eyes stared up at the ceiling, his lips moved, but he lacked the will to do more than that, and all we could do was wait for that to change. Chapter 42. Can you save none of us? Thomas asked. Tomas was more man of health than machines. Tomas has read the books of the old ones. Perhaps something can be done. You're a doctor, McCoy asked. Tomas looked around the room at the advanced equipment of an era he'd never dreamed of. Thomas knows something of care for the injured. A manager is supposed to be able to treat their own. But this? Bow of Glamius says that you are not gods, but this makes Thomas wonder. I don't know if something can be done, but we'll try. And maybe we can slow it down? Maybe we can stabilize it. Maybe we can, I don't know, grow more potent moss again. Rebecca was throwing out ideas like her head was going to run out of space to hold them all. I didn't have to be an expert on humans to know what she was thinking of. It wasn't the people here, and it wasn't even really Usagi, though I'm sure she felt for the girl. She was thinking about Fove, and what losing Usagi would do to her daughter. The bonds of mankind are a strange thing. They can show a deep love for a complete stranger. They will throw themselves into the sea to rescue a person they've never met, perhaps losing their own life in the process. But this same species will care more for a single life that is close at hand than they will for thousands they haven't met. In a way, it explains their bloody history. It accounts for how a species capable of giving so much of themselves could also come so close to destroying itself in futile conflicts. If this entire people died out, I knew Rebecca would feel sad. She might even need therapy to cope with the loss and her failure to help. But it was her daughter that she cared about most. Thomas would like to help. I can act as helper to McCoy of Glamius. You are alone. More hands, more good, he said, and it was hard to argue with the logic. McCoy had clearly seen better days himself. His fur was not neatly brushed, and even for a Dlamacin, his temper was short. Fine. Get some water and food in you. Eat some of the blue moss here. Get some sleep, and then start joining me up here. You can help me with any new people who show up, and I'll give you the basics of the equipment use. I need to go. I have to take a walk. To clear my head, Rebecca said, and she looked at that moment, more tired than I had ever known her. Even during the chaos of Wolfbeard and his father's actions, even with all the harassment that required the armed guards of two worlds to mind against, this was different. I could use one as well, I said, and followed Rebecca out of the elevator. She leaned against the wall as it hummed and went down, her left hand against her face. She was breathing hard as soon as the motion began. She didn't say anything, though. Not until the elevator opened, and I found Bao standing there waiting for us. She didn't hesitate to speak when she saw Bao's face. I'm not the right person for this. We need doctors, real doctors, a full team. I'm a biologist, not a medical practitioner. Bao took a step back, surprised by Rebecca's sudden statement. Is it that bad? She asked. Yes. Their genetic code will decay without the radiation, but their resistance is vanishing. God knows how they were made in the first place. Rebecca didn't step off the elevator, and Bao stepped within. The door closed, but instead of going up, she hit the emergency lock to keep us in place and in private. I can't believe something like this evolved without any assistance. Maybe it didn't. Maybe they were subjected to experiments, and this is what happened after everything fell apart. Bao suggested, and Rebecca was forced to consider it in silence for a moment. Maybe. But even if that's true, it doesn't help us now. If the upper shuttle is able to help the rest come in, we could have a few thousand people here all needing everything. Look, Rebecca said and took a deep breath. We need backup. I'll let Fauve know to get her father on the line. If we can get an entire team of doctors out here, maybe there's a chance we can do something, or at least get some relief supplies out this way. Bao was deathly quiet. Do it, she said a second later. Just do me a favor and don't mention me. I knew her worry. She was afraid of deportation. Her humans needed her, and she'd risk it for them. But she would face trial and an unpleasant existence on Delamius, or a colony world if she were sent back. I was both proud and saddened right then, against my will. Entirely against my will, I had developed a begrudging respect for my sister. Intelligent, resourceful, clever, and hard-working. I couldn't help but think she belonged here. I didn't want to see this taken away from her. Rebecca seemed to read that in my eyes and said, I'll come up with something. She walked off alone toward the distant hovering dot of the black drone, and I walked apart from her, this time with Bao. When you were a geneticist, did you see anything like this? I asked. Sort of, Bao answered. We could create deficiencies or dependencies in the genome. For example, make a body allergic to certain foods, or able to process things it previously couldn't. We could do all kinds of things. Radiation itself, though? That's a new one. I guess it's possible. It must be. We're living it. She growled a little. She didn't carry herself with the same confidence as before. Her body was slumped a little forward, and her haggard and unkempt fur gave her a fearsome edge that was magnified by her growl of frustration. The problem is, it isn't a gene for function. Sometimes one gene serves one purpose, but sometimes genes serve multiple purposes, or sometimes multiple genes act in concert for a simple function. Or you can have genes that serve no function, and are just haphazard junk mutations that do nothing. We can't just turn off one thing and turn on another and call ourselves the heroes who saved the day. Her fists were balled up at her sides. Rebecca sent me her data while she was up there, and what McCoy and Scotty had too. I read the short version. Their DNA must take doses of radiation, and biomatter is the only viable way. But without that resistance, it will just... They're being poisoned. And from what I've seen of the power makers, they're just farther along than the rest. Bao did not strike me as a defeatist, but right then, it felt like she was about to buckle under the crushing weight of what she'd taken on. Chapter 43. I wish I were wiser. I really wish I was. A wiser Dlamacin could have thought of something to say, but I had nothing, so we just walked for a while, directionless in our shamble through the ruins of a once great city. The buildings were crumbling around us. Here and there in the distance we could hear the noise of some other thing crumbling into ruin, maybe toppled by one of the long steps or red spears, or maybe toppling over as time finally won its long battle to impose decay on top of decay. There were no squeaks or hints of noise, at least. Our ship had ensured that the rats were thoroughly wiped out. If any at all had survived, they moved on to avoid a predator they couldn't begin to fathom. I to this day believe that Bonnie Red took their attempt at eating her personally. I could practically hear her thoughts. As if the great pirate queen, Bonnie Red, could be brought down by rats unfit to live in the sewage of her ship. And for that, they had to be punished. Evidently insulting a Dlamazan pirate queen was a very unhealthy idea. On the upside, the streets were now safe to walk, though we avoided going too close to the buildings themselves. The sun was bright and the weather cool. The breeze blew bits of bone, pebbles, and leaves around. Chicago was a very windy place. I tried to think of what it must have been like in its glory years, when the buildings were tall and bustling places, and not tombs of the dead or mines to be harvested for materials to be used in primitive shelters. At its height, Chicago, I would later learn, had 5 million people, before the last truly great war on Earth's soil. And it looked like it. The rusted hulks of old cars littered the streets like metal skeletons. Some of them had bodies inside, the bones of people on their way to work. But others, the bodies were gone, vaporized by the blast that almost destroyed their world. I wondered if the humans who gave the order had family here. Would they have still struck? I found it hard but not impossible to imagine. The whole city was a chilly tomb, and now not 200 paces away, a growing number of hybrid humans could only wait to add their bodies to the toll. The last casualties of a war that ended hundreds of years ago. That probably isn't the legacy they want for themselves, I muttered as we rounded a corner. Come on, you can do better than that. I heard Fauve's voice and raised my head. Bao did the same, and we saw the drone zipping around and flipping through the air, while small rabbitish and cattish children flung small sticks at it. With a few meals in them, and some of the more recently found moss holdings, they were strong enough now to play simple games. Fauve didn't seem to mind the attempts at hitting her drone. It wasn't too surprising. Drones were very sturdy things. A few little sticks weren't going to hurt the thing. She came up with that game, didn't she? Bao asked. I wasn't there, but probably. She's a creative girl. I answered, and we came a little closer. The little ones were in no way healthy enough for games of tag or other demanding games, so Fauve evidently gave them something they could do. The tallest among them was Usagi, who broke sticks and passed them out, then joined in the throwing herself. They were having fun, pure and simple. Usagi's ears were flopping around, and thanks in part to the added meals, she was getting more color in her cheeks than she had before. You have some good humans? Very good humans. Bao said it with a quiet respect that I could appreciate. I know. You too, I answered when Usagi broke a stick into 3 pieces and passed 2 of them out to 2 of the smaller rabbit children close at hand. It was probably a bit of a pang for her to give up 2 throws of her own, but she did it anyway. The little things people do says much about them. I remembered something Professor Sixlith said, a story about his time among the humans when he was first settling in. I never trust a man who treats the server badly at a restaurant, the concierge badly at a hotel, or the taxi driver on their way somewhere. If they'll treat those badly, but not you, it's because they need you, and when they don't, you'll be discarded. It made a disturbing amount of sense, and it perhaps explained why the walkers were able to prosper so much. They were good at picking up on whom to trust, and good at picking partners for their lives. That Usagi would give up a few throws to little ones just to make them happy said a great deal about who she was. I'm glad you found some good ones, I said, and put my hand on Bao's arm to draw her eyes to me. I need to go talk to Fauve. I'm sure her mother has already told her about the need to call for more teams, or spoken to Fauve's father about it. Maybe that's why she's able to have fun right now. But even so, I watched a few leaves blow past and get whipped up into the breeze, spinning around each other like dancing partners. Their bends and folds and crackling dry material moved with a dancer's grace, and then were carried away and vanished out of view. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and finished. But even if she has, I should check on her too. Not that I can do much. My frustration must have come out, because it was Bao's turn to stop me as I started to walk away. You do a lot more than you think, brother. Don't forget that, she said, and released her hold on me, allowing me to walk away without another word. Chapter 44. Fauve was approaching Usagi after the last stick was thrown, and the small ones headed over to go pick everything up, ready to make piles and start again, and the 2 were chattering away like they'd known each other for a lifetime. Right away, I knew something at least had seemed to have gone well. Hey, Bailey, she exclaimed as I came close. I was just telling Usagi here the good news. Mom got a hold of Dad and bing, bang, boom. He's going to reach out to his friends and pass on word to Teresa for me. Look, The short version is we can probably get a bunch of doctors out here. I knew what I should have said, but I didn't. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Medicine has come a long way. Everything will be fine. It'll take some work, sure. But with a bunch of our best minds on this, and working with the Dlamacens, it'll be okay. Then the next thing you know, maybe we can get some schools built and figure out how to make enough food for you all. We've got great weapons. We can get rid of all the dangerous creatures. Fauve was gushing over Usagi, whose face remained politely smiling, and Fauve went on and on about everything we could do, would do, how things would be okay and everyone would be all right. But she hadn't brought up bringing Usagi back. I knew that was still in the back of her mind. When Fauve got a notion into her head, it was hard to shake it loose. Usagi waited until the sticks were all piled and picked one up. She booped the tip just at the rim of the lens as if it were Fauve's nose. Usagi is thankful. It would be nice to have a life like that. Beds and blankets that don't let cold in. A house without snow in it that stays warm all year. But Usagi would like to play another game for now. Will Fauve play one more time with Usagi? Her ears flopped down, and Fauve's drone bobbed up and down like an eager puppy trying to get at a ball held just out of reach. Sure thing. But before that, Bailey, did you need anything? She asked. I shook my head. No, I just thought I watched as Usagi tossed the stick up and down, and my eyes homed in on it. My head rose up and down as it spun hypnotically through the air. From a distance, when they were hitting the ground and just skidding away, I could ignore the lure they offered. But up close, with the promise of a throw, I could not look away. I just thought I'd watch you all play for a little while and... Fauve interrupted. Usagi, trust me, Fauve said. Throw the stick as far as you can. Usagi did as Fauve wished, and I was chasing after the blasted thing before I knew what I was doing. It wasn't until I heard their laughter that I realized I'd caught up to it and had it clenched in my jaws. I stared at them and dropped the stick into my hand. I stared at the stick. I looked back up at them. Usagi, it seemed, was very capable of smiling. Her lips spread over her face and her ears twitched with excitement, like she was ready to start laughing for the first time in her life and didn't know what was happening. I approached the pair, and even without being able to see Fauve's face, I knew that she had that unbearably adorable smug look, like she'd gotten me somehow. And she had. Usagi mirrored it a fair bit. Her smile cracked as if she wanted to laugh but was afraid to do so. Fauve, however, laughed for her. Usagi looked at the stick in my hand and up to my face. Her ears flopped over. It did not take an anthropologist to know that she was wondering if she'd done something wrong, if she was going to be punished or criticized for the throw. She wanted to laugh. She wanted to enjoy the moment, but wasn't quite sure how to respond until I held the stick out and my tongue lolled out of my mouth and I said, Okay, throw it again, but harder this time. Really put some muscle into it. Give it a good high arc and make me work for it. I said just loud enough to be heard over Fauve's laughter. And when Usagi realized I wasn't going to yell at her, that she had not only done nothing wrong, but done something right, tentative laughter came out, and she slid one leg back in a spear-throwing stance. Her arm went back. She looked at me again just as my posture shifted. I had one eye up on the rabbity girl, and when the gleam of anticipation was shining in her previously hollow, empty eyes, Fauve shouted, Throw! The drone zipped out of the way, and the stick flew from Usagi's hand. I don't know why we can't resist these things. It's not like we chase every stray leaf, rolling rock or log or whatever else. Other races have had thrown grenades, and to the best of my knowledge we've never chased after those. But a stick from a human hand, or evidently a human hybrid hand, or a ball thrown for sport. Suddenly we're all chase and return. Happiness pure and simple flooded my brain, and it let me forget the things I should have said, but had not the will to say. I wanted to tell Fauve that she should hand over the controls to someone else. Anyone could pilot a drone. To tell her to brace herself, to draw back from Usagi before she got hurt.